Welcome, Jad, to Roadwarden. Now, this is a very, very, very old game that we used to play on this channel before the new year. And then I said I would finish this game by the new year. And then we started like 5 other games. And we still haven't even finished those other 5 games. So, I'm gonna change tact. We're gonna finish games before we start new ones, alright? We've now started one too many games, and I need to finish them all. There's no way I finish Castlevania before this game. Sure, Castlevania is like a 5-hour game. And this is probably gonna be like a 200-hour journey, right? But I don't want to be like Jerma and Sorcery, right? I've been waiting for his like part 4, part 5, part whatever. And it still hasn't happened. And now he doesn't even stream anymore. He's off like making videos with like Ludwig. It's over now, right? So I need to be the change that I want to see in this world. The game is quite loud. You have no clue about this game. I think you're missing out on this game. This is a fantastic game. This game is about reading. It's about going on a journey. It's about being somebody called a Roadwarden who patrols the roads and makes sure that things are fine and trying to connect the disparate lands of this world whose name I forgot. And every single time you start this game, it really dives you deep into the experience the moment that you start the game by starting with a random quote that is entirely based on the writing and the lore of this game. A birdhouse brings feathers, but also talons. Now, we have an existing save. We've been here for a while, and there's a new sequel to this game, so I want to finish this game. There's a new visual novel sequel to this game, which I'm very curious about. It seems like it's a very different format, and yet it's still, again, the format of this game, despite it being so simplistic, the strength is in the writing and the depth of the lore and the writing that's available in this game. And the ways that it makes you think, and the ways that it allows you to go on your own personalized journey. The one that we're on is right now an Iron Man journey. It's been a while since we played this, so I'm giving just a small recap here. And I've been missing this a lot, chat. Playing new games is fun. Dragon's Dogma 2 and stuff is very, very fun. But sometimes you want to go on the road and not have to deal with fighting a monster. Last time we played this, I actually don't remember a single thing. What were we doing last time we played this? I remember last time we played this, we were doing something very, very important. We were going towards something and trying to figure something out. Oh yes, we were trying to figure out our way to Old Lagos, the salt mining city. The problem is that there were also a bunch of druids, and I wanted to take it slow. So I decided to go north, where we happened upon a tavern run by a lady who used to be, probably a figure larger than like life, but that she doesn't really trust us yet, and we had to slowly build up our trust with her. I remember we also got some hints towards some things that we could do, mainly in the quest that we had, but also just in general about the land around us and like what they needed. So, for instance, if I go, where was it? Not matchmaking. I do still need to find her a wife. I do need to find her a wife. I actually might take one of her children. But the 2 foragers that work at the tavern, which I think one of them was her like children, I have to join them on a hunt for a runner, and I have to leave on day 10. But I should leave with them as early as I can while the bird is still around, and I want to go during the daytime because I have no clue what to expect. The problem is that we haven't really made many preparations for this hunt, because honestly, we're kind of we're not doing too hot here. Last time we played this, we happened upon a fair number of issues. I tried to fight a bunch of foxes. I think it was foxes. They're analogous to them. Not realizing that they were living there, and then I took a lot of damage in return. We need to figure out a couple of things. One, we need to figure out what's the best way to prepare for this hunt, while also trying to convince one of them to become Timo's husband. 2, I still need to find my way towards Old Lagos, and we only have about 35 days left. Okay, so we need to be good on our time. 3, I need to heal all the way up and see if I can figure out more hints towards these other quests as well, the larger things that we've been working on this entire time that we still haven't been able to get much traction on. While we do have some hints for all of them, we've actually been stuck at an impasse since the last time we played this, and I think it's now time for us to figure out what's going on and actually get some of these all the way to completion. In particular, I want to get Glaucia's band done, because Glaucia's band is a very, very major element, I think, of the entire fabric of this land's economy, being that the village is at the center of everything. If we can solve this, we can probably open up a bunch of roadways to other places and get a lot more help before it's too late for us. But first, most pressing issue, I need to heal. I'm on the verge of death, and it affects my appearance. I look deathly pale. I look like I've been dying. However, being in this town, the only healers around are druids, and they won't agree to see me. You know, I'm not close enough with the druids. This town and the druids themselves, they're a part of a different faction, a part of a different religion, a very insular community where they don't trust outsiders very, very often. So we need to move onwards. And this is scary because where we are right now, being at Foggy Lake, we're so far away from real civilization. It's going to be terrifying to move. The other option that we have is that I could rest at the inn and just buy some food and stuff. And hopefully these wounds heal on their own, my vitality. But it's a bit of a risk either way. But at this point, honestly, compared to losing, you know, how many hours? Many hours. Maybe like 20 hours going all the way back to Howler's Dell. Or even like all the way to the Pelt of the North where I have like a free way to heal. It's just not worth it. And I can't cut through the south because I haven't actually prepared the entire southeastern zone yet. The entire southeastern zone is still, to me at least, a death trap. All I can do is go to the main square and hope for something. You approach the inn. We're back at the inn. The innkeeper knows us. The trader, we helped the trader, so he knows us as well. We reprimanded him for being a wife beater, which I think is good. Not the wife beating. I need to think about my. We reprimanded him for being a wife beater, and I think it's good that we reprimanded him because being a wife beater is bad. Don't beat your wives. I love my wife. I don't know why I said that. Now it looks suspicious. Honey, I need you to post in chat that I love you. Okay, now it seems like I'm forcing you. I need to think about this. What we're gonna do, instead of talking to either of them, is I want to go ask a guard to look for the mayor. Because I want to see if I can get the mayor to give me some more details and maybe allow me to heal up. Maybe she has something to say now that I'm like mostly dead. Maybe she has a way of like getting me in contact with the druids. Let's try to get some advanced healing versus just waiting for like time. She is acquainted with the druids themselves, so maybe I can convince her. I ask a guard to look for the mayor. The guard informs you that she needs to look for her, so you sit down on the bench and wait for what feels like an eternity. When Theus joins you, she apologizes for the wait, though her voice and eyes are harsh. She's not willing to speak about Erastos with me. She's waiting for me to learn about the raids in the north. She doesn't trust me to give me enough to give me a job, and I have no news. Thank you for your time. Oh, what a disaster. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, Theus. Really appreciate that, Theus. Really appreciate it. Wait, no, I'm in Howler's Dell. Oh, sorry. I forgot. The arrows are different from where you are. So I'm in Howler's Dell. I could go down to get free healing over at Pelt of the North, or like cheaper healing, but it's like we have to go all the way back up, and I don't want to deal with that. At least here we have a nice, easier time to heal by talking to Eric's. I want to see how much money we have as well. Maybe we can buy a potion. I have 2 coins. I'm broke. Let's go to sleep. No, I don't need rations. Akakios, do you have anything? When Akakios knows you're arrived, he tells the other villagers to give you some time in a private. Any good news? How about some useful herbs or ointments? You do have druids around here. When they happen, sparse supplies. He puts a finger to his lips, giving it a slight bite. The druids are better at casting healing than making bombs. He used to be different, but magic's stronger. Regardless. Before you can change the topic, he points northeast. Try by White Marshes. There's, what's-his-face, a warlock there. He used to take lessons at a village from the old archdruid. If anyone around here knows his way around leaves, it's him. And only him. I'm being bothered by the Howlers. I didn't have this option last time, and I was bothered by Howlers last time. It's why my health has dropped so dangerously low in the first time, and then the second time was like foxes. I'm being bothered by the Howlers. Anything to plug my ears? And you can just avoid them, I guess. With a raised eyebrow, he just fight yellow candle plays with his long fingers. You know they eat plants and they meat? Shouldn't they be too dangerous for a warden with a mount? Let me axe. Cuts off a few chunks of wax, removes the wick, and gives them to you. Here, roll these in your hands, warm them up, make a shape you want. And we got an item on the top left which I couldn't read in like time. I do wish those things stayed longer. But I believe we have effectively earmuffs or ear things. Ear things. Where's my travel kit? I need to find the ear things. Writing instruments? No, it's not a writing instrument. But we have something. We have something that can help us plug our ears closed so that we won't die. Wherever it is. Wait, I forgot. We need to go check the lake trap on the northern road too, to get some free lake fish. Well, I have nothing to sell either, honestly. We're kind of broke on everything. I do have a lot of food rations which I could sell, but I don't really want to sell them. We have crossbow quarrels, but I do want to hold out for the possibility of a crossbow. Do you sell any healing potions? You have nothing. Nothing for now. I walk away. Well, looks like we're doomed. There's not really much of a choice here, I think. We're kind of doomed here. I think we just leave the square. We go back. We can wait as long as we can. It's pretty early still. We still have some time before dusk. We could try our best to make it all the way to Pelt of the North in about 2 hours, but then there's a risk of coming into some trouble. Really, what I want to figure out is where's like a cheap place to like rest and heal up. This might be the only place, Pelt of the North. And at least here we can wait in safety, and we won't be as far when we need to travel all the way back to the Foggy Lake. And I can't get there before nightfall. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Okay, you know what? It's worth it. We just sit here and we wait. We wait until evening. Then we sleep. As painful as it is, that's all we can do. And it may cost us everything, but at least we get the 1 health, 1 nourishment, and a lot more appearance to help us, talk to people, encourage them to like say things to us, and not scare them off, mostly. We sleep in a room. As you prepare your belongings, you realize that the days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you'll have before the beasts of the nights leave their lairs. For now, it won't be that bad. But I better make sure to not waste too many hours. He's not wrong. We're already on day 6. You lose your senses right after you lie down. In the middle of the warm, stuffy night, you're entangled by your dreams. Too tired to fully wake up. Too accustomed to having a mid-sleep break just to get back to sleep. You're between the realms, surrounded by visions so vivid you're tempted to reach out, touch them, and stretch them out. They are your playground. I have some choices here. Once I realize I'm in power, I do my best to enjoy myself. I fly, defeat dragons, eat and drink whatever I want. Or, I wouldn't dare disturb the natural flow of my dreams. I accept them as they are, hoping to spot any visions they bring. Perhaps we can instead just fall to nightmares. What? No matter how much I try, my nightmares interfere with even the most joyful dreams. I wake up sweating, gasping for air. Why do I want that? I may also try to break free of this state, thinking of all the things I was meant to do tonight. When I wake up, I'm still not sure if I did anything at all. I'm down to believe in the mysticism of this world. We now know that this world is a very fantastical land, not only in terms of the beasts that we see, but also in the very fabric of reality. There appears to be a power that can be harnessed here, and I think it's worth it for us to try to harness this power as much as we can in the form of letting our dreams become visions and letting it flow whatever way that, the world decides. C'est la vie. I wouldn't dare disturb the natural flow of dreams. I accept them as they are, hoping to spot any visions they bring. Ah! I came in my pants again! You spend the night in peace, in a clean bed, with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning you find a stool placed by your bed, covered with 2 boiled eggs, a cup of buttermilk, and some mufflin offals. Once you get dressed and go downstairs, a young boy who's covered in mud and speaks unusually loud and enthusiastically mentions that Yogi has already been brushed and watered. Ah, yeah, brush my horse, Yogi, yeah. You nod, but he runs outside without noticing it. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl with either stew or gruel. Theirs is nowhere to be seen. I have no need to be here anymore, and time is wasting. We also have no money, and I'm too tired to offer services to the guards in order to make some money. So it's honestly, all we can do is walk. All we can do is walk. Now again, we have some missions, right? We need to make sure to do a couple things. The Northern Road has a basket of fish, has a fish trap that I'm trying to catch fish with. Get some extra rations, helps us find things. It's good. I can maybe sell the fish as well. The more rations we get, the more money I can potentially make too. It's a good way of supporting my journeying needs by just harvesting fish. The other thing that I need to remember is that we have to leave exactly on day 10. So I should try to get to and stay around that northern area for about 5 days. I can maneuver around quite a bit. I could go west, for instance, to see what's on the western road here. And we could leave the fish trap there for a while. That actually might be the best choice. Because then we can figure out, okay, what's like going on over here to the western side. I remember there was something very important about this western side, but let's reorient ourselves since it's been a while. Massive eagles cutting through the skies above you, either unaware of your presence or unperturbed by you. Refer to the western signpost. Here's 2 planks attached to a single post, both of them nailed with a rusty steel. The lowest line is divided into 2 halves. The left edge is a grid with 4 simple shapes, squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. The other edge bears 2 engraved piles, one of them made of horizontal rectangles, the other of inexact circles. The letters between these 2 piles say stone. It's the monastery. I remember it. This is the monastery. The other plank is covered with a white word monastery that was divided in half. Right below it is an engraved vertical rectangle with an hourglass inside. Now they don't like me because I'm a pagan. I have decided to practice paganism with my character in this journey. But I think it's still worth it for us to go here because they might have some information about the quest that we need. And I have a feeling that the old Roadwarden, whose name I forgot. Listen, I don't know the name of the old person who used to work my job. No one knows. Do you know the name of the person who used to work your job? No, you don't. Do you know why? Because your boss ate them. What's his name? Asterion! Okay, I'll never forget him ever again. He's the best character in Baldur's Gate Dogma 2. Let's go west. We have some time, at least. And we need to wait 5 days for the hunting quest. Anyways, on the north. And at least we started it so we know that we have until day 10, so. The path is clear, in a way. The pebbler is nowhere in sight. The road is covered with leaves and broken branches. The only fruit-bearing trees are growing right on the sides of the road, surely planted there by humans. There are many more fruits and leaves the monsters may chew on, so it may return any day now. Now, last time we were here, there was a giant monster that we were worried about. The scavenger that we met, I can't remember where we met them, but we met them on the road towards the north. I think it was actually on the northern road. They told us about the use of a troll urine in order to prevent the pebbler from bothering us. And I think it's worth it to believe them, because what's the point of troll urine otherwise? We have to use it anyways. Let's hope the scavenger was right about the troll urine. You keep the jar far away from you, holding your breath. Knees spread around. A few splashes on the road, a few into the nearby bushes and on the tree trunks. Yogi snorts and walks in place, but once you also draw breath, there's nothing unusual in the air. The urine smell is unpleasant, but nothing worse than Hovlevin's harbor, Hovlevin being the main hub town that we came from, that we can't even access. I had the rest of the potion in my bag and continue my journey. I wonder where this goes, and I wonder how the monster is going to take me being a pagan. Again, religion in this game is a very complex matter. Belief equals power. And not just, political power. Sorry, I hit the mic. But also spiritual power. Like actual, honest power. Being a pagan, I don't believe in any of the traditional gods that, or the traditional religions that city folk do, or even that the people of this land do. I'm more of an outcast, and I belong with the White Marches more than I do in any civilized, town in this land. The corridor of prune trees leads you to a steep ascent. Behind them grows a peaceful meadow, filled with flowers and crickets and the humming of a waterfall. On the beaten path, we spot no footprints or wheel trails, but there's smoke on the horizon. I dismount and lead Yogi on a rope. Oh, pastures. Pastures, if you look at the image, and again, I really enjoy the art in this game. As simple as it is, there's so much detail that you can pick up, and it's exactly as you expect, and it matters. It actually matters. It's not just a fun design detail to have all these trees and these woods and stuff. Or these pastures. It all actually plays into the game's mechanics too, and what it presents to you. But pastures in particular say one thing and one important thing. There's life. Human life. The pastures and fields are spread over an unnatural plateau. Humans must have been carving in the hill for generations. Covering it with soil brought here with buckets and wagons. Among the weeds and tall grasses you spot rotting tools and a tunic. The pasture is overgrowing, and so the fields. Some of the oats are ready for harvest. That's not a good sign. Rotting tools implies that these fields haven't been touched for a very long time. And some of the oats being ready for harvest, that's strange. Think about this. This is a land that is very harsh. Why would you leave food out in the open and not harvest it for no reason? We have 2 options here. I can either, prepare myself, saying something is wrong, and I can prepare my acts. Or I can stay calm. I can stay calm and steady and just think about the possibilities here. Anything could happen, but I'm worried if there are people that if I show my hand like this, it'll be a sign of aggression instead of peace. I think we'll stay calm for this one. The locked gate is taller than a troll. You can't imagine climbing up the massive wall. For a moment, you follow the path to the edge of the cliff. The roaring ocean is more than 100 feet below you. You spot no one looking at you from the watchtower. No patrols of archers. The wall is occupied by black and blue birds of various types. You return to the gate and focus on the sounds. There are a few screaming ibexes. A young boy is crying. That's not a good sign. For such a large town, right? And remember, this land is very, very harsh with many, many monsters. You would usually see an entrenchment of guards somewhere, just to make sure that things are fine. Even a small inn, a very, very small inn, like Pelts of the North, has a crossbow person on watch 24/7. At night, during the morning, they swap out in like shifts. They always have someone watching for a small tavern. So why not the like town? Something is wrong. I knock on the gate with my fist. The thudding scares away the birds. They caw loudly, starting the cacophony of throats and flapping wings. After maybe a minute, you hear a bronze plate scratching against the wood as someone reveals the peephole. The strict female voice stops you from moving closer. Traveler! Old Pagos is secluding, for it has been smitten by a deadly plague. Be gone, before ye get sick. That's not good. But a plague. Now, we've encountered a town ravaged by a plague once before. If you recall, one of the first towns that we ever came across was this one, Steep House. A once prosperous village now abandoned and full of debris. And we actually got some information about Steep House. If I refer back to my journal, which is good that it has this, let's learn about Steep House. Somewhere. Where is Steep House? Wait, there was something about Steep House. All right, but I remember that the town did something with the woods around. And it was because of that it caused the entire town to disappear. The ruined village. Let's see. Trying to remember. Oh man, I wish I wrote it down. But basically, what we learned, and I remember this, was that they kept on cutting down more and more wood in the land around them. And the forest around there has a life, right? In fact, there's an old ancient tree, the Beholder, where we can sacrifice our blood in order to gain something. We don't know what yet, but we can gain something from this tree. Because they kept getting more and more greedy with the land around them and ruining it more and more and more, the forest fought back almost. Nature fought back and wiped them out. What could have possibly happened here? Now again, with all choices, it's been a while since we played. You have ways to respond to things, and there's different types of emotions that you can have, right? You can be friendly, playful, distant, intimidating, or vulnerable. In each one, you can see what options you have under them and what you'll eventually say. For instance, if I'm friendly, I'll be supportive and cordial. I'll say, do you need any help? I'm the new Roadwarden. If I'm playful, I might say, let your Roadwarden in. I can handle a sore throat. This is probably the most unaware statement I could make, so maybe let's stay away from this. I want to present myself as somebody who's socially apt, who's socially skilled at social situations, who isn't going to socially blunder my way through problems. I can be distant, and I just say I introduce myself. I can be intimidating, hint at a threat, and say, then keep your distance. I'm a Roadwarden. I need to stay healthy. I might even be vulnerable. Be sad, tired, afraid, or hopeless. I nod towards the peephole and step back. From a distance, I introduce myself. Now, the person at the gate said that I should be gone, so maybe it is worth it to be vulnerable. But I also, again, it's my job as a Roadwarden to figure out these issues and help the people of this land. So I think it's worth it to be friendly here, more so than to keep myself safe, if only because I think it's worth it for me to present myself as somebody who can try and help solve their problems. Do you need any help? I'm the new Roadwarden. No one can save us. You look into the young brown eyes that match the skin of the black-haired owner. While the woman looks like a southerner, she has a strong local accent. She follows you cautiously, without blinking, like a fighter awaiting a strike. North from here, in the monastery, live masters of spells and potions. Blessed people guided by the right themselves, and even they are powerless. You hear more footsteps gathering near the entrance. May them be blessed, for they look after our ill. The weak voice of an elder chips in. We thank you, Warden, the woman continues. We can't know how many of us will see the winter. If you really want to help us, warn the other tribes. They wouldn't move a finger for us, but we ought to protect them. Huh. Yet even those in the monastery can't solve this issue. Why? Now there's two major forces in this land that I've noticed. One are the pagans, and the druids are included in the pagan circle, I believe. The other one is this like massive religion, which I believe is called the Orders of Truth, and the United Church. No joke, they're called the Unites. Every time humanity has tried to push the boundaries of what they're capable of in this land, nature, and by extension the pagans themselves, have fought back in order to ensure a balance. And I wonder what happened here. There must be something that I can do besides just talk to people. Or maybe I can ask a few questions while I'm here, but this is more dismissive than anything. This one says, sure, okay, I'll leave you to your fates. Die, I don't care. This one says, no, I will help, I'm the Roadwarden. I've got a job to do. After she blinks, you catch the sadness in her eyes. I've heard such words more times than I can count. We've done all that we could. What's left is to ask the right to ease our pain and wait. Let me ask you a few questions while I'm here. Ask, but there's not much we can do for you. We see no one. We travel nowhere. We were born on this hill, and we'll die here. After a few breaths, her eyes get kinder. I'm Tertia. If ye bring any news, I'll take them to our council. Now we have a bunch of questions that we can ask here, right? We can ask about the illness. Tell me more about this illness. What does it do? This is a much more straight to the point answer, and I think it's good. I could say my main purpose, which is I'm trying to look for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. The problem is that we know that Asterion has been cutting deals across the land, and I wonder what his involvement with this land is, and I wonder if he's even somewhat responsible for this happening. It seems like everywhere Asterion goes, something bad has happened. I can ask if they've ever met Erastos. Who the hell is Erastos? It's been so long. Sorry, chat. Who is Erastos? Erastos! Recruit a hunter. Erastos from Howleysdale and Cassia from Gale Rocks. The hunters that I need to find. I can also ask if they were bothered by any bandits in recent seasons. The bandits, by the way, that I need to talk to in order to get in close with Theus. I can also ask if they have anything for sale, like any food rations, but I think this might also be callous to ask because they're struggling to stay alive as is. I can say and counter and say that, don't you want me to ask the other villages for help? I can talk to I can tell them about Quintus. I met Quintus, the gatekeeper. He's doing fine. And remember, Quintus is the gatekeeper all the way, I'm not even kidding you, at the woodland edge. And he asked us to go send a message back home, and honestly, oh man, I feel kind of bad for him now. Maybe it's not that good to mention him, but he was really hoping somebody could come out and help him, especially considering that his arm is gone. So that's unfortunate. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses, I could say. Again, this one seems very callous. I think let's just keep it very simple for now. Tell me more about this illness. What does it do? She glances at something or someone that stands to her right. It lasts a long time. Even those who seem to avoid death remain weak for days. There are fevers, headaches, red faces, red eyes, and rash. Those whom we had to burn were sleeping and raving, unable to understand us, and got too weak to move or even drink. She looks down. Children and elderly suffered the most. Damn. Old Pagos is not doing too well. And Foggy wanted to know, She wanted to know why the people of Old Pago stopped visiting her like trade. Now we know. And Foggy, being a very storied, historied figure in these lands, maybe she has some answers too. We should go back to meet her, and it's good that we came here then, because we have to go back there anyways, very, very soon. But the sooner that we deal with this village, the better. Why won't you harvest your crops? Why won't you harvest your crops as people are dying of an illness? Even though her cold gaze doesn't break, her voice betrays her pain. Some of the youth refuse to stay behind the walls. They say they need to leave before they fall sick. If we were to let them outside, one of them could refuse to come back. You frown. No, it wasn't pain what you've heard. It's shame. The shame that the youth of the city aren't allowed to live and live on. That they're forced to face their fate. That they're forced to fall like everyone else. Now, I think it's worth it to ask about Asterion. Maybe if he is tied to this, I can say, hey, I can fix this issue that he started. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. You can't tell anything from our eyes. Isn't he dead? What makes you think that? I'd say that about any traveler who disappeared in the wilds. Wardens may know their roads, but they're not above humans. Don't you know the saying? Wait 2 days for the lost, 10 for the wounded, 20 for the ill and mad. Ye don't wait for more. So you were waiting for him. Why were they waiting for him? That's not much of a secret. She looks to her right and then at you again. Head far east, to the crossroads. You'll find the watchtower. An old building made of a stone. You notice a pride in her voice, but hardly used since the war. Your friend wanted to turn it into a shelter. Hire guards, patrol the roads. He took a key and rode away. He was meant to meet with us again, trade for materials and tools. Never happened. I could dissuade her and say that he's not my friend, but I think it's worth it for her to believe that he's my friend for now. Although I'm worried if news travels fast. Asterion has been in some very nasty business, and I don't know if it's worth it. But implicating myself in his crimes is a very fantastic way of getting deep into whatever business he's been into. I don't mind being an unwitting accomplice, as long as I have a way out. Any idea who else could have such a key? Before it was completed, the buildings were spending the rainy days in the coastal village in the far north. Gala Rocks, it's called. Ask there. Gala Rocks. One of the 3 places that we need to go to in order to get Thais on our side and to deal with Glocky's band. Have you ever met Erastos, a hunter? If he passes by here, they should have, and I wonder if he's inside or outside. If he is inside, that's very bad because Hallow's Dell or the Pelts of the North really want to hire him. She speaks slowly. Remind me who that is? After your brief description, she still needs to ask someone for advice. I believe he was here, yes, but soon left to ask the monks for their guidance. Rather unusual. Her voice gets cold. For a pagan. That's a very interesting tidbit of information. Again, the pagans don't get along with different people of these lands. They were the natives of these lands, effectively. And so for them to seek guidance from one of the religions encroaching on their native lands, against the druids, against the way of life here, against nature, it's a very fascinating approach. And I wonder why that is. Because plagues that have happened so far, we know, have only been caused by those who fought against nature. Which way would you take if you were to travel to the Watchtower? Which I believe we've already been to. Or maybe we haven't. There's a Watchtower somewhere here. Although I think this is the Watchtower that we saw. But if you wanted to turn that into an outpost, that's kind of that's pretty insane actually, if you think about it. Yeah, the Eastern Crossroads. So maybe that's not the one. Actually, it has to be. So this is it then. This was the thing that he wanted to do. The Southern Crossroads, the Northern Crossroads, the Eastern Crossroads is there. If I had gone east from the Southern Crossroads, we maybe could have seen it. But it's good that we went west because east was danger as far as we know. But that also means that's a good hint actually, if you think about it, right? Asterion wanted to turn that into a watchtower, which means Asterion would have gone east, And if he's impatient and he didn't go the same way, for instance, as these people, he could have gone east from the southern crossroads. And he could have met danger, the danger that was written on the sign. And I never really thought about this, but who wrote that sign? It had to be somebody who knew about delayed danger. Either someone who was with him, or maybe Astarion himself before he fell. If he did fall. Which way would you take if you had to travel to the watchtower? The northern route, most likely. There's more tribes there. But the eastern road is dangerous, no matter from which way you're going to enter it. But if you care about time... He hesitates. You could check on the gates. Though opening on your own may not be that easy. It used to be that the guards were keeping it open for the travelers, but the last one that we sent away, Quintus, is either dead or seeking refuge in another village. Still, behind the gate you'll find the shortcut. It's a dangerous path, but your paw frame may be just fast enough to get ye to the other end. You ask her what she can tell you about this gatekeeper, then she gives you a warm look. He may not be of the sharpest wits, but he's loyal to his duty and returns kindness with kindness. Like we all should. I'm dying, by the way, of a plague. I actually met Quintus. He's doing, fine. Worse for wear. Missing a limb or two, but fine, right? So he's still with us! Her voice rings with enthusiasm. She asks about his well-being, reacting to her story with a mixture of worry and joy. I'm sorry to hear about his nose. Oh yeah, he only lost his nose, right? It's not that bad, it's fine. If you lose your nose, right, you have more room to smell things. You have more smelling. You can smell things sooner than anyone else. Hope he knows what he's doing. His position, I would just look for work in Howler's Dell or ask for help from his friends at Pelt. He has friends at Pelt? We should ask about the bandits. And I do want to see if they want to talk to the other villagers for help. I want to see why they're so hesitant to ask the other villagers for help, and why they're so secluded. Why they want to sequester themselves behind the wall so badly, and not even trying to ask for any help. What is the history here? Were you bothered by any bandits in recent seasons? Not in years, Warden. They did attack us on the road once before, but their little pack won't come here. At first, her tone is gentle, but after she blinks twice, it turns solemn. Or they would face her anger. Our walls only fear dragons. Our blades are made of steel. Do you have anything for sale? Maybe some food rations. Sorry, I'm so gassy. We hardly have enough for ourselves. We used to get supplies for rocks and sculptures, but the monks advised us against it. Our wares may carry the illness. Don't you want me to ask the other villagers for help? There's no love between us and them. We don't share drinks, stories, or dances. If it weren't for marriages, our children would never see each other. If it wasn't for trade, we could just as well live on the mountain peak. They need our stone, we need fishes and salt from Gale Rocks, game meat from creeks, and grain from Howler's Dell. But all of them are harpies, led by greed and lust, the same ills that wounded our grandparents. She hesitates and looks to her left. Still, the wicked souls of White Marshes are even more burrowed in shadows. White Marshes that we know. They've turned to paganism to solve their problems. A dwindling population, and so they've had a necromancer raise the dead to do work for them. Imagine dying and you still have to work after you've died. That really is true evil, burrowed in shadows. Sounds like you hold a grudge against them. He takes a deep breath. Yet I won't spread any rumors. As much as it saddens me, they need us to survive. And we them. You're even stranger to us than they are. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses. Anyone young looking for a wife? He blinks, as if the question reached her from another realm. We can't be sure of the next spring, even less so that the gates will ever open. I can't offer ye any promises for the tribes. Yeah, that was stupid. There's nothing else I can think of, and she doesn't trust me anymore to talk about anything else. But we have a couple of leads now. One, we learned a major detail about Astarion. He wanted to turn the eastern crossroads into an outpost. Logically, it follows that since we've seen the southern crossroads, the western crossroads, and I assume we're about to happen upon the northern crossroads, the eastern crossroads is somewhere here. The gate is a shortcut through, but you need to travel this very dangerous path, and even more danger here. And remember, the heart of the forest lies to the right, and everybody tells you to stay away. Why? Only those in White Marshes knows. And only the druid in the Elder's Cave knows too. Only these two. And nothing more. Did I do my job for the Elder, actually? The Elder did want something, actually. Let me just see if I can remember what the Elder wanted. The Elder wanted something very, very important. Old people. Oh, I really wish I remembered what the old people wanted. Aha! The Empress Carp. The druid for the cave has asked me to travel to Gale Rocks and look for a fisher named Photios, a young father. I'm meant to collect his debt, a male Empress Carp, and bring it in one piece back to the cave. My reward is going to be one-time access to the man's healing powers. But maybe even more information that I can trade it for. So now we have a couple of ways to go. But going from Old Pagos to Gale Rocks is a very, very good path, I think. Because then we also get to meet Erastos, the famed hunter. We move north to whatever danger lies here. You ascend a gentle hill, with green thickets coating the valleys. The path is like an endless bridge built by the ancient three-legged giants, or maybe by the pagan spellcasters. The higher you get, the fewer plants you see. Hit by a cold wind, you adjust your cloak. We do need to think about our clothing eventually. We have a pretty good piece of clothing. It's a gambeson, but it's not the best thing out there, and it doesn't really protect us against every single ailment that we're going to see. We are eventually going to hit some point where we need more before it's too late. I ride slowly, sitting in the center of the saddle of my horse Yogi. Mountains are harsh for horses. How about I just walk Yogi? I feel kind of bad for Yogi here. This is a very scary cliff. But look at this! You approach the raised drawbridge and observe the face of the mountain. The hooks holding the hourglass are as large as a person, displaying their devotion to the right proudly. And again, we went through all of the lore in the second time we played this. The right is one of the many religions in this world. Or sorry, the gods of a religion of this world. There's the orders of the truth. It looks tremendous. It took tremendous wealth and labor. I can instead say what a waste of steel. I can also say and ponder. I wonder who's responsible for polishing it. I may even remark that in Hovlevin it's even better. But I think it's worth it to just stay somewhat neutral and say, wow, that's a lot of money. A rustling of leaves carries no songs of birds, shouts of apes, or whines of hunted critters. The river attacks its banks with a fierce roar. You get off your palfrey. The cave mouths are connected by paths, stairs, and bridges. You'll see the people, with the smoke coming from one of the entrances, and you hear muffled thuds of a hammer. The gardens are weeded, the buildings firm. The green trees on the top of the mountain bear red and brown fruits. 2 rounded sticks are tied with a rope to a nearby rock. You grab them and take a closer look. They're claves. Claves, I think, are like drumsticks, basically. Again, our various options. I make a few firm hits and shouts a greeting at anyone who shows up near the building. I can be playful. I play a tune from a silly counting out rhyme. I can be distanced. But I make a few firm hits, then wait patiently. I can be intimidating. I keep hitting them until someone lowers the bridge. Or I can be vulnerable. I hit them just 3 times, not too loud. Now, I'm a pagan, mind you. And for them to talk to me is going to require a very diplomatic approach, I think. We don't really get along. Me committing to the pagan route when we decided on our character's history was a very bold choice, and I thought it would get us close to the people of this land. But now I realize that it doesn't necessarily make everything easier, and it can make certain things harder. That's a decision that I'll make after I go to the washroom. BRB. Drink water, folks. But the more that you drink, just know that you have to take more and more trips. Now, as I said, since we're a pagan, we need to be very diplomatic about this. I need them to believe that it's safe for them to talk to me. So maybe, just maybe, we go with the simple approach here. Not too crazy, not too wild, definitely not too playful. I think these monks might be a bit more serious than I believe. Not distanced, though. I don't want to hide anything. I'll be vulnerable this time. For the first time, I'll show some humility, some grace. I hit them just 3 times, the claves. Not too loud. The echo of your hits hardly cuts through the swashing stream. After a few minutes without a response, you try again, then once more. Finally, two hooded figures leave a cave mouth at the top of the mountain, give you a long look from the edge of the cliff, then walk down the path with caution. Takes them a while to reach the buildings, made of bricks, not logs, and covered with tiles instead of thatch. Money, richness. Old Pagos was a land that exported stone. Yet, now, they export no more because they're sick. But it seems like the monks made good use of their relationship with them to build very luxurious, very sturdy homes. Little by little, the bridge gets looser. Then it hits the grass gently. The taller figure, now covered with shadows, invites you with a gesture. I lead Yogi, my horse, inside. The greeters take off their hoods. They wear brown, dark, simple, worn robes and ropes instead of belts. They have no jewelry or ornaments, just small bags of fabric on their shoulders. The larger shell, the body, again, the term for the physical body, because in this world your soul, your spirit has more value than just the brain in your head. Belongs to a strong barefoot man in his 50s. Despite having no weapon, his eyes are audacious and can belong to a muscle standing in the door of a harbor tavern. His wrinkles are subtle, but there are only a few tufts of gray hair left on his greasy head. His skin is pale, covered with liver spots, though at a closer look you realize a few of them are just stains left by ink. Salutations, traveler. But next time, be a bit louder. This is the place of reflection and prayer. We may not always hear ye. He hesitates. His voice is hoarse but sonorous. Hear thou. He puts his bandaged hand on his stomach and bows gently. You're at Wright's Haven. I look at the second monk. I like how they give you the way that they sound after I read. The girl is about 14, with unsightly acne on her forehead, puberty, and a robe that brushes the ground whenever she takes a step. Her black hair is tied into a humble ponytail. She observes your horse curiously, cocking her head to his side. When she catches your look, she meets your eyes boldly, raising her chin as if to challenge you. Thy mount is free to help itself with hay and water. We'll wait outside. Thou can't stay here for now, but leave before the night. The plague is nearby. The struggle ahead. While they indeed leave the room, the trust only goes so far. They observe you through the open door. The building is a single storeroom, filled with crates and barrels, a stack of firewood and another one of bricks, a pile of straw, a chest, 2 wheelbarrows. Finally, the racks, shelves, tools, clothing, and utensils, a fork. The light comes from the open gates, accompanied by the sharp draft. I tether Yogi near the water and join the monks. I'm kind of scared of tethering Yogi near some water, because the only water is like there or like here. I don't want my Yogi to fall. The lack of walls makes you feel exposed. I mean, I feel safe regardless, though. Who's really gonna be able to take this place over? A few pairs of eyes observe you from the paths above you, while others either climb to the very top or approach the unremarkable vegetable beds. Most of the dwellers wear hoods, and all of them wear similar worn robes. A chilling wind touches your neck. I put on my hood. I want to join them. Again, saying that I'm not afraid of some wind. While it could be cool, I don't want to stand out too much. I almost want to blend in a way, or at least be respectful of their traditions and the way that they live here. I don't necessarily want to just show up and be like an upside of some kind. However, showing my strength might also be worth it just to be able to show that, hey, you can't push me around. But I'm not here to try to be a nuisance. Again, I'm here for 2 major things. 1, what's going on with the plague. 2, what the hell is going on with Erastos, a fellow pagan. I put on my hood. They keep their distance. The man greets you by raising his open palm, wrapped with bandages that disappear underneath his sleeve. Everyone has bandages. Why? His lips form something between a sneer and a smile. What brings thee here? Art thou a go-between? The girl keeps an eye on your axe and occasionally glances at your boot. The one that hides a knife. How does she know that I'm hiding a knife? Not so hidden, is it? I'm Stick, the new Roadwarden. Good. Well, the roads need their wardens. The folks need their roads. But there are none behind this mountain, and we take care of the one that you've just crossed. Thou does not need bother. Thy services are not required. He gestures for you to wait. But, where's the man with the red beard? Isn't enough work here for the two of you? That's an interesting question. For the first time ever, I don't think I've ever had to be prompted first about Asterion. I think I've always prompted about Asterion first. Nobody's really cared about the Roadwarden this much thus far. And yet they do. Strange, no? And so I can say a number of things. I can say Asterion, I was hoping to find him here. But I know that that can't possibly be true. Now that I know that he's trying to go to the Eastern Crossroads, at least I can get some more information. I could also say that have you seen the roads here? They're messy enough for 10 more. I think we lean into this dialogue about Asterion. They brought it up. They opened the can of worms. I'm gonna fish. I'm sorry to disappoint thee. He rubs a livid spot in his hand. But he hasn't been here in months. We rarely have visitors different than our friends from Old Pagos. We don't invite the outside world, and we don't care much for it. Hast thou checked in the pelts of the north on the southern road? If he's wounded, it's a safe shelter, I've heard. The girl scratches the ground with her boots, though remains hidden underneath her robe. The man looks at her with amusement. Looks like Decima here is eager to return to her duties. I'm Ailey, but I'll not shake thy hand. One of us could carry the plague in our flesh. Who can know? Who can tell? What brings thee to our monastery? Now we have a lot more things going on here. Again, they don't really trust me, but I think it's worth it to ask a lot of questions here. Is there nothing you can do about the plague that has beset Old Pagos? This is a fairly safe question to ask, right? Then they would, because he also brought up the plague, so at least we're on the same footing. He'd also ask more about Asterion. That's also something that we're on the same footing of. Erastos is the hidden variable. I don't know what he's doing here. And I don't even know if they know that I knew that he was here. That could be a very difficult statement to inquire about. A difficult question. I can also ask, do you know anything interesting about the path leading through the heart of the woods? Again, this is a very risky question to ask. The path through the heart of the woods is where paganism is strongest. And I wonder if they would ever want to answer this. And you also say them trying to learn more about the local bandits, Galakia's band. You also say, do you need any help? I'm looking for a job. I can also ask questions about the monastery, inquire about how they are and what they do. I can also ask to spend a night here, which honestly might be kind of worth it. In the future. I can ask and say if they know anything about necromancers in the north. Or I can ask if they'd like to barter. Let's keep it simple. Stay on the same topics that we've already started first. They've opened the can of worms. So let's stay in this thread until and then we start to push things. What can you tell me about the plague? Well, his cough doesn't help his hoarse throat. We don't understand what makes it grow. We put to use all the ingredients we found, brewed as many potions and bombs as we could, and they worked for one afternoon. Then people once again fell ill. We could tell where the sickness dwells. A powerful healer could get rid of it once and for all with a single spell, but no follower of the Rite in the north carries such talents. And this is a very important detail. One single powerful healer. Recall what I'm trying to do here. Let me take a sip of water. Recall what we were doing here. When we first came by the elderly cave, right? The retirement home, effectively. They mentioned to us that if we were able to retrieve a male Empress carp and bring it back to them from Gale Rocks, the reward would be one-time access to the man's healing powers. Healing powers. We have an opportunity to change the lives of the people in this town. Well, even though it's one-time access, all you need is one spell to cure all of them. Where's Gale Rocks? Well, it's right past this monastery. I believe the further we go down this path, we'll eventually reach Gale Rocks going past Old Pagos. I think that's what they said. Let me just double check and confirm though, because we do need to eventually get there. And it's hard to remember where these places lie. There's a lot of places. Gruesome places. Gale Rocks, near the northern shore. See, near the northern shore. Now, there's two different ways that I could have gone there. I could have gone from Foggy's tavern, or I can probably go through here, but I don't think they'll let me through, so this maybe have to be... We may have to go all the way through into Foggy's lands, talk to Foggy about the plague that has beset Old Pagos, go to Gale Rocks, get the fish, go back down south, get the healing spell, go back to Old Pagos, go back to here, get Erastos, go back to the east. We're on a roll. I have a couple options then. Maybe it's time for someone to enter the village and look for the source. That's honestly a good choice, and it could be done. But again, the illness is very strong. If that first ruined town was anything to go by, Steep House, where it vomited every like couple steps, I can also seek a great healer then, which I know a great healer. I smirk. Could it be Right's punishment? I could say, and that this is a very callous statement. We know that their relationship with Old Pagos is very, very close here. This monastery, and so to say this is almost to invite the ire of the monks. And also say, let me know if there's something I can do. Maybe it's time for someone to enter the village and look for the source. I want to see what this leads to. Thou thinkest, he smirks. The well isn't it poison? The sea brings fresh air. The crops have their regular color. The ibexes drop healthy feces. The tribe isn't dumb. No reason to lock you inside. What can you tell me about Asterion then? Let me think. He looks at the sky and clenches his fist around the strap of his bag. The first time he was here, we asked to find some iron in Gale Rocks. The second time, he did bring us a few scraps, but was wounded. A piece of flesh bitten away from his thigh. Said that 100-legged worm had caught him off guard in a meadow. Instead of his pay, we offered him a potion. I have a couple options here. I can say, yes, I see. And that's it, I can just say, I see. But I can also learn more about Gale Rocks. And also see if there's anything noteworthy about the iron he delivered to see if I can find a way towards that. We do know, I recall something about iron that we learned about beforehand in a previous session that may be worth investigating. But let's hear about Gale Rocks first. He hesitates but finally nods. Just some seaweed eaters. Their soul is barren, but the strongest of them spend their days on the boats, among the sharp rocks. Those who can't hunt for fish boil water to make salt. They trade with other villages, more than anyone in the peninsula. For crops, wood, and meat. Snorts. But they're weak folk, weak and angry, like a wolf beaten and kicked from a pup. Loud, ready to bite. But all it takes is for someone to raise their hand and it jumps away and whimpers. He lets go of his bag. At least they follow Right's teachings. Anything noteworthy about the iron he delivered then? Scavenged from furniture. A few of them were rusty. Who knows where he bought them? We melted them for nails. I know where he got them. He got his thigh bitten. Okay, his thigh bitten. What could possibly have been ruined? What place could possibly have ruined furniture that had animals that would have bit the shit out of him, that also bit the shit out of me? The ruined shelter. I got bitten the shit out of here. He must have tried the same thing that I did. He must have tried to loot it. Again, history is eternal. History repeats itself. All Roadwardens are just the same, right? What can you tell me about Erastos? Now this is a very scary thing to ask. We know about Erastos from Old Pagos, but they don't know that we know about Erastos. So is it worth it for us to bring this up? We do need to learn about him, and having his services could be very handy. Even if it's just for Howler's Dell, at least for us. I can a lot, but should not. He's a troubled soul. You ask a few questions, unable to shatter his patience, and the monk thinks about his words carefully. He saw us as alchemists, not Right's followers. His heart craves someone they can't have, and he begged us for a remedy. But there's no potion that can cut such ties, only time. When you mention Erastus sounds like a determined young man, idly scoffs. More like a child that thinks the day they're touching is the only one that will ever come. So he's heartbroken, he's in love. God! People are dying, and Erastus is worried about love. This is not the time to worry about that. Do you know anything interesting about the path leading through the heart of the woods? I used to. But like all places that belong to beasts, it shifts every year. The only reason why it's still a trails at all is that creatures we use our roads as their own game trails. Only a dimwit would try to cross it now. After you ask him if he knows any such person, he takes a deep breath. Well, last I've heard, Quintus, the gatekeeper from Old Pagos, is missing or dead. He's a brute, an idiot, can't understand jokes, can't stand weaklings. If thou ever meet him, just smile and let him speak as much as he needs to shut up. Trying to learn more about the local bandits. Then ask in the villages. He looks at the wooden entrance hall behind you. No group is gonna bother us, for they've got no understanding of a pneuma in potions. Pneuma being the soul, the essence of the soul, the essence of the being. Do you need any help? I am looking for a job. He puts his hands together and repeatedly taps his fingers. After a few breaths, straightens up. No. Ask the questions about the monastery. And what could those be? Does this place have a name, or is it just the monastery? Depends on who thou ask. It's the largest temple on this side of Hag Hills, and the only one beside the sacred cave in Gale Rocks. The only one beside the sacred cave in Gale Rocks. He points to the huge hourglass. Is it right summit, or the Temple of Old Pagos, or high caves like they used to be for Manana? He rests his thumb behind the rope on his waist. The tribes come and go, the names shift. But now, we all know what we mean by the monastery. What can you tell me about your order? Wow, he really knows a lot about his own order, huh? How does one describe the air they swallow? The water they draw each day? His contemptuous yet playful smile makes it clear he doesn't seek your answer. I can tell thee it's not old, but older than thou, and that its monks work and pray. But it's not a place, nor a congregation. Words don't reflect our purpose, for human tongue is meager and stupid, and so are our ears. He's talking about us, chat. He straightens up and puts on a more serious tone. We look for knowledge, knowing we'll not uncover the truth. We study herbs, mushrooms, rocks, and winds. Old Pagos feeds us, and we take care of its orphans. He glances at Decima, an orphan. Heal its sick, write down its stories. We silence our thoughts, fix our past wrongdoings, seek peace and understanding. I've seen and touched stuff I can't even name, and they were delightful. I now find no difference between what I do to keep my shell alive and what to fulfill the right's will. An old woman without a hood who leans forward while walking exits one of the caves and walks along the rock face, from time to time stopping in place to watch the garden. The scars on her face can't distort her kind smile. There's something interesting about this group of people. One, the bandages, the scars on their faces. It almost feels like they're not the right people. In a weird way, I feel almost like these are not the right people who should be here. You know what I mean? Or maybe they just accept people into their faith, and so that's how they end up being. It's a haven for those who are lost and those who seek peace. Does this place have a leader of sorts? Grasses his arms and takes a look at the cave mouth behind him, then gives you a harsh look. If a prelate was willing to see thee, they'd let thee know. I have two options. I'm willing to prove that I'm trustworthy, and honestly, trying to get that trust is worth it. Or I can maybe be a bit playful, be a bit coy, be a bit sly, be a bit dull. Can't they spare a traveler a few moments? No, I'm willing to prove that I'm trustworthy. I'm willing to work for it, just as you work as a monk to quiet the thoughts in your mind. I work to invite the thought that I am something that you want in your vicinity. I am trustworthy. Please believe me. We'll see. Maybe. Tell me about your faith. He takes a deep breath, puts on the hood and closes his eyes. His voice, while still hoarse, becomes monotone, like a scribe reading a list of the dead. Okay, perfect. This is where I come in. The right is the greatest of souls, the wall of light that protects humankind, the life after death. Those who follow their teachings will abandon their shells. To follow means to guard right's tribe and to help grow in strength and peace. To achieve this goal, one needs to learn and accept the creation and its nature. This allows us to shape matter, souls, and pneuma without turning them against us. To be a monk means to find freedom in right's tablets, to abandon one's ambitions,
I serve right's will. I let it build my salvation. I prepare the tribes for their end.
He takes off the hood again. For the first time, you see true gentleness in his eyes.
May these words be carried with my blood.
So be it. Should I lie and follow his prayer, saying the same prayer, so be it? Or should I say, I see? I could pretend to be a right, but I'm a pagan through and through. And so it would be very difficult for me to, blend in very, very well. And I don't want to, again, invite the ire of them. They will eventually find out. Lying is not necessarily the best option always. So instead I say, I see. He rubs a large liver spot on his bare hand, piercing you with his gaze. What is a liver spot? Liver spots are black or brown spots that can appear on areas of the skin that are exposed to the sun. Oh, they have nothing to do with the liver or liver function. Why would you call them liver spots? Imagine giant freckles. How does one become a monk? Less of an amused grunt and clasps his hands together.
When one needs to join an order, they find a way. It's not aught thou wantest, but the stuff that happens to thee.
Give me an example.
Oh, I don't know. Abandonest thy past. Throw thy pet down the cliff and pray.
You don't find even a hint of playfulness in his voice. After a longer pause, he carries on. You are not going to touch Yogi. I swear to God, if you throw her down the cliff, I'm going to kill you. All of you. I'd like to learn some of your knowledge about the peninsula.
No, he sighs. The order protects what it knows, and we seek no wealth.
You remind him of your trade and responds with annoyance.
Knowledge builds and destroys the cities. We...
He points at two monks who are seeking snails among the garden patches.
Responsible for what we bring from our journey. A blacksmith isn't judged by the depth of their swords, but they aren't and sell them to scoundrels.
That is a very... God, that's a beautiful statement. Wow. Reminds me of that tale. Of the famous blacksmith, Japanese blacksmith. Maybe the legendary one. I don't know if he was real. It's not Miyazaki. I don't know why I said Miyazaki. It's not the Dark Souls creator. It's the guy who like made the Muramasa or like something. He had an apprentice who wanted to show him that his sword was better. So him and his master, his old master, both forged a sword, and his apprentice stuck his sword in a river, a small little stream where fish were going downstream. As the fish swam down the stream, they swam into the sword and were sliced clean in like half. When the master put his sword, the fish avoided it, staying alive, never feeling pain. The apprentice said, "See, I am the better smith. My sword can cut even that which uses no force to pass through it." And the master said, "No, your sword is not stronger, for your sword is evil. It takes life without any care as to what that life belongs to. My sword doesn't kill anything." That's how we got that one anime, Rurouni Kenshi. I have a couple options here. Try to maybe convince him. Sure, I'm not a scoundrel, but he doesn't really know that I am a pagan, so maybe I am a scoundrel by default. I just try to keep myself safe. I use what I learned to protect other people. Or I can even say, maybe, try to appeal to his inner ego. Were you never tempted to do something great with your knowledge? I can also say, if you believe there's freedom and peace in understanding the world, it seems strange that you wouldn't share what you know with other people. I mean, also question. So does the order keep everything it learns to itself? But I want to really present myself as a good fellow. I use what I learned to protect other people.
And thou thinkest their books and studies are going to help thee? Just keep thy shell healthy. Take care of thy pets. Listen to elders.
Let's return to my other questions then.
Well,
why can't I spend the night here?
Want to give us thee a chest and a weapon rack too? Or maybe feed thy mufflins in our gardens, or ask us to bed with thou. It's not an inn. We respect the hardships of one's journey, so we don't scare the strangers who cross the mountains. But we don't let them wander about and take our time for granted.
He looks at his bandaged hand, makes a fist, and then opens it and stretches out his fingers.
Maybe, with old Pagos locked, our old rules too shall change.
What do you know about the necromancers in the north? He rubs the livid spots on his forehead with his bandaged hand, looking with one eye at his short companion.
This and that.
That's a very interesting phrase. Why he looked at his companion. Decima. Why? It's a very weird look to give, because again, Decima is from the village of old Pagos. We can infer that from what he what he said before. She's an orphan there. But then, why look at her when we talk about necromancies? Does he know the source of this? Was that a betrayal of the kind of knowledge that they know about? That they know the source of this? The necromancers of the White Marshes. I heard I could find them in the northwest.
He nods. Head back to the crossroads, then north, then right, into the bogs. There you'll find White Marshes. The tribe used to forage and gather peat, but now it follows Orentius, their priest. Who knows? Maybe he's the reason why so many travelers have disappeared on the roads.
Decima scratches the ground with her boots, humming a tune, but Ailey tells her to shut up. He carries on with sudden anger.
The story is as old as the rights tablets. Tribes look at the monsters and ask themselves, how can we use them? Their pride pushes them into their own fall. They hurt the innocent, then vanish in flames or awake as empty ones.
Any thoughts on Orentius?
He's never been here. He's locked in that hut, a prisoner of his own conscience, speaking to his tribe as the children. Could there be a darker joke? A necromancer who calls himself a prophet.
As he snorts, Decima puts on a wide grin.
What next? An emperor bathing in blood? No follower of the right could survive such a fall.
What's your stance on necromancy in general? As if I couldn't infer that already. He pulls his fingers, gathering his thoughts.
My stance? I don't need one. I trust the right. The dead makers must be weeded out. Their power brings only fogs.
Fogs being that mysterious cloud that brings the dead alive, pushing and pushing into human lands.
One may think the spellcaster is in control of the shells, but once they lose their breath, the dead are freed, searching for blood. Humans will never control the dead.
How does one deal with the undead, with necromancers?
Well. Is it a single corpse, a squad, or an army? Thou needest to learn how shrewd the enemy is. Can it sense thy presence? Can it use a bow with spells? As long as thou art alone, that's always better to run. The older empty ones, even more souls that weren't awakened by the fogs, get cunning, human-like, but with cruelty thou hast never seen.
That's fascinating. That there's a different classification of various zombies, too. I call them zombies, but the undead, and the fog, and your shell coming back alive, it's basically zombies. We'll use the colloquial term for now, just to refer to them to make it easier for all of us. It's fascinating to see that there are older ones that can actually gain almost like an intelligence of sorts, or at least a facsimile of like human intelligence, and that's scary. Humans are the deadliest predators on this like planet, aside from maybe mosquitoes. What was the White Marshes like before the priest's arrival?
Far from lovely.
His smirk softens as his eyes grow worried.
It's been struggling for years, with food, children, the beasts of the bogs, the traders. They were strangers to us, even in the old days when they used to join old Pagos in their pagan feasts.
He looks at Decima, who listens to his tale curiously.
But then the monks arrived, and their bridge went down with flames. When the missionaries reached the bogs during the years of war, there were already some wounds that could never be sealed, not even by a shared prayer.
Let's return to my other questions then. He rubs his bandaged wrist. Would you like to barter?
Not today. Not before the spring. Our order uses every bottle we make to help the sick from old Pagos, as well as to protect ourselves.
I could bring you dragon bones, something that doesn't grow in the mountains. Was the steel hourglass hanging from the wall?
Taste, softness, tools of murder. We shall crave not. One thing we lack are delicacies we could offer to the sick and weak, but thou wilt not find such a thing in this sad land.
You know, we have a couple of options here, and one mentions a quest that we had before for Akakios, where he was looking for a healing potion, which we gave. We never actually went to go get that particular healing potion. We just gave Akakios our healing potion. I can also say that I dabble in alchemy a bit. Can I use your tools to brew?
Curious?
He puts a bandaged finger on his chin.
Back in the day, the order would lend us to the workshop in exchange for thy recipes, but now...
He rubs his skin, observing Decima. She shakes her head gently.
That was before the war. If aught breaks under thy touch, we would struggle to replace it. No amount of coins may buy us a trader with glass files and bronze or golden tools. Rather, thou must follow the road north, around the lake until you reach Foggy Lake, a tavern. Foggy makes hard drinks and ciders, and she'll have the simpler tools. There also was that one old Druidess in Howlers, but she's likely already dead.
She might not be. She might still be alive, actually. She might still be alive. Who knows? Still, I know a recipe for a blinding powder that requires a basalt rock crushed on top of a mountain. Can I get those trees high up, just for a few minutes? There's a new gleam in his eye.
I'd enjoy learning this recipe, for we use basalt knives often. But a prelate won't agree for thy stroll.
He looks towards the tiny orchard. The pride makes his voice stronger.
We need to be sure thou, art a friend of the order, not a threat.
A gentle cough.
We can't let you run into the caves, thou seest.
I need to be a friend of the order, of the order, if I want to get the powdered basalt from here. Which again, a blinding powder is a very handy recipe to have for any fights that we end up getting into. Now, let's see if I can trade that potion that I was supposed to get for Akakios. Tell them the location of it. I was asked to look for a healing potion for this trader, Akakios. A brief mention of the dolmen is enough to spark an understanding gleam in the monk's eyes.
I know of this place. We can spend the night there once or twice. But if thou truly thinkest it hides stuff from our eyes, head to someone who, cares about these paths. Try Foggy.
He turns his head around, scratching his ear.
The tavern keeper of the northern crossroads. She might have heard something.
That's it. There's nothing else I can think of here. What a strange shame. There's not much that we can really work with here. But we have a much better lead. And now that we come here first, it's a good thing that we came here first before going back north. Now we can solve a bunch of issues. One, we tell Foggy about what happened to Old Pagos. Maybe, just maybe, she'll get me in contact with somebody who we can utilize in order to help at least jumpstart our way towards fixing the issues. Two, we go to Gila Rocks, we get the Empress Carp. We ask the old man, the old druid, to heal old Pagos as a gift. Sure, they may be under control of the right, but a favor is a favor, and the people of this land live and breathe and die by their favors. To Foggy Lake it is. I have some bad news for you, Foggy. Although we could also check out some of the places as we go as well. For instance, we can go to the ford and see what's over here. We can check out the old forest garden. We can check out the ruined shelter. The northern road has our little fish trap as well. And I think it's worth it to just visit each one just to see. Because I think the travel time is mostly the same. So 2 hours to the ford. So if I go to Old Pagos, 15 minutes. It should then take us an hour and 45 minutes to get to the ford. So we can go step by step and just learn some more things. As you're approaching the gate, you hear muffled shouts and insults. After you knock at the gate, Tertiary opens the porthole angrily. You approach the gate and knock at it. She gives you a long look.
Are you sure you're not sick?
Bye. The Western Crossroads. Now I doubt there's much more that I can learn from this place, at least. We can search around, but there's nothing else here. We have a destroyed signpost, but I remember this one being, going towards the steep house. The one that was ruined. Let's go to the ford now. Now this is the place where insects bother me, and Yogi. It's actually very, very annoying. A dance of flies, gnats, and mosquitoes is disturbed by the arrival of feasting dragonflies, though they present no threat. The sheer number of blood-sucking creatures. He's standing on the southern bank. I guess you always have to deal with it, but I guess you can skip ahead if you already know the way through. That's a very interesting way of handling this. What about the old forest garden? Maybe some food I can find here. Oh, this was where I met the scavengers, actually. A falcon rests on a broken signpost, but soars in the sky before you get closer. For a few minutes, it flies above you, maybe waiting for you to leave. While there's many edible plants in sight, they aren't ready yet for picking. After a few more days, there may be fruits and other plants to pick here. Very handy to know. The ruined shelter where these animals bit the shit out of me. And I assume a Styrian too. I wonder what else he left here. A small family of grey ibexes is climbing up the rock face, with confidence only matched by their dexterity. You want to look around. What are you looking around for or paying attention to? Bush. The bushes are healthy. Healthily growing, undisturbed by anyone. And the monsters are gone. Maybe quick save just in case. I know we're doing an Iron Man run, but I forget what happens here. I grab my axe, gloves, and get the chopping. There isn't a convenient way to simply grab the plants and cut, as the wood is frustratingly resilient, and the volume of leaves limits your movements. With no proper tools at your disposal, you take little steps. Move the twigs with your knife, then bend the branches to limit their flexibility, then slice, twist, and pull. Takes almost half an hour. Ooh. But you finally reach a point where you can get through while letting in enough light to take a good look. They're right, there was a cave. The cave gets shorter the deeper it goes, getting too small for most humans after just a few feet, but the entrance was used by someone as a hideout. There's a stool and trash inside, including a surprising amount of bones. The one thing that catches your attention. A bronze axe. My current axe is a simple battle axe. Now everyone knows in Minecraft, bronze is a step up from wood. I pick it up. The handle is eaten by rot, unpleasant to touch. You break off a part of it without even trying, then lift the rest of the weapon by its cold blade. It's free of decorations, with tiny notches on its still sharp blade. But you don't doubt it's a fine piece of artisanship, of a higher quality than your own axe. Still, a decent bronze can endure centuries. With some sharpening, it may serve you well in combat. All you need to do is put together a set of tools. Maybe a trader would have some. Very handy to know. We can upgrade our weapon. I move the old handle and put the head with the rest of my bundles. Yogi is trying to nap, but gets interrupted by a bird that tries to rest on top of the saddle. God, leave my dog alone. My horse. We can enter the ruined building. The structure may be in bad shape, but remains a home for fungi, grass, and bugs. And I think it's worth it to try to make this like a little stopping point, right? And we're so close to Foggy's Tavern that it's worth it to spend some time here to build this place up and clean it up. Because then we might be able to rebuild this place into something useful. I can hang around for a bit and clean up this mess, but I'm so tired it will take me a long time to do it. The task involves a lot of dirt. You disturb whole armies of ants, worms, and bugs of all shapes and colors, which are feasting on wood, thatch, mushrooms, animal droppings, and one another. You prepare your gloves and some water. You throw smaller pieces of the roof over the wall and pull the larger ones through the main entrance. In your current condition, the work is rather exhausting, and you need to take a bit of a break. After 2 hours or so, you saw all there is to be found. The wood is beyond usage, but there are also no unpleasant surprises covered with dirt. If necessary, it would be easy to work with the remains. There were some scraps of bones, clothes, and leather among the rubble. It was a broken club. The only thing of value found are the 2 dragon bones dropped by someone under the wall. Again, dragon bones are the coins that they use. Shaved dragon bones. Imagine you take a carrot, you cut small slices. That's your currency. It's a bit like the Canadian loonie. The Canadian loonie is carved from those chocolate coins. If you let them age for a long time, the chocolate hardens into the core of a Canadian loonie. It's actually how the Canadian Mint works. We print the loonies by leaving those chocolate coins outside until they slowly age and harden down into a real gold. What's a thrusty? Welcome to the stream. Also, hope you've been enjoying your Oshi streams. I've been watching them too. They happen to show up randomly in other people's streams, so it's been interesting to see them. A thrusty is it's a throat. I don't know how to say this. It's a throat pussy. A thrusty is a throat pussy. It's why it's called a thrusty. It's it's like bussy. It's like bussy, but for your throat. A dragon boner is more valuable. It is more valuable. Exactly. I washed the coins and put them in my pouch. Yogi is swishing its tail, trying to get rid of a couple of obnoxious flies. And the journal has been updated. Explore the peninsula. Why? Because I started to build this hut up. I took a good look at the ruins place at the northern road. It'd be easy to turn it into a small daytime shelter. But I wonder why. In case Foggy's place gets demolished. Let's look around again. Let's look outside. I look for something else. The gate. There's a lot of timber outside the building. Okay, so still the timber. The rocks. Rock? There's some rocks spread on the ground. Most of them came from the wall. They were dressed by stonecutters into uneven but matching bricks. Look beneath some of the loose ones, but they had nothing of value. Their shadow provides a shelter for clans of worms and insects. Clans of worms! I never... You know, it makes sense to call, like ant colonies clans, right? So why do we call them colonies? I wish we could have called them ant guilds, right? Like, you have your, like... Okay, so you have your guild of, like, North American red fire ants, right? And then the guild splits off into, like, regional clans. Like, this is the clan in, like, Los Angeles fighting the super clan that's coming in from the eastern side, right? Did you know, by the way, that there is a massive, like, guild colony of, like, red ants that are all a part of, like, one giant colony? And they're slowly spreading across the entire world. I'm not even kidding you, this is real actual ant lore. They're slowly spreading across the entire world. And so at some point in the future, the world will be dominated by red ants. Think about that. I actually don't think aliens will come. I think the ants are going to evolve first. Log? The ant lore, finally. Finally, ant lore! Ant lore! Let's see. Tree. So it's still the same as before. Honestly, it's all still the same. But the cave. Nothing else. We got the only thing that was really worth it. Grave maybe? Dig. Dirt? The beating ground is marked with paw prints of dusk foxes. The ones that bit the shit out of me and probably Asterion, but shining into grassland. The soil is unremarkable. Spear bushes have little competition. There's a few spots where the grass grew unusually tall. Once you take a closer look, you realize that there are weak stems of barley. Barley! They can be brought here by birds from one of the villages or dropped by a human visitor. I love barley tea. But the reason you didn't recognize the voice in the lore video is because she actually got her manager to voice her character in the video. You got trolled. That's a pretty good way of, like, hiding it. I mean, to be fair, I watched the re-debut of her stuff. Again, it's Mochizi, something like that from V-Shoujo. And it was funny the way that, like, I basically caught up on all the, like, lore. And she made it very, very clear, like, okay, like, this is who she was, now let's move on. It's very interesting. It's a very bold choice to be like, yeah, this is who I was. I don't think the other members, or like other VTubers have like done that yet. Like even like the other ones, it's like I have no clue who they used to be. Path. Okay, the path is still the same. Road. Smoke. Cliff. Rock face is tall, so it means to see for a human to climb without proper equipment. The wall. I'm trying to think what else is there to really see inside the building. Nothing still. Roof! What a beautiful roof. Wow, what a great roof. See, so we got the bushes. Oh, mushroom! Mushroom. Molds are covering the dead trees and moist lumber. But as you look around, you notice that the hamlet could be a treat for some brave foragers. You don't fully trust your judgment in this matter, but most of the large mushrooms growing here resemble those eaten by you at various points in your life. Worms also feed some of them, but they're still in a fair shape. So if I knew how to deal with the mold, I could actually, to figure out what to do with mushrooms, I could eat them. But there's nothing else for me to do here. It's all done. Time to pick up my fish. You think Matara has a thing with the Hollywood? What? The Hollywood? I'm curious what that means, actually. Barley via barley. Honestly, barley tea tastes amazing. It just tastes like... Imagine like a mixture of like rice and like bread, but water. But water. Actually, you ever get a chance? Drink Horlicks. I'm a big fan of Horlicks. This is not a joke. This is not like Ligma. It's not like Sugma. It's not like these nuts. Okay, Horlicks is a British drink mix that tastes like bread water. It tastes great. Your mouth tubes are pounding into the ground loudly. and a few ducks flee into the lake. The howlers gather around you as you approach the tree. The smallest of them are hanging from the branches, while a few larger ones get on the ground, observing you from the tall grasses. Again, I want to emphasize here, howlers are like small monkeys, alright? So you have like small monkeys just like hanging on a tree staring at you, and some of them walk on their back legs and like standing on the floor looking at you. I'd be terrified. But now, I have earplugs, just in case I plug my ears. You stick the wax into your ears. And look, the volume goes lower. The first touch is rather unpleasant, but after only a few attempts, the plugs seem to stay in their place even after you shake your head. The one issue is that they distract you with the newly muffled sounds. The howling gets less intrusive, but as long as you have ears, some of it will reach you. Now, again, I know we're doing Iron Man, but I'm going to give myself a pass because we haven't played in a while. We need to get a fish. But if we can't really get a fish with the howlers here. So maybe I can try to scare the howlers away. And the dice means it's a dice roll. You don't really know what this is going to do. Now, howlers are very easily scared. They don't really want to deal with you. They just want to eat their, like fruits and stuff. But I don't want them to jump on Yogi. I swear to God, anybody that touches Yogi dies. I try to scare the howlers away. You're yards away from the closest tree. The howlers are climbing, swinging, browsing the leaves and seeking bugs in the middle. Only a few of them pay attention to you. You can start with an attack from a distance, but there's no way for you to take down the entire pack. The best you can hope for is scaring them off. You know what, if they're not even like close to me, then there's no point. Because remember, they did mention that we shouldn't deal with the beast if we don't need to deal with them. Because it is kind of like bad. Like, you anger the forest. She calls Niji Sanji the Hollywood. In her lore video, she used to be an actress in a Hollywood. That's that's pretty funny, actually. I mean, it is basically Hollywood. Yeah, especially with all the various industry trappings. Well, Niji Sanji was the one that like ran color, right? That eventually, caused the whole Doki Bird thing. Yeah, I can see why it's Hollywood. It's giving Harvey Weinstein vibes, right? But like less sexual, more physical, if that makes sense, and mental, and emotional. Is Iron Man when you only have one life and no reloads? Yep, that's the one. It's like Ultimate Iron Man RuneScape. I'm gonna move away then. Forget it. There's no point bothering them. You return to grazing Yogi. I'm gonna see if the fish trap has had any luck. Unfortunately, it's still empty. They're not gonna bother me, so I'm just gonna leave them. I go to Foggy Lake to let her know, Foggy, that things are going wrong here with old Pecos. The grass in the animal pen has managed to grow back a bit, which your mount welcomes with a droopy, relaxed gaze. Why did I set the trap in the most dangerous zone? There are new wares near the cart. Either recently left here or prepared to be taken away. The tavern staff stops their discussion by a basket to welcome my arrival. Welcome, Stick! I could wash myself in the lake. You enter the bridge and move to its edge. Someone below you notice a glimmer. Hey, yo! Step back, run! Without even thinking, you leap toward the yard. A long, tooth-filled mouth breaks through the water's surface, splashing it in every direction. It bites the empty place where you were just standing, while the front limbs, thick, scaled, and ending with claws as long as your foot. Oh, sorry, as long as your fingers. Sorry, feet have been undermined. Land on the wood. Once the saurian's yellow eyes knows that you're outside of its reach, it nonchalantly slides into the lake. I forgot about the saurians. That was a close one. I forgot about the saurians. Yes. Again, it's insanity to me that they built a dock where the only reason why you would want to stand on that dock is to get eaten alive. You heard laughter coming from the yard. The land was running with help, but now stands with hands on his thighs, cackling without rest. V, on the other hand, looks at you with worry. I see a hand kept beneath his cloak, as if he was reaching for something. What are you doing, The lake isn't for outsiders. I gasped for air and thanked them for the warning. I'll stay away, don't you worry. I don't want to raise my voice here, because I am friendly with them, and I'm going on a hunt with them soon. And to go on a hunt means you need to trust your fellow hunters. When are their feet not on my mind? That's a good question, chat. That's a very good question. In fact, American Truck Simulator showed that feet are always on my mind. I think about the framing of my feet more than I would feel... I never thought I would think so heavily about the framing of my feet on stream. You know what I mean? Like, I never thought feet would be such a staple on this stream. And yet it is. Every time I stream like a game that I can't do the face, but I use my like feet, which honestly, how many times have you seen somebody stream where feet is a real like consideration, right? I'm the only one. He just nods and gestures for his companion to cut it. They both move toward the gate. I approach the foragers. One of them tells a story but stops once you approach them. Lance frowns. Hey, you can't tell me the like story. So, Caius, your boss told me you have some sort of visions. He beats your eyes and straightens up, reaching out to you with his dirty hand. I allow him. Rest on your shoulders, light like a bird. Your nose tells you that he hasn't washed in quite a few days. The right hears the prayers of the people. I mean, of the 10 cities. All the tribes and the empress, the priests, merchants, farmers. We thought things were lost, the glory behind us. Punished by humiliation for our weak hearts. He starts to shake his stump foot away from your face. But there's hope. His voice gets stronger with every heartbeat. The wild smile shows up under his beard. The right's test is behind us, and we, the sinners, have failed it. Now are the days of atonement, and of the new cities, with new tribes and the cleansed land. We, you know, have to fix ourselves, change what we can, weed our sins, and bring fresh hearts to the holiest soul carrier. Let them guide us anew with new tablets and prayers and a new church. The only church. Yes! He steps in place, bursting with excitement. All the rivers will flow as one wave, and the new cities, the reborn city, will wipe out the barbarians. He spits on the ground. And send them back into their chains. He points his hand south. We will come through the ashes, reborn into a power greater than any fortress, than 1,000 dragons, than all the ships and armies. Steps back, lowering his head. I, the humble servant, was granted this vision. Couple options here. Very interesting options. I can either nod enthusiastically, say, that's great news! But I'm a pagan, so I don't want this land to burn. Again, my goal is to get these people to coexist, right? I'm trying to build like a Canada here, alright? I can lie and say, that's great news! I can nod and simply say, oh yes, I see. Or I can declare this man clinically insane. Frontier psychiatrist! I can be a frontier psychiatrist! I see. Gives you a harsh glance and walks away, nodding and raising his voice. Open your heart, or the wave will take you too! Zvi presses a clenched fist to his lips, stopping himself from laughter. While Alan looks at the prophet with concern. Don't push him any longer, friend. He told you all that is all already. I saw a lot of mushrooms at the ruined shelter in the west. A lot of bugs, too. Describe them, struggling with naming the shapes and colors, but the foragers deciphered your attempts with ease. Alon looks at the clouds, nodding with a smile. Just still be warm enough to dry them, thanks. We'll get there soon. Ooh! And walk away. I knew checking out the mushrooms would be worth it. And now, think about it. That place can be built into a daytime shelter. Now they know about it. I enter the tavern. There's a strong scent of boiled fat coming from the stew in the cauldron. Could use more herbs. Foggy is standing in the middle of the room, lost in your thoughts. He welcomes you with a gentle nod. I approach Foggy. This is gonna be a very heavy statement here, okay? We know what happened to old Pagos. And Foggy, I forget why she wanted to do this. I need to know the history for me to know the right emotions, alright? Why did she want this? First run? Yes, first run. Also, welcome. I can't believe it. I feel like I'm living in a simulation. I just found out about the Concha Twitch emote, and I was gonna use it when I watched someone else's stream, and now you come in using it too. It's like that. What's that? It's a phenomenon, right? Where you notice things when you know about them. But yeah, first run. Very interesting game. It's been on pause for a while on this channel, but now I'm bringing it back because I've been thinking about this game so much. Reading is fun. Now, why did Foggy want me to see them? Oh, yes, because she wanted money. She's a capitalist. I approach Foggy.
Need anything, dear? He's finding out! Aboard! Aboard!
Now, I do have 2 dragon bones, but I've also many things to part with, actually. 1, I've got a million bunches of food. I've got some wild plants and stuff, which is probably better to eat first. And a bronze axe head, better than my current axe, and I don't want to lose this. I still hold out hope and belief that we're going to find a crossbow randomly, okay? I believe it's like Mountain Blade, where you just fight like 1 or 2 looters, and you leave with rocks and crossbows, alright? It's gonna happen, chat. It's gonna happen. But I'm willing to see how much money I could make and what I could buy in return for the money that I make. The iron scraps! A set of bits and pieces, made of iron and steel. Frequency illusion, aka Beta Meinhof phenomenon. Thank you, that's the term. The Beta Meinhof phenomenon. Someone else said the exact same thing last time, and the reason why I don't remember is because it combines two complicated names with the word phenomenon. It may surprise you, considering that I'm playing a game all about reading. I'm not that good, literally. Anyways, the axe. Where's the axe? So now that we have an axe, we can somehow fix it, I believe, if we have some bits and bobs, some tools. We can get some iron bits and bobs. Or we can go for a blacksmith. And I believe Hallersdale does have a blacksmith. There was a town somewhere that did have a blacksmith. Bronze is highly regarded for its durability appearance and the ease with which it's forged. It's more reliable than iron, and for centuries was a prime choice among all the fighters who could afford it. As the centuries went by, and the artisans invented advanced types of steel, bronze became obsolete. Since it requires not only the fairly common copper, but also an extremely rare tin, which seems to be pretty much depleted in the north. That's a lie. Canada is rich in the resources. Literally, not literary. No. Literarily. I am bad at words specifically. I'm literally bad at literary terms. Literarily. What's up with the Concha emote? I don't know. It just looks cool. So far, I've been using the emote Vohio to say hi, but Concha is a much better way to say hi because it's actually like a waving thing. Coincidentally, Concha means come in Russian. Okay, maybe I won't use it. Every time, imagine you show up to stream and everyone's like posting come. You're like, why is everyone posting come? Like, what's like going on here? The axe head is a bit heavier than you'd like it to be, but it's surely a finer blade than the one you're carrying. Requires a new wooden handle and a bit of work. Wooden handle! Wait, can't I make an iron handle? I've used a full steel weapon before. Like a full, like, swords! I don't know, swords have like a full steel handle. I've used one. It's actually insanely cool. I should not be given weapons. I shouldn't trust myself. That's some things I'm willing to part with.
And I may be willing to buy them, love.
Forget it. Forget it! I spoke with Caius. I wonder why did you decide to keep him around?
Do I need a reason?
Her amused eyes get thoughtful as she looks at the ceiling.
He came here as a poor soul in need, taught only how to use a spear and a shield. I know how it feels. To have all that you're good at taken away from you.
Was she the one with... I think she was the one with one missing arm. It is cute. It is a cute emote, right? It's a good way to say hello, right? It's like hi versus like, you know, hi. Right? Because when somebody types like hi in like chat, it's like, it's 99% of the time when somebody types hi in like chat, it's a segue into, I make art. Please contact me on Discord. Right? Almost always. Is she the one with the missing arm? I do want to get the right feeling of like, you know, sadness. I forget if she's missing an arm. Wait, according to Eiley, Foggy cares about the northern paths. Hi. Ban them! Mods, get them! She straightens up and hits her chest with her fist.
But so I know that new paths await us, with or without the help of others. Kaiser's legs may be buried in despair, but I'm ready to throw him a shovel once he asks for it.
She pauses and looks through the window.
Though these fantasies of his won't help him ask anytime soon. They swallow his thoughts.
She doesn't trust me yet to tell us anything about that Stern, but she may change her mind now that I tell her about Old Pagos. I bring news from Old Pagos. They're not good. It's looking bad, fam. It's looking really bad. Listening to your tale, she rubs her forehead.
Well, not what I was hoping to hear, love. I'm glad you went there. Better warn the other settlements. Folks should know before they send their own messengers. It's going to be a rough few seasons for all of us.
She pulls a dragon bone from her pocket and tosses it in your direction. Toss a coin to your witcher, to your Roadwarden. Amazing.
Here. Good job.
She steps toward the ajar door and looks at the lake. Want me to do anything else? She scratches the stump of her missing arm. That answers my previous question. A powerful voice carries a hint of a threat.
I need a soul who can handle a delicate task. And I'm not sure it's you, dear.
Fair. She doesn't trust me to give me another job. Yet. Fine. Tell me more about this land. She frowns. She hates it. Eiley?
I haven't heard of such a place.
Old Pagos.
You'll do good visiting that place, dear. Maybe one of the oldest villages in the Northwest. She told me this before. I remember seeing that exact same sentence structure. Though my English may be poor, my memory is worse, actually. How about Gale Rocks? Not the nicest bunch of fishes, are they?
She chuckles, but there's a motherly concern in her eyes.
Harsh lives give birth to harsh folks, dear. They spend every sunny day in their fishing boats, then cut the sea fish all night long to place them in barrels or hang them in the smokery. They don't have crops, no lumber or iron. The coastal birds and rock squabs are their only game meat. It's not too dangerous being a fisher, but all they get comes from trading. Well, you can tell that's not good news. They try to be their own merchants, take the wares south, and every year they need to burn more pyres.
Oh yes, I forgot about that detail too. Yeah, just as a recap, since we haven't played this in like a while. When people die, they will become a zombie, so you need to burn people. It's like, honestly, it's a bit like The Walking Dead, but like they're smarter. She scratches her broad chin.
Hard to believe Gale Rocks is as old as it is. that they stick to it, no matter how difficult their lives get.
What about the Beholder? Do you know anything about that tree? Beholder. Broad shoulders form a straight line.
It's a dark thing, this Beholder. Gives me chills. The druids told us it's been here longer than any human, but I don't know why they keep such dark magic around. I heard that it eats souls, but, you know, gossip gets cruel when it's about pagans.
Eastern Crossroads. Now this is the last place that we know about where Asterion was trying to go to build up some, semblance of an outpost.
The watchtower used to be a safe shelter.
She looks through the door.
Its walls could stop even the larger beast. Well, maybe not a dragon, but there are no soldiers around here. Without traders, also no mercenaries. We asked adventurers to occupy it, but all they ever did was grab what they could, and hunt for a bit, then went away.
Eudokia,
the enchantress, said she cares not about keeping the tower in one piece. We don't even have a key to the main door. It's in Gale Rocks.
That answers another question. Wow, she's really giving me free information here that I couldn't get from Old Pagos because they're dying.
We can only wait and see how many years it will take before it turns into a ruin.
You ask her what you can find near the watchtower.
Eudokia is to the east. The road through the heart of the forest to the west. Far away to the south, you'll find a dolmen, but no soul looks after it anymore. The road north leads here, to the stone bridge and the foraging grounds.
So there's a foraging grounds to the south of here. So if I go south directly here, I'll get to the eastern crossroads, which was where Asterion was going to. And Eudokia is an enchantress, and I wonder if she had something to do with Asterion. Going north from here should get me to Gale Rocks, because this is the only way that I can possibly go, I think. We have a fair number of options here. How about Steep House? What did I just type? What's that? What the fuck is that? What is that?
I haven't heard of such a place. What did you just say? You spoke in tongues. What is that? Why are you speaking in tongues? How are you making those noises?
Steep House.
Steep House. It keeps coming back to me. The poor little ruin. Those ruins used to be the richest village in the north, placed so close to the pass through Hag Hills. Perfect for traders and travelers.
Her eyes show sorrow.
They cared about the about the southern road. Unlike the hunters from Pelt, they farmed, looked out of their forest garden, and yet looks away and puts a thumb on his scarred lips. They would have done better spending their dragons on a proper wall, not that pitiful palisade of theirs. They're inviting monsters.
Two more things I do want to ask: if she knows about the Elder's Cave as well as the heart of the forest. Elder's Cave.
Aye, there are druids there in that old flooded mine. I don't know much about them. They keep close to Howley's Dell, helping with animals and plants. Only 2 of them ever came to Creek, soon after we built our first palisade. Maya Lan was but a baby.
You ask her what they said, and she puts her fist to her forehead.
They had no guards, no weapons, not even a wolf.
What? How common is it to have a wolf? I guess you could call a dog a wolf, but when I look at my dog, Missy, listen, you've all seen her, right? She's not capable of being anywhere near close to a wolf. She's the furthest. She is proof that mutations can happen and cause things to get worse. She's a wolf. Chat, if you saw her, you would honestly be like, wow, look at this little dot on the ground trying to like scare me. She's recently started barking, actually. She's recently learned how to like bark, but the bark sounds so weak that it's more cute than it is scary. And so we like bothering her. We like bothering her until she starts like bark. Like we keep on like, petting her and like kissing her, and she's like, stop it, like bark, 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 bark. And it sounds really, really cute. But she also secretly likes it because the moment that we stop, she like runs to us and she tries to get us to like kiss her. So she secretly likes it. She's a tsundere. Anyways, sorry. You ask her what they said and she puts her fist to her forehead. Yulia.
World as I am now, but we're working down these roads as if they owned them, and came to warn us. The shamanic Chihuahua you hear everywhere. That we're to stay humble and respect their woods. It's the same as it is with the priests of the Unites there. Keep your eyes low, not without a word, and then let them go and do your own thing.
She's a wolf in spirit. She has spirit, alright. That's all she has, actually, chat. Without spirit, she's nothing. She's nothing. Hearts of the woods.
No soul uses it anymore. He used to tie the watchtower to the villages in the west. Forget about it!
She waves her hand with resignation.
A few hours is gonna save you and not worth the risk.
With a few more questions, she gives up.
Fine. The darkest road in the north, so find yourself a plenty fine weapon and armor, and don't travel there in late hours or with a weak shell.
She straightens up and walks around the hearth like a leader describing a plan to a team of adventurers.
Stay as close to the road as you can. You may find parts that seem safe, but nothing about the woods is. Sooner or later, something flesh-chasing will show up. Don't get yourself killed for a couple of sour apples. The cairn in the middle of the road may seem safer, but there's some nasty beast living in the grass. You won't return with a twisted ankle.
How about your mom?
I haven't heard of such a place. Thanks.
Well, bye. I want to rest. I have 1 vitality, but we can't really rest. Nobody gives us the option to. All we can do is leave and hope for the best. Yogi is observing the movement of the lake. Yogi, you just saw me almost die. We're not gonna go towards the lake, okay? So, now they know about the mushrooms over by the ruined shelter. Maybe they'll have more things to forage. But I need to go southwest in order to reach Gala Rocks. And it might be worth it, because I think that's the closest, safest place to be. However, what did they say over at the monastery? That they're the only place beside the shrine of Gala Rocks or something. So it might actually be a very far journey to go all the way to Gala Rocks. If I'm correct in my assumption, I assume if I cut the path like this, that the water exists in the top left of the map, like so. That beyond this cliff face, it would look like this. If I can clear this earthquake, it'd be a lot easier. But I'd have to do it through Gala Rocks, and I can see hints of the water here, for instance. So coming down even from here even, through like this, like that. But it also means something. That there's a land over here that's unknown to me, blocked by the earthquake. I need help. You follow the road spread between the hills and lonely trees until you reach a solid wooden bridge, not older than a generation. You ride uphill, but Yogi manages to keep up. The dark woods in the south are behind a gently humming creek, while the forest on your right was trimmed by the locals. Peaceful journey, at least for some time. After a few minutes, you spot a group of wolves facing on a fallen, furry beast, maybe a wisent. One of them looks towards you. What's a wisent? Bestiary. maybe it's like, like you're wise, like I'm wise and chat you're wisent because you're not wise. We read a bit faster. Dumb and dumber. Wise and wiser, dumb and dumber. The road fades in. Serious. This is a serious game. Wisent. Yeah, wisent. Perfect apostrophe placement. Thank you. That's perfect. That is perfect apostrophe. The road fades into an old tunnel. There are no signs of mining. No signposts. No human voices. The ceiling is supported by wooden beams, but the light only reaches so far. The chilling wind mercilessly bends the few lonely trees, while the shrubs oppose the weather patiently. The side path leading west is somewhat maintained. You find boot prints. Both boot prints and cart tracks. Leads higher into the mountains. My only option is to tether Yogi to the tree and then enter the tunnel. I am not going to leave my horse. You're mad if you think I'm going to leave my horse. Shit. But I should leave my horse for safety. But what time is it? It's getting really close to like dark time. And monsters could be anywhere. I don't know how long this like tunnel is too, right? If I take too long, Yogi's gonna get eaten. I don't want to lose my horse. We gotta find a place where they're gonna allow me to like sleep. What if I just stay at Foggy Lake and then just like spend my time there? And it's like, well, I guess we have to give you a place to sleep now. Because we can't make it all the way back. It's too far. We could also try the ruined shelter. Maybe I can like set up camp here. It is technically possible to sleep here. We can try to make it more homely now. You notice new nutshells and fruit chunks spread around in the grass. It's too dangerous to stay here. Huh. From Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, the European bison, pronounced bison. Bison bonassus? Dude, scientific names honestly sometimes sound like just like funny memes. Or did you know that there's a bacteria named after, like a virus named after Germa? Or the European wood bison, also known as the wisent, is the Zuber, or sometimes colloquially the European buffalo, is a European species of bison. So it's your beast, chat. It's your beast. We're Canadian. We have like meese. I sleep. Wait. There's a hint of a strange and stench, and fresh claw marks left on the ground. A large saurian entered and left the yard through the lake. There are dozens of feathers scattered around the yard, as well as some blood stains that's hung on the fence. You guys better keep my horse safe. I sleep. I wish to rent. Wait, how does this work? We might either sleep in the main hall. The bare fur will be a fine sleeping spot, but your horse will disturb your rest the morning you have to clean after it. Sleeping here will be rather uncomfortable. Or I can sleep in the attic. You have plenty of space and many furs to choose from. The staff will help you take care of your mouth's filth. I rent with my own food, 2 rations. I have many foods. Rent 2 rations now. Yeah, it lives in Europe, apparently. If you go outside right now, you'll like see it. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads and more wasted time doing nothing. The monstrous shouts wake you up. The night is bright. From the window of the tavern, you take a good look at the yard. Few massive dragonlings are exploring the courtyard, knocking over wooden door tools with their tails, pointing their noses in the buckets and underneath the stairs. You can't find 5 of them so far, but you can't see the entire area at once. One of them spots your look and moves closer. Still, doesn't try to climb to the door. Maybe it's experienced enough to know it won't get through. Now I do need to worry about my horse. My horse is outside there, so I do have a couple options. And I wonder if one of those options, I don't want my horse to like die, ever. What did the buffalo say to his son when he dropped him off at school? Bison. That was good. You got me. I got a good like like a silent laugh. Shoot me. It's okay here. Look, you're allowed to make bad jokes here because I do too. All right. This is a safe space. All right. Listen, it's called experimenting, right? You can't listen. You can't be like a primetime comedian on TV and in movies unless you practice like live. Okay. Robin Williams started somewhere. All right. I can either close the shutter slowly and go back to sleep with an axe in my hand. I can scoff and leave the shutter open. Stupid lizard. I go to sleep with an axe in my hand. I'm fearful. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Yogi make you feel uneasy, but at least the fur is covering the floor, helping you relax. You don't even notice when it's already morning, while the smell coming from the floor is not inviting. At least it's not you who has to take care of it. Right, I forgot Yogi sleeps inside. She takes a shit on the floor. Let's eat some wild plants, because these things are going to rot at some point. Although somebody really likes plants, though. Somebody really did like plants. Not plants. I think she only cared about the northern path. Yeah, Foggy just cared about the northern path. Okay, face the wall. No, put the gun down. Don't worry, chat. This is a safe place to experiment, right? Listen, okay, one day we'll do like a comedy night, and you guys feed me jokes, and I'll say them. That way, you guys know if it's funny or not, right? Like, one day we'll do a comedy night where you DM me like jokes, and if people laugh, then you know it's a good joke. And if people don't laugh, then you know never to say that in like public. I am the vessel through which your funny bone speaks. You speak through me, chat. We're doing it from behind, huh? Alright, I'm gonna leave you two to do whatever you guys are doing. Yogi is fighting off some flies with its tail. Yogi! Okay, now we go north. Now we have some time to go through the tunnel, I think. Let's clear the tunnel, make sure it's safe for me and Yogi, and then we just go through. The gust of wind catches you by surprise, and the shiver runs down your spine. A small, creamy brown critter jumps among the rocks, giving you worried looks. Oh no. Oh no, he found the Sonic emote. There's also Wide Among Us Gay Sex or something. Is it Wide Among Us Gay Sex? It's one of those. It's a really good emote. I tie the Yogi to the tree, then enter the tunnel. Your mount observes the area anxiously, so you stay for a moment to give it a good scratch under its neck and say some confident sounding rubbish. You unpack all the things you need to make a new simple torch. A log, some old rugs, a bit of oil. Oh god, I shouldn't have told you guys about Wide Among Us Gay Sex. You grab your tinder box and sit on the ground for a couple of minutes, preparing the flint and the linen char cloth. Decades ago, before the sudden invasion, people used fire strikers made of thick steel. But all you have is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not the best, but it's enough to make a couple of sparks. The loud, flickering yellow light unevenly hits your cheek with heat. You raise the torch but hold it at an angle, letting the oil drip on the ground. This is now a Wide Among Us Gay Sex stream. It's going down. It's going wild. For a few minutes, you follow a fairly straight corridor. The timber supporting the ceiling is decaying, but you don't spot any signs of collapse. The floor is littered with bones and rotting food. Most likely dragged in here by wild beasts, but there are also signs of soot above you. And boot prints left on the dried mud. Soot, fire. What is fire? A human invention. Only humans have access to fire. How come no other animal knows how to make fire? Like, you would think monkeys would be able to make fire, right? Like, you're telling me, in all of history, a gorilla never saw a fire and said, ooh, 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 and then like told people how to make. I guess to be fair, that is what happened, and then we formed, right? Like that's exactly how humans formed. Prometheus. Oh, thank you, Prometheus, for giving us your flame. They've assembled a gay sex train. You don't remember people calling this a train in the English? There's probably another word. No, you could run a train on like someone, yeah. You can ride a train. You can also be ridden like a train. People can run a train on you, and you can run people over like you're running like a train. The train is a very versatile word for any purpose. use case. Remember, when we play this game, we explore the literary possibilities of the English language, right? I'm on a train, running a train on your mall. You reach the crossroads and stop in place. There's no sconce in sight, so you have to constantly carry the torch or lose it for good. Well, it won't last for long anyway. The draft is hardly noticeable, so looking for an exit in the dark could be dangerous. My lantern should last long enough. My lantern. Oh, my lantern. Nice. You place a candle on the ground and light it up with another few sparks from your tinderbox. You shove it inside the lantern through the hole in its top, pressing it into a nail. You shake it for a bit, making sure it will stay standing. The candle isn't as bright as your torch, but it's safer, will last longer, and can easily be replaced by another one. No, you mean when the penetration is recursive. So you connect little train cars. In Russian, it's called a train. No, yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a recursive. Yeah, it's like you know, the infinite snake, right? Where the snake eats its own tail. Yeah, it's the same concept, right? It runs a train on itself. Yeah. Search up running a train on someone. I go deeper. The road ahead is like the one you just crossed. Okay. Just maybe with safe search on. A human carved straight corridor supported with beams, while the other paths are curved and narrow. The only light comes from the exit minutes away from here. So straight ahead is the only human path. I could look around first to see what's around here. The remains of prey and fruit are rotting, but get sparser the deeper you enter the tunnel. The moist walls are shining, as if they're made of an ore unknown to human tribes. You observe the dried trails, the ones left by boots led toward both corridors. The path to your right also has marks left by hooves and wheels. Aha! Some of the fresher trails leading deeper into the tunnel resemble human souls, but deformed, lacking skin between their toes. Gale rocks. Necromancy. The plague. Howlers. We could be stumbling upon an advanced tribe of howlers who have learned how to trade with humans and lizards. I turn right. I wish to go towards the way marked by hooves and wheels. The corridor is unlike the others. Taller and more rounded with claw marks on the walls. It leads you to a chamber with the ceiling supported by a single beam. There's also an abandoned cart, the fence of an animal pen, and a few long sticks and planks. I search the room. Find no catches of boxes, and the cart is empty. One thing that draws your attention are the planks and logs themselves. They're in decent shape, flexible, though too moist to be worth carrying out of the cave. They could be turned into a new door, or maybe a table. Now, I could go back to Yogi. I could climb the stairs to make sure it's safe first. Because walking her through the cave is going to be hard. I climb up the stairs first, just to make sure. You flinch after the light touches the resting bone, but nothing tries to jump at you. You hear no shuffling feet. You step forward and take a closer look at the remains of a massive creature. It used to be 2 times as long as your palfrey. 3 if you were to count the hind limbs. It resembles a bear, but its skull has no sharp teeth and is of a different shape. I take a closer look at the skeleton. The ribs of the creature are as long as your own trunk, though the age makes them brittle. You observe the long legs, horse-like head, and the massive stomach. You can't tell if you've ever seen such a beast alive, but surely not its trophies. A part that's uniquely sharp are the creature's claws. They can pierce 2 sides of your skull at once, as curved as a war pick, and as heavy as an axe. The marks on the walls perfectly match them. While impressive, they're too old and awkward to be turned into tools. So maybe they were sacrificing something to this creature up until it died. Because remember, the cart, horse marks. The horse willingly walked into here with the cart. I leave the chamber. I also leave this chamber. I exit the tunnel and I go back. Wait, no, I need to go forward first to see if there's a way through. Because this is the one that's supported by beams and the columns. You forge ahead for another few minutes. Long minutes. No longer able to see the light from the exit. You stand on someone's shoulders to touch the ceiling. So far, you could ride through the tunnel without getting out of the saddle. The sound of a stream is reaching from ahead. This time, there are no side paths. I think we examine this and then we go back to Yogi. We spent a few minutes walking back and forth. Here, the wooden support is denser, with more beams on both the walls and on the ceiling. The trash, on the other hand, is sparse. You find nothing of value. The animal trails trend back to the entrance, with the exception of human-like bony prints. Okay, that's a major problem. I think I'm gonna do this. I have a plan. So we have the entrance on this side, right? The middle and the end of the other side is the scariest part. And the longer that we leave Yogi, the more afraid I am, because Yogi is a major portion of my survival, and also I love my horse. So, what I think we do is we leave. We go around, we take the detour. We go into the other side of the entrance, and we connect our knowledge of both tunnels to lessen the risk. Especially with this, like, strange creature that seems to be walking around here. The exception of human-like bony prints. I go back to Yogi. Yogi welcomes you with a nicker. Hi, Yogi. So, sorry, exit. Yogi snorts from boredom, then paws the ground. Okay, come with me to... The muddy roads slow you down. God damn it, it's raining. I forgot. We go north. Well... The detour is not as smooth as the main road. A wagon could make it through, but even so... You have to squeeze between some narrow corridors, hoping no beast is going to jump at you from a ledge. Walk, leading your mount with an axe in your hand. In the middle of the road, as reaching one of the higher hills, you take a glance ahead. Even from here, you see the sun reflecting from the ocean, but there's also a pillar of smoke coming from the distant west. There may be a volcano somewhere behind the horizon. You can't tell if it's a part of the peninsula, maybe a yet stranger land, maybe far east. Once you get to the other side of the mountain, you find the northern entrance to the tunnel. I found the other entrance, blocked by a large bronze gate. So tall and wide, you're not sure if it's something you could open with your muscles alone. There's a keyhole as well, as large as your hand. A keyhole that we know only those in Gale Rocks own. We need to go to Gale Rocks, get their chest, unlock the tunnel, clear the tunnels, walk all the way through. We know that the right path is now safe. It once housed a great monster, but at least that means that probably it's safe. The left path is the scary one. Unlocking the tunnel would save me a lot of time. And I'm also surprised that no soul tried to steal the door yet. Or maybe someone tried, but failed. You found it. Train sex gave you people doing it on the train. How did the train sex position? Yeah. I'm telling you, chat. If you type in running a train on someone, guaranteed to find results. Many results. But that was a painful detour. But now, civilization. A village. You get a good look at the village from a distant hill. It's torn between taming the crags and succumbing to their whims. The grey boulders are like the rotting teeth of a giant, sprinkled around by an ancient spirit. The carved cave mouths are covered with wooden doors. There are only a few windows, and you can only imagine how dark and cold the gouged-out rooms have to be. The buildings and walls, made of logs or stone blocks, must be much younger than the caves. The impressive, whitewashed keep, standing on the top of the hill in the west, could just as well have been built in the city. Smoke rises from both sides of the wild river. You see many busy souls as they go about their moving tools, food, and timber over the bridge. Your arrival at the eastern gate causes some curious glances, but the only person who approaches you is a man who is sitting at a table, discussing something with a few elderlies. He's carrying a crossbow on his back and a long rusty knife at his side, but he doesn't reach for them. He must be a guard. I dismount. Ah, it's when you have sex on train tracks, and the danger of being absolutely flattened enhances the experience. yes, that's what running a train is. Yes. It's a bit like those old cartoons where, you know, they tie someone to like train tracks and it's like, oh, help me. And the train is like coming and it's like, okay, I'm gonna come before the train comes. Must be a guard. I dismount. The man has to be older than 40. He wears an elegant blue-green linen tunic, but no armor. His skin is yellowish, like seaweed, seen through a sunbeam. His long gray hair is tied in a ponytail, and his beard is trimmed to half a finger of length. That's not that long. A few large cysts make him look sickly, but his powerful, truculent voice adds some strength and confidence. Cheers, stranger. You've reached Gale Rocks, you did. He observes your mount and looks at the path behind you. I see no caravan from here. Are they coming? He suddenly meets your eyes and his tone gets even harsher. Or are you here to idle about? I listen to the nearby conversations. You have to get used to some of the local words and phrases that you only heard coming from the mouths of the oldest of city folk. The vast similarities to the tongue of Hovlevin only make these differences more distracting. Like a gloss pulled into the core page of a codex. Oh, that's such a good description. That's like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like that should, that's probably one of the like core values of like Duolingo. Like, do not do that. God, that's so good. You know, you can lie under the train when it's moving, right? You wonder if you can fuck like that. How much space is there? Is there enough for two peeps on top of each other? There's no way there's enough space under a train for two peeps on top of each other, chat. You barely have enough space. Listen, at the bottom, you guys know the wheels are attached to like axles, right? If you even pull out at the wrong time, your ass cheeks are getting like, you know, scrubbed raw. Your ass cheeks are gonna be like bone only. Just like mine are going to be after I go pee. BRB. I just tried something that I can't believe I never tried before. You should all try this. When you pee, you release water from your system. You become dehydrated. I just drank a bottle of water as I peed, and I feel renewed. It almost felt kind of weird knowing that water was going into my body while also leaving my body. It felt like a full flow, right? I could feel the water going down and coating my dry throat. I could feel it entering my like stomach, and I could feel the water leaving my bladder at the same time. Like, aside from that small gap between like stomach and like bladder, it all felt like one single flow. It was a very strange experience. But wow, do I feel refreshed. And it's more efficient, so I can go back to this. And even more efficient, I don't wash my hands. I'm just kidding. I do wash my hands. I'm not a monster. Now the guard, when the guard saw us, he was very, very friendly. He just kind of walked up to us and said, "Hey, how's it going? Why would you wash your hands?" That's a crazy statement. Hey yo, that's a crazy statement to say coming in. Welcome, brother. It's a good thing that you made it too. We started late today because I was sleeping, but that's a very good question. Listen, you all know this, chat. I practice the German practice of sit and pissen, right? SITTEN PISSEN. I sit and I piss, right? Though I have a nozzle, I believe that it's a bit like a hose, right? Sure, you could hold the hose and you have to wrangle the thing, right? And listen, with a large hose, it's really hard to wrangle it, especially with like my flow, right? It's much easier to just leave the hose on the floor, or in this case, in the toilet bowl, and just let it just run. You're right? Like when you okay, listen. Would you rather water your garden with a hose, or would you rather sprinkle, like with a sprinkler? There's only one right answer. Thank you for using the emotes that I put into this channel. People eyes. Leave the hose on the floor. No. That's after you run a train on them. This is about peeing. This is about peeing, chat. I'm gonna be friendly here. All right. I have to be friendly after this. Or maybe I can really match the conversation of this and be a playful. But the guard was very hesitant about me, and I want them to know that I'm willing to work. What does playful give us, actually? I grin widely. Now I'll just show you some tricks, and I'm on my way. You know, second yolks in your eggs, images in fire, that sort of stuff. You also be friendly. What does friendly give? Don't worry, friend. I have things to do, and I won't bother anyone. Be calling someone friend is a very bold move, because you don't know them yet. Google says it seems like to run a train on someone just means to have a threesome with someone, not specifically when you penetrate and also get penetrated at the same time. No, I don't know if running a train on someone is just a threesome. I'm pretty sure when you run a train on someone, you go from the conductor all the way to coach, right? Like it's the entire train going on to someone. Like it can go for a long time. But I actually know. Okay, no joke. Go to Wikipedia. Search up blowjobs. Search up blowjobs. Under one of the images on the right, it's gonna list the author of that image. There's one author of images on Wikipedia is famous for only drawing sexual images on Wikipedia. For like 8 years, they were famous for only drawing sexual images on Wikipedia to describe sex acts. And one of the images actually describes the position that you're talking about. Wikipedia lore is fascinating. I went down a huge rabbit hole, and it all started because I got curious. What is the Kama Sutra? It all started from like there. Oh, as well as the shit stick. It's like a gangbang. Apparently, the most common clearance in Sweden is 250 millimeters, 15 millimeters from the rails, and 200 millimeters from train body. But then hoses and chains hang longer than that. See? Your ass cheeks are gonna be like raw. To run a train refers to when multiple men have sex with a woman, one after the other. See? Dictionary.com knows what's up. Huh? What did I step into, huh? Listen, just we got sidetracked here and there. I could be distant. I'm a roadwarden. I'm here to solve problems, not to cause them. I could be intimidating. Right, now it's you who's wasting my time. I have things to do. Don't say this. I need to be on Gale Rock's good side in order to get the keys. I can be vulnerable too. Trust me, I have enough of problems of my own to now seek new ones. It's education. It's education, exactly. We're educating the masses. This is a mature stream for a reason. I'm gonna be friendly here because they wanted to be friendly with me too. They didn't bother stabbing me the moment that they saw me. That's a very good sign. Don't worry, friend. I have things to do, and I won't bother anyone. Takes a step closer and re-examines your appearance. I look disgusting. Until he raises his chin with reluctance.
And who are you? A vagabond? If you're not part of a caravan, I'm not letting you in. Neither here.
He points behind him.
Nor there.
He nods toward the western gate. I introduce myself. I am a Roadwarden.
Another Roadwarden. All them parents in the South too down to teach the kids how to keep their fingers in their own pots.
He shakes his head with exaggerated motions and looks at the elders at the table.
A Roadwarden. See that?
Trying to cut the conversation short. You tell Yogi to follow you inside, but you stop right away.
Leave it by the walls until it's nightfall, right? We ain't cleaning our roads after any drifters, bards, or adventurers.
He speaks with growing disgust.
Don't worry. We'll keep an eye on it.
You tether your horse to the stems of a shrub. The man nods with approval, then turns around. We have two options here. Very interesting options, actually. And also, we actually got off on the wrong foot because I smell disgusting. I maybe should have taken a shower at some point and tried to clean myself, right? Because had I cleaned myself, we would have been in a much better position. Because now, they're very hesitant to trust me. And I don't look very, like regal, formal. Won't someone show me around? I could ask them for a tour guide. Or I can ask them for questions about the village. The first one, again, is a bad choice because they asked me not to bother anyone. I need to be self-sufficient here. Can you tell me anything about your village? He stops in place, then glances at your boots.
Right. We fish. We salt fish. We sell fish. Our brave ones trade barrels for whatever we can get at other villages, but... He shrugs. Not much else to it, you see. Life here is slow.
Without another word, he returns to the group of elders, where he helps one of them remove bones from the meal. You go to where there may be some locals looking for a match in other villagers. You got any locals? While the vast majority of the locals see this place as their home and even feel indebted to their families and neighbors for looking after them, Paulus seeks a different life. He isn't even 20, but trained to work on the beach, strong, slim, and a bit loud. He's a bit like me, actually. Handsome, kind of a Chad, actually. I can even hunt fish if that's the only work left. He admits when asked about his plans for the future. Just not here. Not with all them neighbors turn a blind eye toward my harpy of a mother. He reveals the scars on his back, left by willow withies. What's a withy? Hey Google! What is a willow withy? You mentioned religion, and he shrugs without a second thought. I can do whatever, barring wicked spells. Make sure he means necromancy and blood magic. Right. All I want is a companion for the mornings and evenings. A woman with a kind soul and good winds allow us to be the mother of our children. I'm ready to work for them till I faint. He flexes his muscles. I'd gauge my arm for that. My Google went off and it's a home address. Oh no. Well, at least it kind of worked. Maybe it's a sign that I pronounced it wrong then. Also, I really want to emphasize it here, okay? Every time my friends say that they're getting that they're going to have a child, right? I always bring it up to them. I'm always like, yeah, like thanks, but like you basically just told me that you nutted in your wife. And so I can't shake that like I can't shake that mental image off. So I look at them and I'm like, you nutted it in her. Like, wow, congratulations, right? Like I feel so happy, but at the same time it's like, yeah, the nuts. Something's wrong with me. A withy, or a withe, also willow or osier, is a strong, flexible willow stem, typically used in thatching, basket making, gardening, or for constructing woven wattle hurdles. Wiki. Why do you guys cite your sentences? Chat, chat. This is Twitch chat. You can say anything. You don't have to cite your sources. Okay. You could tell me. You could tell me a complete lie. You could have told me it's like an arm or something, and I would have still believed you. You don't need to cite your sources. Why are you guys citing it like you're citing it like it's a university essay? Every single one. -dictionary.com from Wikipedia. Well, Wikipedia says, Google says. But I do appreciate it. This only lends more credence that my chat is the smartest compared to everyone else's. We're smart parasocial. You know what I mean. Marina is a few years older, but much shorter, pale, and with dark circles under her eyes. While she hopes to find a wife or a husband, she won't leave the village. I have a 6-year-old. His father went into the fogs on a foraging trip. I'd love to have more kids, but my forebears have been living in this village for longer than anyone can tell, and I'd rather not make our blood too thick. You ask about what sort of traits she's looking for. Someone kind, loyal, serious, and diligent, no matter if they're a water carrier or an artisan. My own back is weak. It suffers after standing for long hours. Help with fish smoking, cleaning, foraging, well, whatever there is to do. When asked about her convictions, she looks at you as if the question is beyond absurd. I won't lie with a lad or a lass that's a stranger to the right's teachings, to the Unites. Don't kink shame my source citing fetish. Sorry. This is a safe space. You're allowed to have any fetish here. Yeah. Cite all you want. In fact, do a double citation. Do the Michael Scott Wayne Gretzky line now. When that scene came on, you must have been like, oh god, this is it. That is like peak citation. I tell Apollos what I've learned about Timo from Halley's. I just might dash your own username. Now that's next level. That's like typing /me in like WoW, and then saying like, Stick has just taken a shit on the floor. Yes, you have a few additional questions, some of which are centered around Timo's face and figure and spoken with embarrassment. Then flashes you with a wild smile. Right, she sounds dreamy. If she's in, I'm in. Let me know what she thinks about me. I look for someone else. Honestly, probably better. At least he can work, right? Compared to the other one who can't really work. And she did want somebody who was like good, basically. But also, she specifically was looking for a hard working man. But I wonder if we can get somebody from Old Pagos to eventually move into Gale Rocks once I heal them. The only place to find a lover for Marina is probably in Old Pagos, but I need to deal with the plague, and I need the Empress Carp. The Empress Carp! Who has the carp? From Photios. I A few young workers burst into laughter as one of them curls up in pain, holding her hurt thumb. You go to speak with Cassia for Dalit. Finding her takes quite a few minutes. Why am I talking to this person? Wait, Cassia? Cassia. Dalit. The owner of the Howley's Pelt, the very southernmost camp, recruiting a hunter. Erastos from Howley's Dell, who is now a part of the Church of the Unites by the monastery, of which I have no access, but I will have access once I cure Old Pagos. And Cassia from Gala Rocks. Aha. Finding her takes quite a few minutes. The other guards claim that she's patrolling the grounds around the village, but you find her sitting against the western wall. You liars! When she sees you, she straightens up, greeting you with spread arms. An outsider in a delightful village! Her shouts make you stop long before you reach her. And how can I be of service? Do you need help with bloodthirsty beasts? Are the treacherous bandits chasing after you? Have you lost a taste of life? Her sudden laughter makes the pigeons fly away. Speak! I crave the taste of blood! Blood for the blood god! Dalit heard you'd like to be a huntress. Oh, splendid! As long as you can promise we'll have to portion your fulfilling dinner first, I'm ready to leave first thing in the morning. I press the wrong button, sorry. Your voice remains loud, adding to her confident gestures and cheerful stance. She's wearing a decent gambeson that's lazily put on, without tightening the straps and cords matching her loose, dirty short hair. She's large, both tall and wide, but has a prominent stomach. The only weapon she's carrying is a club longer than your arm, and she swings it with enthusiasm. Her dark yellow eyes are as large as dragon bones, but you can't read much from them. It's interesting that she wants to go find trouble. I suppose Gale Rocks is safe, considering all the Saurians are hanging out by Foggy's Tavern. What? How are they... You're telling me these people living by the sea can fish safely, while Foggy's Tavern, which is like barely anywhere... I take it back. Foggy Lake? It's called a lake for a reason. Tell me about your talents, then. What do you do? Yeah. And where am I to start? She raises her club above her head. I can crush, I can smash, I can catch, I can dispatch. She takes a wide swing and steps forward. I tore out the first harpy head when I was 8. Bare hands! She shows you her open palm, twice the size of most humans. Troll hand, sister called me until I... She hits the air between the two of you. Are you not satisfied with living here? Is that why you want to leave? A great home, great people, she assures you. Great fish and salt. But the beasts? The space to grow? She moves her right hand in front of her eye, holding the thumb and the index finger just slightly spread apart. Tiny. Like... I'm not gonna say it. Seems like the human centipede sex position is also a word that describes something similar, but it's used to describe when you rim and get rimmed at the same time, not penetration. Okay, I'm gonna leave that to both of you to figure out. Remember to cite your sources. Fighting is one thing, but the wilderness takes cunning. You catch a glimpse of her hesitation when she narrows her eyes, but she soon returns to her loud self. Are you this eager to hear the tales of my deeds? Want me to tell you how I lifted the curse blocking the mountain trail? Or how I led all them Saurians away from up here? Without me, this place, she kicks the wall next to her, would have fallen long ago. Before I ask you to go anywhere, I want to hear about what your tribe has to say about you. Suddenly, she looks down and clears her throat, then points at you with a weapon. You ain't saying you don't believe me, do you, stranger? Before you respond, she bursts into laughter. I guess so. We're a busy tribe. I better not hear you're causing trouble around here. Cheers! I'll smash your skull if you're... She says the last few words while being turned away from, heading to the top of the nearest hill. I leave her alone. It's this article. menshealth.com. I see you two have fallen from menshealth.com. Men's Health says the things. Like, oh yes, I am a handsome fellow. They're wrong! I go to the gatekeeper. The guard you met when you first arrived in the village is leaning against the wall, observing both the gates and your mount. Whenever Yogi snorts, the gatekeeper reaches for his axe. Dude, brother man, it's a horse. This thing is not gonna kill. Do you know what a palfrey is? Listen, Mountain Blade has like infinite palfreys. Here, Midland's palfrey. Look at this thing. So tiny. Look, Yogi's such a tiny little horse. Look, this is Yogi here. Imagine. Okay, I just got an image from Mount Endling Blade. This is now canonically Yogi. Let me save it. Give me a moment. I need to fill up the dead space. Fallout 4 had a bad update. Wow. This is a Midlands Palfrey. Then I go here. And there's too many steps to do certain things. I wish the drag and drop in OBS would still work. But because I have to do it in admin mode, I can't drag and drop to show images, which is like annoying. Midlands Palfrey. So I need to do like a multi-step process that presses like a million buttons to do anything. When this thing makes a noise, he grabs his like, axe and he goes, I'll cut you down, I swear to God. Don't you do anything. And it's just like, and horses do that like weird like, you know, chewing thing, where they just kind of like smack their like lips because they're bored. That's what horses do. Horses are the least threatening looking animal. I'm more afraid of a zebra than I am of a horse. Or like a giraffe. You see a giraffe? That shit looks monstrous. He sighs when he notices your gaze. What? In most settlements, people are much more hospitable. I could also tell him about I also ask him if he knows about the plague that's fallen upon old Plagos. Has he heard about it? I also can ask him about Cassia. Were you ever working with Cassia? And I also ask him about the band, if he's been bothered by bandits recently, by Glaucia's band. In most settlements, people are much more hospitable. Maybe this is a very... These are fighting words, right? These are fighting words. You say this, and he says, oh yeah? You want trouble? I'll show you trouble. Have you heard about the plague that has fallen upon old Pagos? The plague? The plague! His voice is close to a shout, and a few people glance toward the two of you. The guard grows pale. I better take it to our head woman warden. We were planning trade with them. We were. I just saved you. Were you ever working with Cassia, the person I want to bring back to Hallows, to the huntsman's pelt? He stops you with an annoyed grunt. What'd she do this time? Getting no answer, he waves it off. Right, I give her orders sometimes, but she's a tough rock and won't get polished easily. More often than not, she's the first one to run away, saying she'll get the others. Give me a break. Ah, she's not as brave as she thinks she is. She's putting on a show. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. There's variations of the train, since each can be in their own position, and each with its own name. You like the name Doggy with a Biscuit. How are you guys finding such advanced forms of like sex positions? Why is it called Doggy with a Biscuit? Cite your sources now. I need citations in MLA format, not MLMs. That's a scam. MLA is what MLAs belong in universities. MLMs belong in the trash. Have you been bothered by bandits in recent seasons? What do you mean bandits? Here's a group of soldiers already faced them half a year ago. Ain't you heard in Hovlevin? They killed and got killed. He shrugs, as if there's nothing more to add, but you try to push him harder, sharing some of the gathered rumors. Glaucia and a group? You're wrong. She's from here. She wouldn't bother us or our neighbors. She's just one of the lost free folk. Couldn't force herself to come back here after the events that can't be changed now. She's just hunting for treasures in the ruins, trading, alright? That's where she gets her stuff and coins. In most settlements, people are much more hospitable. I knew he would be mad. He gives me an irritated glance. I knew he would be mad. Then stares into the river. You know, most settlements have fewer memories of getting robbed by drifters or of wasting their time on good-for-nothing adventurers. All them free souls think they have the right to our patience and care as if they're some saviors of ours, each one of them. Well, we've been beating this land for centuries, with Right's help and the patience of our forebears. And if anyone wants our respect, they'd better work for it. But you know, it's like that getting away with the theft must not be an easy task. He answers slowly. Don't get any weird ideas, outsider. Sorry, I flipped the mic by accident. Sorry. Don't get any weird ideas, outsider.
It's easy to disappear in the hills or at the crossroads. We've got to be vigilant, more than our allies, the stonecutters at Old Pagos. They can let themselves be more open to strangers. They have neighbors, gentler roads, and less of a wall to defend.
I walk away. Oh yeah, looks nice. It's when a woman getting penetrated also gives cunnilingus. I like how you type the entire word to another woman. Okay, you can't just cite Reddit. What, a cool guide to threesome positions? Chat. Reddit allows anyone to post. That's not a citation. Reddit is where you go and you ask people for citations. Of course you can. No, you can't. Look, somebody just made. Again, I can make a guide too. I can make a guide filled with the wildest things. I'll show you. Well, I need to look for someone, and I know exactly who I'm looking for. Now there's one more person that I need to find. We have Cassia, but I need to find somebody who's going to give me a carp, Fortios, as well as someone who owns a key. The, what's her face? The head warden. Who's their head person in this place? Aw, shoot, here we go again. Oh, shoot, who is their head, who is the boss? Whatever. Botillos! You're told that the fishers spend long hours at the beach in the north. You can be found in the village only during very early or very late hours, unless the weather makes fishing too dangerous. Oh. There's only a certain amount of time where I can actually find them. I look for someone else. That's enough for now. I look for someone else. Head guard. What was her name? Shoot. Town owner. Mayor. A young basket weaver with her legs too short and thin for her to stand on scoffs at your question. You don't even know her name, or that we call her a head woman? Like all them outsiders, you know nothing about the customs, yet think you can bother us. Before you respond, she looks at the white building on the hill. She's in the keep. Scat. My bad, bro. I've short-term memory loss. Get to the western bank and walk past the big kitchen. The steep path leads to a open, unguarded gate. Just look around the yard. You notice a few pigeons running around, keenly observed by a pet. A pet griffin tied to a wooden beam. Some drying underwear hanging from a rope. A spiked flail leaning against the wall carelessly. The knot of a bucket lying in a puddle of water. The place may be messy, but it's not impaired in its function. Preparing it for defense wouldn't take longer than a few minutes, and judging by the wall walk of the bailey, it could stand an attack from a large squad of soldiers. The current state of the place makes you think of Hovleven, whose stronghold yards and temple walls are surrounded by small peddlers, a few of which are even allowed to set up their stalls. As long as they don't hinder anyone else's task, they're allowed to pursue the scarce scraps of open space. Yeah. Honestly, when you want information, you add Reddit to the search for better results. Okay, to be fair, I do the same thing. Yeah, I do the same thing. It is, okay, this is a problem with, Google search. Google search does not turn up anything useful anymore. I don't know how many times, have you guys ever tried this? You search for, a solution to, some problem, right? And then Google doesn't say anything. Google just, sends you links to random sites, and eventually, if you search, too specifically, or, too coarsely, Google will just say, sorry, no results found, and the website has a bunch of numbers in it. It's useless now. But on Reddit, you can say, what's the difference between a 750 750Z strap handle for a truck versus a 250/79 a winch? And some person on Reddit from 6 years ago says, oh yeah, I'm a farmer. I use both actually. And actually, the 2759 is way better because the 750, well, when it breaks, the only way to find replacement parts is you have to forge it yourself, like my father did. It's holy shit, this is the best answer you could possibly get. Google is out in absolutely shit lately. Or it'll give you AI written looking articles. Exactly. That's it, right? Something's wrong about it now. Even the search is awful. YouTube as well. I don't know how many times I search on YouTube for a video type or a specific video, and it shows a bunch of useless recommended crap. And I'm what's the point? It's easier to find a YouTube video by googling for it first now. No, a joke. You know, it's also not a joke. My small bladder. BRB. To be fair, when you drink a lot of water, I think you just have to pee. And when we're reading this much, I drink a lot of water. You head to the western bank and walk past the big kitchen. The steep path. Wait, have I read that? I've already read all of this actually. I look at the keep. The bright walls stand out from the other structures in the village. As far as you can tell, the current layer of whitewash is still fresh. Whitewash being like, you know, say like paint or something. There must be at least 3 floors inside. Enough space to contain more than 100 people, though without much between them. There are arrow slits in the walls, and we're surrounded by a fence-like barrier. A perfect spot for boulder throwers and archers. There's no possible way you're gonna be able to throw a boulder with enough force to kill a person. I don't think that's possible. Listen, okay, maybe that's possible. I take it back. In Mountain Blade, looters with rocks are like snipers, with like ops in Counter-Strike. The large entrance door is ajar, with a wrinkled man sitting on a pillow placed on the stairs. He's not wearing a gambeson, but the fine steel sickle sword at his side makes it clear he's not just a regular guard. I love that sentence. Steel sickle sword at his side. Steel sickle sword at his side. I'm exploding your ears. He stops what he was doing, carving a figurine from a log, and stands up to greet you. Cheers, Roadwarden. Severina was told about your arrival. Follow me. He may be old, but he is tall with the long and thin arms of a sea folk, beneath a groomed beard, and his grey hair in a ponytail. As you follow him, you're hit by the strong scent of cloves. I hate the smell of cloves. Actually, I genuinely hate that. But now we have Severina. The door is thick, can be barricaded with 2 wooden bars. The hall is filled with benches, some of which are placed on top of the others, giving it a bit more space for now. There's one path to the next floor, suspiciously covered with planks. The chamber... is it really suspicious? Things are only suspicious if you suspect it of something. If you think that it shouldn't have been there. But is it really suspicious to believe that somebody would want to just keep their private space private? It's like, if somebody locks their bedroom door when guests are like over, is that suspicious? No, that's just somebody wanting to keep their private space their own. I'm a stranger here. It's only suspicious because my character is a bit of a he's a bit of a gremlin who like goes around stealing things, right? We've kind of built like a very interesting character here where he lives for like chaos. Very similar actually to me. Do you think the smell of cloves is just a smell of the detergent you like use? No, sorry, clove. It's with a V. Like a V for. So instead of V for vendetta, it's V for cloves. It's like a weird like. How do I explain this? It's like if you Google it, it looks like a weird like seed thing. It's like a weird seed thing. You know the smell immediately, because whenever I smell it, I think, ooh, old person. The fuck is cloves? Honestly, search it up. It smells just like an old person, but that's only because, at least in my culture, the old people, like the old Asian grandmas, they would just have like a bunch of cloves because they would constantly cook. Because life back then, as a woman, was honestly awful, and I feel bad for them. But they would smell like the food, and in the food we use a lot of cloves, which I hate. I'm not a fan of cloves. The chamber is free of the roaring of the river, the shouts of workers, the chaos of animals, or the smell of cooked food. It's a bit like a streamer's room, actually. Dead silent. The room is well lit both by sunlight and candles, and quite drafty, though you still smell perfumes and aging wood, so very much unlike a streamer's room. I stream from a basement with no sunlight. You doubt anyone lives here, or even uses this room for dining. The Roadwarden is here, says the guard, and approaches the desk, standing between you and the old woman sitting behind it. I take a closer look at her. So far, she hasn't spared you as much as a glance. She's writing on the large wax tablet, with a stylus as large as a dagger, and since she's a bit stooped, you can see her only from the chest up. She's wearing a thick, warm dress in the color of a cherry, and an even darker, modest hat that's covering her hair. She could be older than 70, yet her face and hands have been spared from scars harsher than some pockmarks carved by illnesses. If you were to encounter her in Hovlevin, you'd expect it to be an official, or maybe a rich scribe. Some of her belongings, however, wouldn't be found at the city's desks. The wax of her tablet isn't dyed. Instead of keeping water in a cup, she has a large, colorful seashell. And the winged hourglass placed on a stone stand is made of dried seaweed. This is a fantasy that people have about people who grow up by the sea. And every time I talk to a person who has grown up by the sea, they say, you either surf 24/7, or you fish, or you want nothing to do with the sea. There's only really 3 categories of people who grow up by the sea. Like, you either love fishing, love surfing, or you hate water. That's it. I glance at the young woman who sits in the corner. Her crossbow is pointing at you. The resemblance between her and the elder is stunning, though she's slim and a bit taller. Wears a simple dark blue and black woolen tunic. While she's resting on the chair, she looks at you almost without blinking, with hardly any movement, like a cat staring at a rat, trying to judge if you're defenseless prey or a threat. I wish to be friendly here. I am not gonna go crazy. Am I talking about the flower or the tree? You heard the flower, but not sure if you ever smelled it. The herb. Okay, this is gonna be very weird. Is the herb the flower? It is. Well, okay, sorry, wait. So, not the flower as it's fully bloomed. Think the flower buds as they're dried and used and churned into like an herb. You can use them as like an herb. So whatever category you just said, neither. Herb. The flower or the tree, no, the herb. This is that was funny. Okay, you didn't know people ate the flower. It's honestly a very strange smelling thing. I think if you try it, if you have a clove, keep it in your room under direct sunlight. Nate, get a bud, keep it in your room under direct sunlight. Wait till it dries, smell it, realize it sucks, and then throw it away. Don't even bother. I wish to be friendly here. I don't want to cause any sudden movements, but I also maybe want to, and I don't want to ask them for help, right? These are a hardy people who live their lives day to day. They don't have enough for themselves, let alone for strangers. And so to be vulnerable, I think, is also wrong. I could be playful, but they're not. I don't think they're really ready for like having fun. I don't think. And then also because this playful comment seems kind of awful. I smile and spread my arms, considering the effort put into building this keep. I expected a bit of a larger garrison. That's kind of an asshole thing to say. That's not really a playful sentence. That's just you being kind of an asshole. I don't want to be intimidating or distant. I want them to know who I am. And I want them to, understand that I am kind and cordial and very nice and willing to do anything to work with them. So we stick with friendly. It's nice to meet you, Severina. I came to see if your village needs any help from a roadward. She raises her violet eyes, but only for a moment.
Where do you think you are, outsider? Some lost tribe desperate for help from adventurers and vagabonds. Our village carries blood older than your city, it does. And we've endured hardships you couldn't imagine.
Her accent is not as thick as that among the younger villagers. It can be a shadow of the years when the guild had tighter ties with the peninsula. But since she has no teeth, you have to think for a moment before you recognize some of her words. No teeth, eh? I got this, Chad. I've been training for this accent for a long time.
Better tell me what you want from my people, and scat.
Your face shifts into indifference, and, still holding a stylus, she once again bends over her tablet. I'd like to get inside the watchtower, standing at the eastern road. She and the perfume guard exchange looks.
Why would I give you a key?
You mentioned that looking at the roadside shelters is a part of your responsibilities. And she smirks, raising her hand slightly.
Ah, you don't say. We're not in old Pegasus. One's duty means nothing here until the soul proves they can be trusted.
Remember, we only have a fair number of questions to ask, and I need to get on their good side, and before she gets tired, right? And I really want to make sure that she knows that I'm on their side. We also need to find Fatios at some point. But actually, Fatios will come back late at night, so we can wait in the village for like a bit. The village of Old Pagos is struggling with a plague and isolates itself from trade and travelers. I can stop her from sending a caravan over. 10 out of 10 voice acting. Aw, thank you. You're so kind. After posting all the sex positions. She looks at the perfumed man, who's standing with an open mouth. Glance at the crossbow woman, who has lowered her weapon. The head woman, still without a word, leans forward and rests her forehead on the back of her hand. The guard tries to speak her, but she looks at him with sorrow. Let me think, she states, and after less than a minute, tells him to gather the council once your meeting is over. I say nothing. My patience runs short, outsider. Severina gestures for you to pause. Are you sure other matters can't wait till tomorrow? Fine. Farewell. Again, I don't want to push my luck. If I keep pushing and pushing and pushing and never giving something to them, these people are going to grow tired of me very, very quickly. I need to simply leave and take my leave when I can, living by their schedule, by their life, by their rules. Fine. Farewell. The smell of smoked-baked fish and cut herbs makes you more nauseated than hungry. Again, there's only 3 types of people who grow up by the sea. Surfers, fishers, or people who hate water. There's only really 3 categories, chat. Now, we have some time to kill. By nighttime, Photios will come by and we can grab our Empress Carp. I'm also dirty. I'm disgusting. And I think it's worth it then to spend our 9 hours traveling around and seeing what's up. There's no easy way to get a bath anywhere. I mean, mind you, there's no real safe place. And there's no point wasting our time going all the way back to Halley's Dell to take a bath after 8 hours. I need to be here at like nighttime anyways. Let's explore further and see what other dangers await us. Wow. Who could have guessed that a fishing city was right beside the sea? The roars of the sea reach you first, then the cold wind and the light. There are hardly any shrubs nearby. It's right downhill toward the white and gold beach. The sunbeams hit you with full force. And then, what was it? The Cassidy's theme song plays. The sea here is not like the one from Hollivan's Port. The harbor and waters most people see during their busy days are full of life. Ships, warehouses, traders, dockers. Of course, the sickle. The barrier island that provides the city with its lagoon, but also serves as a home to dozens of species of birds, monkeys, and rodents. For most people, the sea is never silent. The one travels the sickle and looks west, or embarks on a boat and sails away. There's yet another view, a very different one. The never-ending blue, the emptiness, the humming waves, the monsters swimming to the surface just to take a breath, not even interested in the wooden vessels. Many say that if one jumps off a ship with a heavy stone, they'll drown before they touch the seabed. That is such an evocative statement. I love that sentence so much. That really communicates depth, right? God. The writing in this game, honestly, every time we play this game, I'm reminded of how stellar the writing is. They do such a good job of painting a picture using only text and an image on the left side in like low 16-bit. Here, however, the water can't be separated from the rocks that cut through it, like a swarm of mushrooms in a dark forest. Their shapes and sizes vary, but it's the number that makes them unusual. If you were to name each one, you'd have to make up at least half of the names. There's no doubt where the name of Gale Rocks comes from. The stones piercing through the surface of the water are shaped like beast fangs, as if they're asking the ships to dare and test their strength. Where it's possible, I keep to the greener parts of the beach. Sand is awful for hooves. I hate sand. It gets everywhere. Sorry. Do you think with that? Do you think Star Wars had it first, or do you think Roadwarden had it first? Right. You follow the sharp turn to the right. The road remains broad enough for carts and wagons, and avoids the sands, letting Yogi trot without disturbances. The grasses to the east and south are short, and hardly any shrubs have managed to oppose the harsh winds. The human activity you witness is intense. A large barge is resting on the river, immobilized by the ropes and wooden posts. You can see a few people foraging at the beach, and in the grasses. Why did I stop? Why did I stutter there? Even more people, most of them without wrinkles, are gathered at the pier, where they prepare their boats and nets and talk about their plans for the following hours. You reach the end of the beaten path, getting to the stone-made pier, just next to a small dolmen-shaped shed. The door seems to be fairly new. You don't doubt that both of the structures have been repaired many times in the past. Rumbling under the touch of the waves. There needs to be the chef kiss emote. There really does, right? All I can do is like do the like noise, like like Wait, maybe there is. I don't know. Search like 7TV has like a list of emotes. I'm pretty sure I added one that's like a close second. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna talk to the fishers. I need Potios? Fotios. You approach a group of workers standing in front of the shed.
Potios is there,
one of them tells you and points at the tallest man, dressed in undyed wool and linen. He's discussing something with a group of workers, but as you head in his direction, he nods for you to join him on the side. His outfit is heavy, appropriately so for someone who spends long hours under the hits of the cold onshore winds. The massive leather boots, thick tunic and pants, and heavy cloak now held under his arm make you wonder if he'd even be able to swim. No, he's a fashion model at this point. Like most sea folk, he has long limbs, almost no facial hair, and it is so flat they are hardly noticeable. His neck draws your eyes, covered with marks left by the burning suckers of a sea monster. It's wide as your fingers long. Below these scars, he's wearing a pendant made of a fist-sized black beak. He speaks first, with the strong and confident voice of a young man no older than 25. It's too late for me, Chad. It's too late for me to do this like voice. It's too late for me to be a voice actor. We don't really sell any catch on our own. Maybe ask your smokers or the cook. Yeah, see that one? That one's perfect. See that? Yeah. The like fingers, right? Yeah, the pinched fingers. There we go, right? That's like the opposite Salt Bay. It's the anti-Bay. That's fine. I was hoping to speak with you. And who are you exactly? After you introduce yourself, the man raises the corner of his mouth in an angry grimace. I won't have much to tell you, Roadwarden. Like my neighbors, he looks at the nearby fisheries. I struggle with day-to-day living. I do not adventures, and even less so outside of schemes. Huh. Fascinating. Do you have any work for me? Or I can tell him about the druid from the south, owing him a male empress card. Or I can ask him about Cassia. I'll ask if he has any work for me. Work? What do you know about fishing? You mentioned the docks of Helvlin, but I have a few questions about fishing nets, boats, and winds. It's clear you don't impress in this conversation. Teaching one how to work with us takes time, effort, and rescuing those who fall overboard. You ain't a kid of ours, so if anything, it should be you who pays us for sharing what I was gassy, sorry. What our forebears have mastered. Why does that voice make me so gassy? You explain that you can fight better than most, and that gives them an idea. No. Our guards stay at the village, so we always move in groups, and waste time securing the beach from harpies and saurians we do. We could put 3 more souls on the boat and keep you on the beach. You'd guard those not fishing with nets. What's in it for me, huh? How much do you want, stranger? He responds carefully. I spent a few moments discussing the details. Right. You'll get a meal and 2 coins for a peaceful day. Another one for putting your life at risk. He summarizes. But you must be at the beach soon after dusk while we're preparing our boats. And have enough strength to convince me you'll be more of a help than a bother. So now we have a new mundane job to earn money. I like how you guys just found like a bunch of finger emotes and you basically just like went in like a clockwise motion and then a middle finger. I do want to ask him about the carp, but maybe I can wait. I'm worried if that makes him angry, right? I don't know what deal he struck with the druid. Instead, I can be like, hey, you sure you don't need help with something that would fit my skills? I spend many hours on the road, you know. Gives you a long look. You know what, outsider? There's something you could do for me. You can't really ruin it by trying. I need you to help my daughter, Phoebe. Seeing your look, he raises his hands. Oh, don't worry. She's, fine. Merely spellless. For generations, my family used Numa to lure fish and hold their breaths. But no matter how much she practices, she can't even cast the tiniest spell. There's something wrong with her soul. He pauses, and his voice grows pained. She's my only child, and I seek no new wife. I want her to have the choice to do whatever she wants. It breaks me to think that she won't have a way to follow in my footsteps. That is a very contradictory statement, my guy, my man. That's a very contradictory statement. I want her to have the choice to do whatever she wants, but I'm sad that she won't follow in my footsteps. Actually, that's not a contradictory statement. That's just hopeful for her, for like his, yeah. She's ginger. What does that mean? What does that mean? But also, I can't believe that they use their soul. They use Numa. They use mana to like put worms in water and hold their breath. Wait until they see a submarine. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really know how I can help you. His eyes are absent. A few years ago, I traded with the home of this weird enchantress by the Eastern Road. I know her name. What was her name? I don't know her name. Oh shit, what was her name? She had a name, chat. She had a name. Ooh, the other lady told me about it. Human. It didn't record! Oh shit, it didn't record. I know more about a priest and necromancer in the White Marches than I do about an enchantress. I don't know her name. Why? Why don't you know her name? She lives close to the old watchtower. You can't miss it. If she's alive, she may still have those weird rocks. Spirit rocks, I think. They're weakened mages. Buy one, bring it here. Maybe eating some Numa will help Phoebe learn. Gingers have no souls. Okay. Take that back. Actually, it's funny because like I have like slightly red like hair. Very, 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 very slight red hair. I'm a ginger, chat. You saying I have no soul, huh? I'm ginger light. Like diet ginger. You forgot to mention my payment. I'm not a drifter. I don't have any savings. I'm a fisher. We gather everything in the keep we do. A spirit rock should cost about 10 coins. This is quite a journey from here. I'm ready to pay almost everything I've got. 15 coins! I'm about to rob this fisher person whole. Checks out. We have souls, chat. Gingers have souls. Gingers have souls and love. We love gingers around here. This is a safe space for gingers and kinks, alright? You're allowed to have gingers, kinks. Maybe even together if you want. I don't know. What can you tell me about this enchantress that you don't know the name of, huh? I've only seen her a few times, when I was a teenager. Though she was also young, I suppose. Tall, not as tall as I am. He smiles briefly. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy Baka. Alright, listen, buddy. Alright, listen. That's what happens when you're tall, right? Short kings live with humility. Tall kings live with an ego the size of their height. With cold eyes. The past few days she was around, she kept to herself. People say she's a witch, and a mad one at that. What does your daughter think about all this? Yeah, what does your daughter, the person who's being thrown into the fires, think about this? Ginger is her favorite hair color. I'm on to you, buddy. You're just saying these things just because I happen to have very, 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 very slightly red hair. It's actually like mostly black, and under a light you see it turn red. I don't know why. I actually don't know why. Only me and my sister too. Only me, my sister, and my mom have hair that turns red when you shine a light on it. My dad and my brother, completely jet black hair. I inherited the good looks from my mother. I'm not saying that my mom looks good. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. What does she think? Looks at you as if you're mad and glances at the nearby fishies. She'd be heartbroken to realize she's spellless. I won't tell her unless I have no other way. She's merely a child. I'm doing what's best for her. Well, this sounds like a very unusual healing attempt. You sure you want to try this? I've asked our sorcerers about what they felt when they used the stones. They even got stronger than in most days, and nothing bad happened to them. We risk nothing, outsider, he says with growing irritation, and stops himself from scratching the scars on his neck. Have you asked any herbalists, though? Maybe a priest or another enchanter? Have you heard about the previous Roadwarden? Astarion. I nod. In spring, I sent him to one of the greatest mages in the peninsula. Some druid, I think. And that old prick told me there was nothing he could do. You hear that? And I paid the messenger to learn this. He squeezes his cloak even tighter to his side. We have no herbalists here. But since the spirit's rocks are safe, I'd rather spend my last coins for such a chance than try nothing and regret it. I think what you're asking for may be risky. I'm like the devil. I'm like the devil on the shoulder. Why would it be? No one has ever been hurt by the previous stones. I have knowledge. I have knowledge. My education could be of use here. What education? What? I didn't know. I forgot my character was learned in Hovlevin. I chose to be learned. When you fuck a ginger, it's like you're fucking Satan himself. Isn't it exciting? Alright, see, that's how I know that you're an Iron Mouse fan. I'm just kidding. That was a stupid joke about Satan. Sorry. I need to think of a new character to make when I join for Soldro or something. I studied many tales, both legends and archives. There's no alchemy that could change the nature of a spellless soul. Oh, speaking of a satanic VTuber, I'm finding some more VTubers. The VTuber space is large, actually. There's a bunch of them. Demons are very, very common. Everybody wants to be a demon, but nobody wants to do a human sacrifice arrow. I feel like there's a disconnect there. So now you ain't only a drifter, but also a scholar. But if you're so smart, maybe get back to your pens and ink and leave the rest to me. All right. I could look for people who have something to say about this too. That's all I had to say. Anything else? I was sent here by an old druid from the south. He claims that you owe him a male Empress carp. What? I owe nothing to that old fool. I could have it here tomorrow if you want, but better have a coin with you. I need to ask someone to look for it with a net, and that'll take hours. Yes. Give me your carp. You have to sacrifice your soul to become a VTuber. Actually true, though. Yeah, actually true. Is Cassia working with you often? How do you know? Do you know? His eyes narrow. I used to. Now I don't. Such a things. It's annoying last, but that's about it. Alright, well, the village is nothing for me. There's a meeting later, and I have time to kill. 9 hours. I'm gonna make some money, come back for the fish, go to the council meeting with the old lady, learn about what's happening. What's her name again? The head warden. Severina. Let's fish. Securing the coast. You'll keep an eye on the caught fish, equipment, and resting fishers. This task will take an entire day and make it dangerous, but if so, you'll get an extra dragon bone. And free food. Let's go! Unknown damage, unknown appearance loss. It turns out you don't have much to do. Oh! The hours go by, and during the lazy break, you receive a fresh roasted fish with a bowl of cold veggie stew. Oh, I'm so hungry. See you later! You lead Yogi back to the road. I have knowledge. What? You spend some time looking through the pieces of driftwood. They could be useful at an alchemy table. Oh, you stay close to your mounts, observing the disorder of rocks, dead plants, and animal remains that are coating the sand. The pieces of wood with the forgotten stories of foreign lands and sunk ships are gathered in short stacks. You approach the largest pile, push other sticks, bows, and branches aside, sparkling, displeased shouts of worms, crabs, and other beings that used to live among them. Listen, you stupid crab, alright? You stay quiet, or you get eaten like how Tom Hanks ate you guys in Castaway. Is his name Hank, or is it Tom Hank or Tom Hanks? You find the piece, you know what I mean? Like Hank on the hill, or is it Hanks on the hill? You find the piece you were looking for, which is unlike the others. Not too thick, not too long, with a few little chunks of wood coming out of only one end, like a bunch of fingers. It's a wand. I found a wand. You nod with approval, reciting in your head a part of the withering dust recipe. Filled with an ocean word in the shape of a flower. Withering dust recipe? What the fuck is that? What recipes do I have? I don't remember anything about other character, chat. Okay, let's learn. Where we find ingredients? I mean, where were recipes? Where are my recipes? I want recipes. All right, well, back to the village. Go back to the village, and we wait to sleep. Tom Hunk You're right, Tom Hunk, the star of Resident Evil 4. Seek shelter? Hell no! I clicked the wrong place! Gale rocks! The Fishers have returned to the village, but the work is still far from being over. You see lights and smoke coming from the eastern part of the village, with the fish are being gutted and prepared for smoking. The guards instruct you not to disturb anyone after dusk, and tell you that you should visit Fulvia, who may have a room to spare. The locals avoid your eyes, yet you could swear you are being watched wherever you go. You go to Severina. How's your meeting? You ascend the hill. The guard stands up and puts his woodwork on his pillow, but it closes the door and stands in your way. Severina is tired from your questions and problems, Roadwarden. You're asked to visit her another day. I leave the hill. Fine. I will go. I'm looking for someone. Love. I look for someone else. Which? Wife? What do I look for? Yogi. Tom Hanks. Tom Hank. See, Tom Hank is like Schrodinger's cat. He both exists and doesn't exist. What could I look for in this town that would be interesting to find? Asterion. Right, your warden friend. Oh wait, a guard you speak with doesn't hide her contempt. Oh, he ain't been here for many days, almost since the start of the season. You ask where you could find him, but she gives you a bored shrug and walks away. You ask other folks as well, but they don't have much more to say. He has a small job for a few of us as a salt worker without meeting your eyes, too busy with throwing firewood into a basket. The last soul suddenly freezes, then looks around. We are the last people to ask, I mean. You have to push him into sharing more, but he finds an escape when his overseer shouts at him to get his ass moving. Overseer. Overseer. Cassia. Whenever Cassia notices you, she gets on her feet and starts to patrol the village. Neither of these hunters are useful. They're both shit. Oh, old Pagos. We have some things about old Pagos that we could ask about, actually. How about Foggy? What about the, who was the priest at the old Pagos? Alagios. Eudocia. Eudocia is a person? Eudocia. Ruined village? Wait. Why is Ruined Village a part of... Right, because it's the same illness and plague that affected the other place. Right. Okay, so... Dalit, Erastos. I could ask about Erastos. Maybe they know something. Yeah. Okay, so we have matchmaking, Timo. Glaucia. We asked about Glaucia, actually. Let's see if that's possible. Glaucia came from here, but maybe we can find her. She's not here. Ain't been in many months, says an animal keeper. Right? You want to speak with her, find her on your own. Yes, a few other places as well, and while everyone seems to confirm these words, you notice that you don't have to explain who she is, even once. So they know who she is, they know exactly what she's up to. They're unwilling to give me answers, though. Yes. Who else was here? What about the people at the cave? The monks, Ailey and Damina. Ailey. I need to sneeze. Oh no. Good save. My throat hurts. I need some water. Good save. I should introduce myself to Fulvia, the roomkeeper. Following the instructions, you reach a building with an entrance from the garden side. You step through the door leading into the mouth of the cave, and call the person you were told to speak with. Fulvia, the roomkeeper. She comes to you from the half-dark corridor. She fits the description you heard. Slightly round, partially because of the tunic, and heavy pants hidden beneath the dark green robe. She looks like an eccentric city priest, with a massive hourglass made of beautifully polished driftwood she wears and a kerchief covering both her neck and hair. One feature that hasn't been mentioned by the locals are her eyes. Gray, asymmetrical, partially closed and unfocused. When she gets closer, she turns her head, gazing into the rock and pointing her left ear to you. Her steps are confident, and her hands keep touching the walls on both sides. She's old, wrinkled and pale, but her voice remained strong. Your first instinct is a nod, only then realizing it really won't help you much. She repeats,
You smell of a horse. Room?
Yes.
Right.
She simply walks down the corridor, between the few humble chambers, some which are inhabited by sleeping souls. After just a few steps, the light coming from the entrance helps you no more. You follow the sounds of boots and the smell of rosemary perfume, and suddenly hear a rock hitting something made of metal. The lit candle makes you sigh with relief.
What color?
After a quiet moment, she tries again.
The horse coat.
Oh! That's a good question, right? We've never defined Yogi. We've only defined itself. So this, again, as a recap, because we haven't played this in like a while, this game did something very interesting with our history, where it let us choose our history and effectively wrote it into law, almost. And so we defined what Halloween was, and we defined who our character was. In a way, we built this world to match exactly what we wanted to, as an idea, like, for our own imagination. And so now we can dress up Yogi. She can be like the color of bay. I don't know what that means. She can be black, gray. I know what those are. She can look like mouse dun. What's a mouse dun? I don't know. She can also look like a zebra. It is black and white stripes. I'm going for... Don't do zebra. Don't do zebra. I'm doing zebra.
I'm the barbarians.
Oh no! Oh, what have I done? No, it's Yogi. She uses this word with a type of irritation that's rare among the post-war generations.
I doubt they'll avoid the beast for long, setting out so much. Fuck!
No! Yogi, no! Yogi, no! Wait, I'm stupid! Haven't I already, like, made her look like a certain way? Doesn't she already look like a certain way? My actual Yogi that she was named after was a golden dog. You need to confirm a note you're editing to save it. Notes the shit across all your saves. I'm stupid. Figure out name of Enchantress from Foggy. I know I just like rant like all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like just decided to just change topics, but did I just make racism? No, I didn't just make racism. No, I did not just codify racism into the law of my fantasy universe. No. It's a horse. She just looks more edible. She looks tasty, chat. She looks tasty. Alright? My horse looks more tasty now. She looks like an Oreo cookie. White and black stripes. What else do I need to do? I need to figure out, Beholder. Blood and what? Blood and chill? This room is far from comforting. The ceiling is only a head above you. The walls are rounded and bare of any decorations, and the only chest looks more like a crude crate. At least the dried grass is covering the sleeping pile with bug furry and smell of freshness.
You don't have to share it,
She says with amusement. How much for this delight? The chocolate horse. You know, it's like the chocolate bunny rabbit that you buy around Easter and that you never eat because there's so much like chocolate in it that it slowly starts to melt. Or like the chocolate gorilla meme where it's like, I have something to tell you, and he melts down into like hot chocolate milk. She chuckles, still turns you with her profile.
Don't worry, you won't be cold, and we don't let anything mold in here. I have a nose for it.
She demonstrates with a loud sniff.
You can work for the village for merely a few hours in the morning, move some weights around. Or you can pay me 2 coins. I won't take less. If I need none at all, I'll just throw it to Severina's chest in a few days.
Do you know who Cassier is? He's a moment to think.
Rafina's sister? Last time I spoke with her, she was but a small lass.
Rafina's sister. Rafina. Seek her out. Then, daughter of Fotios. Seek her out. I'm not seeking out these women for any... I'm looking for answers, okay? I'm looking for answers, I swear. Hello, Raiders. Hello. How's Roadwarden going? Hope I'm doing swell. I am doing swell. I'm very glad that you used swell. You used a strong literary word for a very strong literary game. I appreciate it. Welcome. I need to do shoutout. Wait, I have a checklist. All right. I thank you for rating. How was your day? What game were you playing? I hope you had a great day. Mr. Canungus. Were you the one who made Among Us? Mr. Canungus? I'm sorry, that was a stupid joke. I'm sorry, that was very silly. Also, Hebesaurus, thank you for the raid as well. Glad to see you. What thank you for the raid. How are you? How was your day? What were you up to? Remember, guys, this checklist, you need a checklist. You was Canungus before Among Us. Solid rhyme. I'm very glad that you said that. But thank you both of you, and welcome. I hope you both had a wonderful time. And it's great to see you again, Heb, and I hope that your stream was good too. And Mr. Canungus, what changed? Why was Canungus taken? That's why. If you search for me, that's why I'm the Stick Thing on Twitch, because Stick Thing was taken. Because who could have guessed that Stick and Thing, the two most common words in the human language, one for fire and the other for just a thing that you see, would be taken. Good, you just played Lightyear Frontier. Is that the one where you're like a farmer, right? I remember seeing that and I was like, it looks kind of cool, but I wasn't sure what to make of it. And also because like if I play that, I can't play Stardew Valley, and we do too many games. Raid touchdown! You're okay though, thank you. Heb directed us to you after doing Lightyear Frontier, a mech farming game. It was very chill. Wait, like how mecha? Like can you be like full mecha? Could you like, is it like, do you build your own mecha? Because I've been curious about the game, but I've been worried, right? Because it's like, it's either you can only do one farming game at a time, because a farming game takes over your life, right? All you do is farm. It's a bit like real life farming, but less rewarding because you don't get money. I have a skit to show you all. It's related to farming. I just want you all to just watch this.
Hey, you want to make a bit of money? You should do what I did. Get into farming.
Get into farming.
See, brilliant. Don't
Brilliant.
even need an alarm clock.
I could have used a rooster for today's stream because I was late for today's stream.
I'm gonna make a fucking fortune.
If that's not your philosophy when you play a farming game like Lightyear Frontier, I think you're doing something wrong. Please play this video for everyone whenever you start farming. No British emote, Sag. Listen, they can't have everything, all right? We've established this. They can't have everything. Only some things. Very solid video. Very much describes the state of farming inside games. Just as enjoyable, but with a lot less money. Unless it's Animal Crossing. I have never seen as many real money, like as much RMT, real money trading, as I have seen in Animal Crossing during the pandemic. There was a lot of trading. There's a lot of money being spent just for the one cat guy. What were we doing? This is the problem with this game, right? It's a very hard game to go through because you have a million details to keep track of. And if anything happens and you get distracted with one Webb and Mitchell video, and you can never watch only one, the skits are pretty good. You're going to watch like 5 in a row. You'll have no clue what you were up to the moment before. I'm in a cave! When did I end up in a cave? I'm in a village. What cave? I'm going to sleep. We deal with these problems tomorrow. I rent with money. The shivers wake you up and you open the door slightly, letting the dense fog in. You see a few lights, most likely lanterns, and you hear a few patrolling guards. One of them shouts at you to stay inside. The harpies may descend at lone wanderers. Fogs tend to get more common in late summer, but the tribes of the Dragonwoods often see them as a bad sign. The wild spirits that they carry are believed to impact both the visible and the invisible, and not in ways that help humankind. I sigh. If there are any undead in these woods, the fog will strengthen them. At the Felvia blows out the candles, without considering if you're ready for it. I mean, to be fair, she can't see anything either, so how does she know, right? You're in complete darkness. And you only now realize how quiet this room is. The thick walls block the humming of the wind, birds, the river. The keeper heads to her own room, and you only occasionally hear the whispers and snores of other dwellers. We have a couple options here. Again, we can choose what we see. My imagination sculpts terrifying creatures in the darkness, and it takes me a while before I calm down. Or perhaps I grow anxious as I focus on my breath, and then on the beating of my heart. Maybe so anxious that I hold onto my dagger and focus on the touch of my blanket. Perhaps I seek peace. Finally, at last, some peace. I wish for peace tonight. Nothing to worry about. No, I want danger! There's danger. You're surrounded by darkness. Oh no. What happened? You quickly gather your things and leave the room without a word from the keeper, who's sitting outside next to the open door. The village is hurriedly preparing for a busy day. Oh! It's like the Jocko Willings! Chat, it's just like the Jocko Willings. I can't believe the Jocko Willings image is gonna come into play. I can't believe it. This is how everyone in this village lives their life. 2:58 a.m. Wake up. 3:01 a.m. Type good morning in the group chat. 3:03 a.m. Shit my pants. 3:08 a.m. Throw the soiled underwear at my sleeping wife. This is how this village operates. Amazing. Wait. This is how this village operates. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. How do you freely transform? Like that. Okay. And then. Okay. Yeah. Good. Jocko Willings. Solid. Very nice. Wait. Even better. Why don't we just have him as like a permanent fixture of the stream? No, don't do this. I'm ruining the aesthetic quality of this game. I'm ruining the beautiful sights and scenes of this game, but he really does blend in very well. So everyone in this village wakes up early. The workers gather the wagons at the gates, push the barrels onto the barge, move equipment out of the sheds, and shove meals into the bags. The alleys aren't much calmer. The overseers are waking up their crews and discussing their goals and plans. That is a very Kanban style of work. That's a very, very... This all relates back to the Phoenix Project. The only souls that can afford a longer rest are the children and the elderly. The locals avoid your eyes, and you can swear you're a watch wherever you go. That's because I'm stinky. You smell of sweat and dirt. Your clothes are torn and worn. People stay away from you. I'm stinky. Severina, I need your aid. You ascend the hill. The guard stands up and puts his woodwork on his pillow, then asks you to wait. You hear his and the head woman's voices coming from the hall, and once the man returns, he nods gently. You're asked to enter. I follow him in the side. I also need to get my fish from the beach. Remind me. You know what? I don't need you anymore, chat. Do you know why? I've evolved. I have a thing called notes. Go to beach, get fish. Yum yum. Severina puts away her writing instruments, glances at you, and frowns. She's like, "Ugh, you disgusting creature." The closer you get, the more annoyed she seems to be, but she says nothing. Now, she's annoyed at me, so I have a few things I need to think about here. There's a couple of things I really want to ask about, right? And mainly about the main missions, as well as some important things. I need to earn her trust, and I think I did a fair amount by telling her about the plague, but I want to do more and try to get more and get more trusted and be able to take a bath somewhere. Where do you take a bath? There's a couple things. I need to know about Cassia, because Cassia is one of the two people that I need to hire for the Pelts of the North, the Pelts of the South. Dalit for the problem is that I need to understand everything about them in order to get the 5 coins, which doesn't really seem like much. It's saying that I can get some rocks and give the rocks to like a fisherman, and he gives me like 14 stones. So I don't know. Maybe it's worth it to do, and I have to go there anyways to go down the southern path at some point. So what are your thoughts on Cassia? But that's not the most pressing thing. Okay, that's just extra money. It doesn't really like help much. What I really need to know about is Asterion, the tunnel, as well as any jobs that she might have. So first, Asterion. Have you seen Asterion recently? He was also a Roadwarden. She shrugs and reaches for one of the candles, casting better light on one of her smaller wax tablets. Oh yeah, she's gummy. I got the chat. She's an old woman with no teeth, so her words should come out like she's her gums.
I know who he is, but I've only spoken with him a few times, and heard that he stopped visiting the village at the beginning of summer. If he was around, I would know about it, I would.
You mentioned that you doubt that a Roadwarden would simply ignore the headwoman of such a large village. And she looks at the ceiling, chewing on her bottom lip.
You don't know what you're trying to imply,
She says with a tone that won't accept any discussion.
I had as much in common with him as I have with you. I trust strangers with crucial tasks, and if a warden of any kind wants to demonstrate that they know what they're doing, I invite them to survive a year before they bark.
I don't respond.
My patience runs short, outsider. You smell like shit.
Severina gestures for you to pause.
Are you sure other matters can't wait till tomorrow?
There's something else we need to discuss, please. But one more.
We need to, do we now?
She says through clenched teeth. Hey, hold on, wait. She has teeth all of a sudden? Where? She said she had no teeth. She's lying to me. I didn't have to do that voice at all.
And what is it?
What can you tell me about the tunnel south from here?
I can tell you that the venerable Digger
Uno
will tell you more about it than you want to hear.
Talk to Digger Uno. Talk to Digger Uno.
She will. Before the war, it used to be crossed every 10 and 20 days, enough for us to keep it ungarrisoned, but with how little we use it now has, I'd be mad to ask any of our youth to throw themselves at the beasts that live there.
She glances at an open pouch that's lying just nearby, with a few dragon bones sticking out of it. Her toothless grimace. She's It's... Does she have teeth or does she have none? Does she have teeth or no? I don't know. I don't get it. Does she have teeth or no? It's like Schrodinger's teeth. It's like Schrodinger's dentures, right? Until they open their mouth, you don't know if they're toothless or not. My god. Her toothless grimace is hard to read.
And don't offer me your services to merely get rid of the awoken. I need long-term solutions, not violence, and sooner or later another threat will take their place. It may just as well stay occupied. At least no vagabond will take it over.
Yeah, if you say so. She observes you without a word, but her fingers are tapping on the table. The guard gives you a telling look. Farewell. An old man is running along the riverbank, trying to stop an escape hat with a stick. That is some Looney Tunes shit, man. That's some Looney Tunes stuff. There's no way that actually happens IRL. I look for one person, for but one. I'm looking for someone. I can still learn more about the wares the village has off. Oh yeah, the merchants. Merchant. A young carrier chuckles. And what would you buy? Without a wagon and donkeys? We sell barrels of fish, sacks of salt. When the caravan comes, we empty a warehouse and fill it up again with food. We ask her if she's sure there's nothing useful that a long travel could get in such a large village. She seems a bit embarrassed. Well, I have a weaponsmith, but he doesn't sell any blades outside days. But maybe Rafina, the tailor? Well, good to know. Weaponsmith and Rafina. Weaponsmith. Yeah! Again, one of the best features of this game, and I wish more games did, tests your knowledge by forcing you to know and remember names. Again, building a relationship. Sure, bad for a streamer who only plays this game maybe once a month. Great for immersion for those who actually care about this game. I swear to God I care about this game. I'm just slow at playing games. It's not my fault. So too many games come out. Your name is Tatius. Tatius. The Smith of Gale Rocks. Is that a very cool sentence? I need to match the writing. The outer armory is right next to the eastern gate, but you're led behind it, through a fenced gate, to the training ground. You were introduced to Tatius, a muscular man who's walking in just his pants, displaying his muscular chest and arms, tanned and hairy, and his dusty, dirty feet. I forgot that Jocko Willings was still on screen, I'm so sorry. His teenage pupils, that's a strange sentence, gathered on the trampled ground. Oh, I thought his eyes, his pupils were reminiscent of those of a youngin', right? That he would still have life in his eyes. But no, it just means his teenage pupils, his, you know what I mean? Like a sensei and his grasshoppers, same deal. Me talking about Eastern Bunny melting reminded you of an Eastern, of an Easter bunny. Yeah, remind you of a song. There's a Russian song by an African guy from Cameroon that's called Chocolate Bunny. The lyrics go like this: I'm a chocolate bunny, I'm an affectionate bastard. I'm 100% sweet, oh, I'm a chocolate bunny, and when I touch your lips, I melt so easily, uh-oh. I'm the world's best lollipop for girls, just touch the tip of my ears. You also remember how you found your guitar teacher's YouTube channel and his cover of this song. Did you look at your guitar teacher with like differently? Perhaps with like lust. You see his pupils gathered on the trampled ground, also wear no boots, and wear old torn tunics with marks of blood and scratches both on their clothes and skin. The man is looking through a few toy weapons gathered in a barrel, a wooden sword, a few spears with the tips wrapped in rags, and similar looking clubs. After your arrival, the man throws a spear to one of the younger kids, tells the others to get to him like mad boys, and soon after that you hear a painful thud and cheerful laughter. He then offers you vivid red cherries.
Maybe the last ones this season.
He may just be over 30 years old. He has wide shoulders, unusual height, and straight posture make even his kindest words sound like a threat.
You need something from me, Roadwarden?
I'm looking for better equipment.
Then you came to the wrong village. You don't sell anything we stored at our armory, we need these things for ourselves.
When you mention dragon bones, he looks away at the fighting kids and orders them to divide into two teams, letting the assaulted spearman rest for a bit.
And what am I to do with dragons? Buy blades?
His chuckle, while fake, is loud and moves his chest up and down. After you insist that he may want to think if there's nothing for an axe user, such as yourself, to find here, he puffs out his cheeks, thinking as he exhales.
You know what? Come, take a look. And you,
looks at the teens.
A few minutes of rest. Don't lose any eyes.
You go back to the army's door. After a few breaths, the man shows you a kite shield. Oh, so large it could cover half your shell with ease.
It's a gift we received, but we don't use such a shape. It's too weird for us. You can buy it if you wish. Or maybe you'd like to grab some quarrels if you have a crossbow. We have enough of those.
Let's discuss the price. Khajiit has many wares.
It's 4 coins. I'm off by 1. I need to go work.
He shrugs. Aside from what I've shown you, we need everything we have.
Did you used to instruct Cassia? You can't read much from his absent eyes.
Yeah.
He's not willing to speak about Cassia with me. You hear angry shouts coming from one of the rock-carved houses, but they suddenly stop. Still learn more about the Ocean Seller, I require your strongest potions. Since the village has no forest garden and almost no foragers, there's no local tradition of potion making. You're told to ask Foggy about her own alchemy sets, which she uses to brew ciders and distill hard drinks. Now there's one more person, a couple people. Rafina, who's also the leather worker, tanner, also the tailor of Gala Rocks. Daughter of Fatios. I need to find a little girl. Daughter of Fatios. This is very important. Daughter. Fatios. Did you catch the Empress carp? Wait, some of the fishes are still a bit sleepy. Fatios, make sure that all the preparations go. Yeah, catch it. Right, and a few of them, but most of them females. He approaches the nearby shed and brings you a bucket covered with lids that are held by hemp cords. Lets you hold it for a bit. If it's heavy and its weight shifts, as if it's filled with water. You'll need to deliver it quickly, or it's going to choke itself to death, or die of hunger. I don't know much about keeping a fish alive. But if it dies, I can sell you another one for another coin. Fine, I pay him 1 dragon bone. Wait, I'll tell you when I'm ready to take it. Not yet. I need to think about this. Is it raining? It's no longer raining, so it only takes us how many hours to get here? 6 hours. That's not that bad, actually. Can a fish live out of water for 6 hours? That seems like a stupid question. I feel like anybody would die of not breathing for 6 hours. You know what? I'm gonna try it by peeing onto my fish. I need to go to the washroom. Pee break. Again, sorry about the pee breaks. When I play this game, I need to drink a lot of water. It'll consume me a lot of oily foods to keep my throat coated. I think it's not okay. I need to keep my throat coated to keep the words flowing, but also gives me a chance to think. Think about this, okay? The detour that we go through is a giant chasm Okay, you can either go through the tunnel or go through the detour. The problem with going through the chasm is that there's no telling what dangers are there. And I assume a giant fish that people can eat. Carps get very large. Probably a very tasty prey for whatever monster may live there. So I need to be safe and careful. I need to think about this. I can't buy the fish yet. Maybe not even for a while. I don't know how long I have necessarily before, old Pagos dies, but hopefully we have some time to work with. But I do need to get back to my hunt very, very soon. By day 10, we need to go for the hunt early morning. As well, I need to wash up, and I need to get the key to the door somehow by helping people in this village find love, find laughter, find life. But maybe my guy, he may know a way through the tunnel, considering that he was the person who dug out the tunnel in the first place. But first, the tailor. Maybe I can get something to clean myself. Maybe she lets me take a shower. Rafina. Am I trolling? Rafina. Get directions to one of the smaller buildings, which turns out to consist of only one spacious chamber. Like other caves in the village, it lacks sunlight, but the workbench standing right next to the entrance is well lit by an oil lamp. The old iron lantern is decorated with shapes of seaweed and monstrous tentacles. On the counter, you see threads, scraps of clothes, old tunics, and some boots. Behind it, there's a mature woman. Oh, hello there. Though you can't precisely guess her age. A flame, dancing because of your movements, the sorts of shadows cast by her wrinkles and large nose. Your bright red tunic is light, made of something lighter than hemp or wool. The sleeves end at her elbows, allowing her hands to sew together two pieces of fabric. Greetings. She runs her dark yellow eyes over her clothes. Your clothes, my clothes, over my clothes. Her hair may be getting gray, but the colorful wooden beads among them distract you right away.
Here, stranger. You need something patched up?
After you nod, she looks deeper into the store.
Good, as I am better at fixing tears than making togs. Take a look.
I really am just the three-voice Andy, huh? For woman, I'm a one-voice Andy, okay? With, a flavor of, old or young. No MILF emote. No. Take that back. Type in 2B. Feet. Type in, just type the word foot inside chat. She's basically built like a MILF. Indeed, while there's plenty of shelves and cupboards covered with pants, tunics, jackets, robes, hats, boots, and bags, many of them seem old, but made from 2 or 3 combined pieces of garment.
We buy outfits from other villages,
Explains the tailor, maintaining her bored tone.
And as they get worn and damaged, I turn them into something new.
Thank you. See, you remember that? It's a great command. Do you have anything for sale?
My neighbors walk in and put on whatever they feel like wearing, but I ain't wasting our fabric on outsiders. Maybe you'd like some jewelry.
But you mentioned you'd rather take something useful for a traveler. She hesitates.
Well, if you really need, I can pack you some old tools of mine. I'd help you fix your armor and togs without anyone's help, though it ain't as easy as you would think.
Let's discuss the prices. A tailoring kit. Oh! Wait a minute, wait. We have a solution. Now, I have a couple of options here. A repair kit is a major improvement over what we currently have, right? The problem is that right now, having to go to somebody to repair things is a money sink. Technically, this is an investment. Even if it is hard to do, we can get better at it. As well, a winged hourglass shows loyalty to the right and their churches. This is a very handy thing to have because this may be able to get us into the monastery. Well, maybe it's too late too. I don't know, but I think it is worth it to buy this just to have some options. I could also work for 2 hours in order to get my clothes patched and all cleaned up, but that doesn't really make sense when I can just work for money. Is 2B a MILF though? She is a MILF. Well, she's built like a MILF, right? Like she's built like whatever your stereotypical MILF depiction is. She really, honestly, what's like who's the creator of it again? What he said about the character, and he literally just said, I wanted to make her look that way because I like big asses and titties. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Right? By bring an hourglass. He taps her fingers, casting new shadows on the countertop. I'm trying to learn more about Cassia, guard. Debatable. Alright, show me a MILF that doesn't look like 2B, and I'll show you a MILF that does. Yoko Taro. There we go. She doesn't look at you, but her hands start to move faster.
And why would I be the one to ask about her?
Who the hell is Fulvia? Wait, who's Fulvia? I don't remember who's Fulvia. Fulvia. Probably important. Gale rocks. Fulvia mentioned Cassia is you sister. Puts away her tools, leans away and meets your eyes.
You try to hire her for something, alright? She's difficult. Tell herself lies with a strong voice and confident chest can take one far, but I need a good path in the tribe. Like all souls, she has good sides and bad sides, but is too afraid to admit the latter.
You chat for a few minutes. While the tailor's words are harsh, you can't hide the sadness of her voice. Damn. You know what? People just want to prove themselves, right? Everybody wants a chance to be able to prove themselves to the world. Everybody wants the opportunity to try something in life. To be something. To be, larger than life almost. Is that so wrong? I don't think so. I think it is worth it, for everybody to try to push themselves as much as they want to. And I think it's very important to give everybody a chance to be able to try and prove themselves. Be able to try and live the life that they want to live. And mistakes will always happen, but she can grow. Especially, remember the hunters at the pelts? Listen, they mean serious business, alright? They schooled me. Stay awesome? Are you going? No worries. Stay awesome too, as well. You sleep? Alright, real shit. Sleep well. And thank you for showing up. Again, I stream because I'm bored. But you showing up means the world. Goodbye. And good night. Wait, before you sleep, I made this image. I made this image for anyone who's like going to like sleep. Here. This is the perfect image for anyone who's like sleeping. Oh wait, it's see-through. This is gonna be this is the new stream ending scene, right? Like, you know how Matara-kan has her momos like flying out? I have this. So okay, yeah, just imagine. So that's me on top, and that's you in the bed. Chat. Good night. Guys, you're supposed to say aw. You're supposed to laugh because the drawing's bad. Look at the lips. Look at how far they extend. It's like a suction cup. It's like an anteater. It's like an anteater nozzle. But yeah, sleep well. I'm gonna head outside of the store because I'm now broke. But it's sweet. See, it is sweet. See, in between the comedy, there's love. Though I make fun of you all, I technically actually enjoy all of you here. Probably, maybe. I can't admit it though. Let's find who am I finding? Quick! Misdirect now! Pivot! Who am I finding? You know. The locals explain that the centuries-old caves need little work, and the humble fixes they put into the walls and sheds are taken care of whenever such a need arises. After a few minutes of chatting, one of the children, not my children, the children, leads you to an elderly woman responsible for looking after the condition of them buildings. The digger called Yuno, already wrinkled, gray-haired, and slightly stooped. Listen, I'm so glad that we came to Gale Rocks, because everybody here is old. There are very few voices that I need to invent, because every old person sounds the same at some point. We are just the voices in your head, though. You're not wrong. Yeah. See, it's you're all paid actors by my psychologist to like make sure that like I'm like being handled, right? It's like those villages for people who have like dementia, right? It's like a fake village. You're all just staff members like watching my stream, being like, subject has decided to go to the washroom. Over. Gotcha. Okay.
Subject has decided to go eat food. Over. Alright, picking up bones now. Over.
The Boomer Village. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. Kind of, yeah. Actually, did you know that dementia can, like, strike when you get... Okay, we'll get into... We'll do dementia in the post-stream. Remind me, dementia... Dementia post-stream? What a very lore-accurate note, huh? That's a very... Like, this is... Go to the beach, beach, get fish, yum yum is more lore accurate than dementia post-stream. This is a more in-universe note than dementia post-stream. She's sitting at the eastern gate, placing tiny building blocks on the table, raising a tall tower without making it collapse. She's playing Jenga! Her hands are steady and precise, and her large eyes blink so rarely that you want to rub your own. The space you will look in leans back, resting against a wall, then crosses her arms and critically observes her toys. Cheers, stranger. I have time. Again, all old people sound the same. We have a couple of options here, and I do want to learn everything, so we have to go all the way in. I'd like to learn more about the tunnel that leads through the mountain to the south. It's very important. I have a fish.
It's older than any human soul, it is, but not ancient. Those who dug through the mountain were still around when I was but a small lass. The village saved everything it got from trade for more than a generation to bring the Bronze Gate from Hovlevin here.
You brought the Bronze Gate from Hovlevin? Hovlevin. Here, Hovlevin is off the map. It's off screen south. Jesus.
The pickaxes and all them tools and nails. It has a single long corridor that reaches from one end to the other, and a few chambers on both sides where travelers used to spend the night if they were desperate enough. Don't try it without a group of guards now. Monsters also love deep caves, and the days are getting colder.
I too love deep caves, yeah. How come it's locked in the first place?
It depends on who you ask. Let's just say that a great turmoil happened 10 years ago, right?
Okay, she's talking about the war that we learned about. That I'm a very callous Roadwarden who's ignoring the fact that this whole land was ravaged by war just 10 years ago.
The settlements grew further apart, traded less. Keeping a garrison of fighters and builders at the tunnel brought little value. We had to put greater trust in our own work, not in the caravans. Once again foraging, cutting trees, and farming. With time, more and more beasts gathered around the tunnel, getting used to seeing no pushback.
She looks at an old plank that's been resting behind her stool. She compares its thickness with her toys and reaches for a gouge and a handsaw.
It was 3 years back when a few traders of ours went missing. Our searching group found the gate, locked from the inside. They tried to check it, but left the place when they saw moving shells, dead and fleshless. We decided to clean it someday in the future. Maybe hire a group of strangers to take the risk upon themselves.
She glances at you.
But so far, none have reached our village.
I see. So the group of traders are now dead. And they died dealing with trying to go through the tunnels. I have a new goal. I need to make enough money to buy the shield to then go inside the tunnel, open it by fighting. The problem is I spent all my money on a stupid necklace. Well, that sucks. I was told you were the one who looks after the local concession boys. The other problem too is that by day 10, we need to go back to Foggy's Tavern to go hunting for a bird. With a shield would also be useful. I had to work for 2 days straight. We're going to work.
That's pretty much it, right?
She glances at the spread wooden blocks.
Every few springs or summers, I gather a crew to build something new. Or rather, replace an old hovel with something fresh. But most of the days, I just make sure the roofs don't fall on our heads and that the cribbing in the caves ain't too moist. And the coopers help me. Or a bunch of fishers.
She gives your axe a long look, then reaches for a much smaller hatchet and shaves one of her toys slightly, narrowing it.
For centuries, there's merely been one digger at a time. And it's got some service as well, it does.
Well, that seems kind of... What if she dies, right? All that institutional knowledge dies with it. A digger is an unusual name for your trade. Yeah, wouldn't you be more of an architect?
What would be a usual name in the city? A builder?
After your shrug, Yuno grasps one of her wooden blocks like a dagger.
Our forebears used to dig in rocks, widening the caves, and it was a name with great honor behind it. When I look around, she does so, as a proof of point. It reminds me of a long path, from hiding to thriving, and on the surface.
She can't hide a smile. Did your crew build that keep on the hill? Must have taken you many years. That is a very nice keep, yeah. He looks in its direction. The whitewashed walls make it look brighter than many clouds.
We started when I was only a teen, still learning from the previous digger.
Her voice is full of pride.
Used to be a humble watchtower there, with tents around it. Now we can all stay locked inside thick walls, but also shoot arrows from the wall, roof, and windows.
Wow, she's so proud of that, right?
Like, look, we can shoot from all sides of the walls.
You ask her if the keep has ever been used by the locals in combat, and she suddenly grows disheartened.
You would be surprised you would. There are tales of dragons, pirates, and bandits. A lot of those happened before the war. Those lands were different. Well, I can't say exactly how.
I'm with the merchants. You have building materials for your needs.
Better ask the Coopers. They struggle with timber. The good thing about digging in hills is that we always have enough stone. Our rocks are crude, but we don't need a scope. Just pile them on.
Then she turns a few building blocks into a small wall. This is like it's like talking to a 5-year-old. It's like going. Okay, no joke. I once had to, well, not had to. I volunteered to teach kids and be like a mentor. Talking to kids and trying to get the focus is so funny because they'll be saying the wildest stuff like I recently learned about how rabbits, they only live for 5 years, as they're playing with Lego blocks and building different things. This is exactly that. Same vibe. She's just a 5-year-old. What was I gonna do? Cooper. Coopers. Category of title for whom? For whomst? For whomst? What can you tell me about Cassia?
Ain't she one of the guards? I don't bother with kids' problems.
She looks forward and makes a telling nod.
Speak with Tatius there. He trains with every fighter in a tribe he does.
Cool. What else do we need? I still can't find his daughter to talk to her. Fulvia? Who the hell's Fulvia? Maybe that's... Fulvia. Maybe that's the daughter of the headmaster. The keeper doesn't acknowledge your arrival until you call her. After she leaves the dark tunnel, she says nothing, waiting patiently. I leave the cave. The keeper. Headmaster daughter. Okay, well, forget that. Okay, now we find Coopers. The Coopers and carpenters in general have their space at the edge of the village, so I'm starting to learn the layout. Again, really cool system. Where you just type in general terms and you learn more about the world around you. Separated from the saltery with a stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, which are then swept into a pile and moved to the smokehouse. You walk between the 4 woodworkers while the last one, a young woman with an apologetic smile, leaves the thatched door. She's wearing a heavy, worn robe, half brown, half yellow, covered with dust and wood chips, and carries under her arm a stack of willow withies. 2 small seashells in many shades of orange are hanging from her ears. Stranger, we need space here. I was hoping to learn a bit more about your work. I'm from Hovlevin. With a sigh of relief. Oh, finally, somebody wants me here. Finally. Somebody's happy to see me, finally. Oh, God, it feels so good to be wanted. She approaches an unfinished barrel, whose staves are getting pressed together with a dense cage of weaved withies. In the city, the Coopers would use old iron hoops, which would take less than a 20th of the labor. She drops her delivery and touches your shoulder with her large, strong hand. So, the guild wants to speak trade again, huh?
Very well. All right. Very well.
Let me show you around. I'm Demetia, the head carpenter, I guess. She states with hesitation, and one of her workers mockingly snorts. You're a guide? Who is my guide? I have a guide? Wait, who's my guide? Wait. Who is this stranger who has been following me for the last 3 days? I've been in Care Rocks. The game never... Okay, this whole time, This whole time I've been walking around this small village with like a guide, right? But they've never said anything, okay? I've just been magically walking towards different places. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh yes, this person, by the way, has been following you for the last 3 days, bringing you everywhere. It's like, who? Your guide laughs in response. Shag an eel, idiot! Her small crew laughs as well. I smile as well. Her teeth are mostly yellow but straight. My predecessor lost his eyes to a harpy a few days back, so I'm new to this role. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She confidently straightens up. Right, we have 2 types of work. Barrels and everything else. On good days, we make a barrel. On bad days, we fail. She laughs. But that's fine. We can always get it done after a good sleep. She goes into greater detail. Here I start to wander between the benches, pieces of cut wood, mallets, axes, and shaving tools. Noticing this, she nods towards the other workers. When the barrels are resting or bending, we do other things, but only for our own farmers, builders, and fisheries. Navika is the most experienced of us, so she makes boats, paddles, right? Responsible tasks. The tiny woman she points at doesn't even raise her eyes. We sometimes make furniture, we do, but merely when something breaks. Navika. Boat person. Gale rocks. Okay, these notes are actually going crazy. I'm actually using so many notes. Maybe I should put this all in like one note just for Gale rocks. But if I press delete on like one and I press yes accidentally, it's gonna be a disastrous moment. My guide, Gale rocks. I've got a guide? Okay. So the barrels are the most important, obviously. Do you have enough wood for them? I mean, yeah, it makes sense that the barrels are the most important. If you think about it, right? There's nothing more important to a fishing village than like barrels. Not really. We use oak, beech, and pine, but staves have to rest for 3 years, sometimes 2, sometimes 4. Wow. Every day I bring 14 staves and 2 headies here, and we replace them with new ones. We're careful with what we have. It's hard to plan years ahead. She gives you a warm smile. You need to talk about with my neighbors first, but maybe the guild would like to provide us with timber. We'd rather barter than lock the coins in the keep, you see. The guild. What is the guild? What exactly is a guild? What guild? Oh, the Guild of Hovervin, right. I forgot. I'm the servant of Amazon, but in like Hovlavin. Right, I forgot. That's my main mission. I'm here to make money. I'm here to make money. You need someone to store them. The sea! What do you mean? Wait, listen, we took them from a perfectly fine storage. Look, there's a perfectly fine storage mechanism. It's the sea. Fishing is actually taking things out of storage, right? You just leave them there and they'll still be there tomorrow, right? Maybe you catch a shark, but at least if a shark eats 5 fish, it now has the meat of 5 fish worth. I think. I don't know. Humans actually eat like millions of like cows, and yet one single human is not as tasty as a cow. Can confirm. The guild won't move wood from their own stalls so far to the north, but they may help you set up a new hamlet or find you a party who lives closer to Hag Hills. Yes, right. It would need to be someone outside of the peninsula. Here, everyone cuts only for themselves. They do. Even those jesters from creeks, huh? Creeks, Lounds, Balatros, jesters, Gale rocks. Man, Balatro really is everywhere, huh? We used to have a camp of lumberjacks, but now our warehouse gets emptier every day. For a bit, you wish to discuss with her the value of a wagon filled with logs or planks, but the discussion leaves your area of expertise quickly. You simply promise to get the message to the merchants and Demetia wishes you a safe journey. I take one more look around and leave the workshop. I thought the local groups where I can still learn more about the wares this village has to offer. There's still more? The council. Oh. The elders. Wandering down the alleys, you find about 10 elders, most of them on the western bank, where they take care of the children, overseeing the ones who can play on their own, and carrying the infants with them. A few of them also help with other chores, cooking, cleaning, or embroidering. If there are any other elderly around, they're already tied to their houses or even beds. I need to take a bath. Yes! The steep banks are deep, so you head upstream to the wooden bridge. You can hardly reach any water with your fingers there. You consider getting undressed, but a sudden voice behind you tells you to quit it.
This current is strong. It'll catch you, and bam!
The man swings his arm.
You'll crack your skull against the rocks.
He points downstream. He's a large person, with heavy boots that are dirty from mud, and a necklace made of a colorful shell as large as your hand. He approaches you, holding a few empty buckets, each one attached to a rope. He places them on the logs and crouches down, filling the buckets one by one. I ask him about washing myself at a well.
He frowns. Hey, what are you? A child? What's your name, huh?
After you introduce yourself, he gives you a gentle nod.
And I'm a killer. We bathe in tubs, right? I have warm water in the shed.
He directs your eyes at the boulder next to the path, though it in no way resembles sheds that one would find in the city. He straightens up and carries the buckets up to the bank one by one.
Either help me carry water around the village for a few hours, or pay me if you're lazy enough. I'll make you a fine bath and watch your togs.
He places the last bucket next to the boat. You notice that another man is already taking one of them to the eastern gate.
I could also sell you bottles of a bottle of perfumes. It won't be of much use if you have no soap.
He grins with his yellow teeth, as if there's a hidden punchline hidden in his words.
We pick flowers of roses, violets, lavender, cherry. Good for hair, ears, and wrists. Just don't drink it.
Any thoughts on Cassia? He looks into a bucket as if escaping from your gaze.
Nah, it's not right. It's talking behind one's back with a stranger.
Tell me about your services then. I wish to wash myself. Oh my god. You'll be washed in a tub filled with water. Results depend on character's cleanliness. Work for 2 hours. Do it. I'm clean. Now people will trust me. Look at me. The locals scowl at me when I talk about Asterion. There's still more that I can find out. So what other wares could there be? We have an armorer, the tailor. We have the smithy. Well, the smithy is the armor. We have a tailor and an armorer. There's no potion sellers. Food. You head to the building that releases not only smoke, but also the smell of roasting meat and spices. In front of it, you find a sweating, wrinkled woman with a shaved head and a simple rag-like band on her hips. And another one, restricting her breasts tightly, as if any movement outside of her control would be too much of a risk to take. She doesn't even spare you a glance, too busy with mixing ingredients in bowls and cutting vegetables on wooden boards. Her eyes are focused, but whenever she tilts her head high enough for you to see her face, you spot a subtle yet challenging smile. Inside the building, you find another few people, most of them elders, as well as a large fireplace that's smoking a few dozen hanging fish. When one of the cooks, currently scaling a fresh fish, notices you, he lowers his head, and with a bored voice, addresses the woman. Portia! You have an outsider, you do! Wait, no, he's a boy, sorry. Portia, you have an outsider, you do. The woman turns towards you in the blink of an eye, standing on spread legs as if her shell can't spare you more than a single flinch.
Didn't you notice you there, stranger? You hungry?
She reaches for a bowl, but stops suddenly.
Right, we serve them more than 100 stomachs we do, so better give me a reason.
Such as?
Everyone works for the share. Join them.
She points at the people inside the hollowed cave, but after a few moments, she shakes her head left and right and gets back to her work.
Or pay me a dragon, I guess. It'll land in the keep's chest.
Your group cooks for the entire village? That's a lot.
She grins towards you. Right. Safer than fishing. And, you know.
She squeezes her revealed stomach, which is unusually flat. You notice how muscular her one arm is. Again, if you ever look at a cook, their right or their dominant arm is like massive compared to everything else. It's crazy how heavy like a pan is. I move a lot, so I can eat a lot. She lets a chuckle, then moves a large basket of freshly cleaned apples inside the building. I have only a few years before my back gives up, but I've done enough to deserve my slower days. Cassia must be having some extra large meals if she's as much of a fighter as she claims.
More of her fables.
If she keeps getting caught sleeping in the middle of her shift, she'll soon be happy to get any scraps at the end of the day. We don't have patience around here for the lazy ones. She gives her a harsh look and turns towards her cutting board.
There's more wares?
There are more wares. Alright, so Fulvia was Navica. And then the cliques. My guide. Who is my guide? There's a person standing beside me right now. My guide. You're told that the guards offer no escort to travelers. So who's my guide? I'm seeing things. You're told that the guards offer no escort to travelers.
The roads went to shit, they did. Tells one of them.
When we leave, we do so in numbers big enough to fight off a troll. There's no coin worth losing a neighbor. I look for someone else. Guard? Gerd! I'm looking for Gerd. The guard you met when you first arrived at the village is leaning against the wall. What is your name? Okay, stop bothering Yogi, alright? Yogi's she's just hanging out, alright? Leave it alone.
Navika.
Navika is the best boat maker in the north. Navika is the best boat maker in the north, says a young boy with a proud posture. Come, I'll take you to her. The carpenters have the space at the edge of the village, separated from the saltery with a stone wall. This saltery. Gale rocks. Okay, so now we have this. So this is done. So wait, so the Coopers are done. Navika we're doing now. Fulvia, I think we still keep. Tatius, we have him on speed dial. So we also have Iuno on speed dial. This is a quest line, so I won't forget this quest line. Daughter of Fatiel, still have no clue. Rafina, she's also on speed dial. Beholder, Blood and Chill. With a stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, which are then swept into a pile and moved to the smokehouse. The tiny woman keeps her distance from the other workers, partially because of the many bits and pieces she needs constantly at hand, as well as logs, steam planks, and a boat keel only a few steps away from her. She must be at least 40, older than any other woodworker in sight. Her light brown hair is in a ponytail, letting her work in a simple tunic and pants made of hemp in 3 shades of red, have short sleeves and legs. Her tan skin is like dark honey. She glances at you from afar and turns away, cutting some sort of log with her paws, as if hoping you won't notice her. This is the ultimate office tactic, right? When you're in the office working and you see like a manager or like any sort of high level person just walking through, and you try really hard to look like you're focused. Or when you're in like a classroom, right? And the teacher asks who wants to read, and you try to avoid eye contact. It never works. I'm coming for you. The massive broad axe, made of fine steel, looks even larger as it's resting on her back. And it's engraved with the shape of a toothed eel twisted into a spiral. That is a sick tattoo. Design. That's not a tattoo. The kid leaves you alone and you're standing in silence. What if I just walk away? Wait, would she be weird? I go back. She glares at you, then turns her head away and pays attention to the log she's carving. I walk away. I heard you make boats. Takes three at a time. Yep. I make boats. She doesn't raise her eyes. Okay, well. The creeks. Who are the creeks? Creek? Healer. You've learned. Okay, you've learned that the locals can't rely on the herbs that grow in the rocky hills and lairs. When we have to, we seek help from Thyrsis, the herbalist of White Marshes. Herbalist? Why did it save this and nothing else, huh? He cares for the peat fields. You gotta learn more about him, but everyone you ask admits to not knowing him all that well. He just listens to what we need, sets his price, and makes us go. He does. Trader. I don't know. Who else could be a trader here, right? I'm trying to think. What other wares could this village offer? There's a lot that we've already gotten. Oh! You find humble gardens and vegetable fields in both halves of the village. The farmers explain that these plants are but a small addition to their regular meals. Their village would struggle without trading fish for regular crops and flour. What other merchants are there? Drainer. Shoot. Miner? She helps a small boy build a large house with a wooden thing. Oh wait, this is the... Yeah. It's because a miner is the digger, which is a miner. Which is the builder too. She's also the architect. She does quadruple duty. I guess there's no one else that I can think of.
Chicken chaser?
Yeah. Is that really all there is in this village? What a lame village. Wait. I have the power of an impossibly strong memory. Gale of Rocks. Notable dwellers. Bathman Aquila. Oh, it tells me everything. Well, then. According to the scavenger, the locals are unfriendly, but got more talkative once he helped them. Okay. Right, the fishers on Gale of Rocks know how to move between the coastal rocks. Oh, the ones that are, like, jutting out of the thing. Harsh lives. Lose many folks on the trading trips. The village has a small temple. The first person you speak with, a young Cooper on the brink of adulthood, tells you to follow her to the western bank. Our priest vanished when I was merely this little. She holds her hand to the height of her chest. But my family still prays at the temple every midday. It's one of the oldest caves in the village, she says with unmasked pride. You move past the thatched shed, the smelly kitchen, and around the fortified hill, approaching a humble orchard and what seems to be a training ground for fighters. You descend into a small basin towards small caves hidden in shadows. The girl enters the mouth without a door. Remember to search for fighters after. At this hour, there are only two other souls in sight. An elderly man napping on a blanket spread and one around the corners. A boy who stops his prayer once you come inside. Quickly leaves, giving you an embarrassed look. The cave is lit by a few oil lamps, with flames surrounded by dyed glass, but the chamber couldn't fit more than 30 people. Either they're all standing. There are a few stone benches, an altar, and a large, though crude hourglass made of bronze. It is new. You recognize the gentle hum of a creek somewhere below you. The girl glances at your neck. He observes a sacred symbol on the wall in silence. I nod and step outside. What if I do that again, but I wear this? I shouldn't wear it, but it may help me get closer to some of the locals. Maybe. Let's try to deceive them. Let's deceive them, Chad. It's all about deception. What other merchants are there? Oh, training. Warrior. Training grounds. Cleaner. Janitor? Maiden. Alright, I guess that's it. I'm going to the beach. Time to work at the beach. We get some money, buy a shield. We need to work as much as we can to earn this shield. I approach the pier. Next to the shed. The fishers are in the middle of their work. Most of them are away from the coast, casting the nets from the boats, or just walking around with heavy clothes, but with revealed legs, using their fancy shaped spears to catch either a fish or a bird sitting at one of the rocks. There's also a few people on the land, resting, eating, and keeping an eye on the equipment. Leave it to me. It's my turn. But Teos inspects the equipment and discusses future plans with the workers on the coast. Need help? Oh yeah. If there's danger, I'll be safe. It turns out you don't have much to do. The hours go by, and during the lazy break, you receive a fresh roasted fish with a bowl of cold veggie stew. You lead Yogi back to the road, so back to Gale of Rocks. Now we shower by working for the shower guy. The cleaner. The workers are now resting. Okay, so now, whenever I meet their eyes, I find a challenge, not amity. So now I go to the temple. At this hour. Maybe they go early morning temple. Maybe it's an early morning temple. Aquila, tell me about your services. I'll work for 2 hours to get clean, please. Thank ye. I step away. Now I sleep. I rent for labor. Gladly. I spend half of the day with my labor. Jesus Christ. Half my day. Was that worth it, or do I lose money? The moon is bright, and so is the night. You recognize shapes of owls and bats, and spot movements on the ground. There are many stories about the moon's origins and purposes, and they're older than any of the doctrines known in the cities. These legends are shared not by religions, but rather by tribes. It's just a part of a deeper conviction, something spread through the milk of mothers and wet nurses, through the whispers of the trees and winds. The moon is a powerful spirit who watches and guides humankind when we have no sun to protect us. That's why we call what's in its center the eye. Or it's a large rock that one day will fall from the sky and crush everything that's alive, starting a new age of darkness. That is an amazingly Lovecraftian concept. I like that a lot. Or, for some reason, it controls the weather. See? Magnets! How the fuck do they work? It gathers weak clouds like a shepherd and shapes the tides. Or, it's a home of strange animals. Aliens! They're different, but as bright as humans and sometimes visit the land. Or, the moon is up there. We're here now. Who cares what heights? No aliens! I have now codified aliens into the fabric of this world. You wake up surrounded by a darkness. The keeper is sitting outside next to the open door.
The fishes are getting ready, they are. Go ask someone where you can load the wagons.
She says slowly, as if you're meant to repeat these exact words. You're freed from your duties after a few hours of work, before you get a backache. You sit on a bench. Some of the locals slow down to observe you, but whenever you meet their eyes, you find a challenge, not amity. So many of the workers are gone, carrying timber, food, and other ways. Workshop, timber, workshop, timber, woodcutter, lumberjack. There's quite a group of lumberjacks working in the village, more than 10 people strong. But the woods are far away, and the coopers and carpenters take a few good days to process the entire supply.
In better years, we used to buy timber from other villages. Now, finding them on our own takes so much time, it's hardly worth the effort.
Most of the time, the crew seeks weak and dying trees, using them to fuel the fires of smokers and salties. I look for a worker who is a bit older, and ask them about the abandoned camp I've heard about. Yes. You're told to speak with a limping farmer in his 60s. Okay, they just threw me to like whoever was available, whoever wasn't like doing anything. Like, alright, go over to like him. He knows something. Hearing your question, he spares you a grin.
That's where I worked, alright? And where I lost half my foot.
He laughs briefly and hits his left boot with a hoe. But since it's closed, it doesn't reveal any wounds.
We spent a few springs and summers there, we did, many years ago. But once the cats moved in during winter, we had to quit. It was a cute spot with carpets of flowers and so many frogs.
When you ask him for some directions, he smiles at the clouds.
We used to go from here to the crossroads, where Foggy now has our tavern, then farther south to the watchtower, and then west through the shortcut. That's where you find the cairn, in the heart of the woods, and the path from there to the camp.
Thank you. Look for someone else. Priest. At this hour, there's almost no one in the side. Okay, well, I guess there's not really much else. I need more money. I know this seems like a waste of time, and it kind of is, because we spent like 4 days just like working, but I need the money to buy the shield, to clear the tunnel, to get everything else. Fishers, need help? Let's go. Look, I won't even die. Look. A flock of harpies. Shit! Tried to strike one of the spearfishes that was hunting from a rock, but your group managed to fight it off. Even you, the frontline fighter, got away safe, with your armor protecting you from any threats, but you get covered with mud and salt in the process. In the middle of the day, you receive a fresh roasted fish with a bowl of cold veggie stew, and an extra dragon bone for my efforts. I wash myself in the ocean. The water is freezing, and after you're done, sand makes you wait for a while before you dry up enough to pack your clothes back on. The unpleasant touch of salt covering your skin will travel with you. I pack my things. Well, that didn't really help me. I feel like that didn't help at all. What? Okay, now I clean myself. It's nighttime, so I wait. And then I deal with the thing. Herbs. In. The keeper. No. What's inside the like dark tunnel? I wonder. That's the inn? That's a wild inn, actually. Okay. I could spend all my money on shampoo, though. No. Don't do it. Just work for 2 hours and clean. Good. I stop work. We sleep, go day 10, buy shield, do the tunnel, and then go hunt. Because I just need to do it in the morning. Like, sooner, right? If I clear the tunnel, that'll be the entire day. Then I can sleep at Foggy's place. And then day 11, we go. Technically. It's not that bad, actually. Actually, I'm trying to think. Is it bad? Do I need to do it ASAP? No. no sooner than on day 10. No, but I should go as soon as I can, yeah. Realize you can see your whole chat history in a Twitch channel. Yep. I do it all the time. I always use it on people who get banned, actually. I really enjoy seeing why they got banned. It's a very fun time for me. I don't know why. It's just fun to watch. Like, it's fun to figure out like why somebody got like banned, and you see the like chat history, and you're like, ah, yes, I understand now. I get it. A shield. We now have a shield. I mentioned Cassia. He starts to stretch his arms, giving himself a few breaths before he replies. I don't know what you want from her, but you do better looking for another pair of arms. When necessary, I can put her to use. But she won't listen to an outsider, no matter the coins. Now we wear. Maybe we don't wear this. Move to my pouch. I don't need it anymore. What I do want to wear is this. My shield. A kite shield. There are countless designs of shields. Some of them are answering specific needs and tactics used by local fighters, while others are a result of limited resources or vague traditions. The feeling that a specific shape is how a shield should look. That's a very good, interesting point. Who decided that a round shield was the look? There's a bulwark shield, or like a Pavis, right? A Pavis makes sense, because the hole is there so you can shoot like a gun through it. Like, it's pretty good. Even in modern times, it's just a riot shield. They're a bit different in every village. Though every few dozen miles, it's hard to consider them in any way similar, especially since they're decorated in many ways, making even identical designs unique in their execution. In the Dragonwoods, they've been used by three groups of people. Farmers and workers, who in desperate times grab simple spears and light shields to form a wall, hoping to avoid close combat. Soldiers, especially those who specialize in fighting with bandits or undead, using their shields to their advantage thanks to years of training. And adventurers, especially those who are meant to stay in the first row during combat. Shields are not especially useful when it comes to fighting massive predators, capable of breaking them to pieces with a single strike, or completely ignoring them during their charge. This is a very handy tip to read, because I would have thought maybe we would have the strength to, like, you know, do like a crazy deflect, like say, like, I don't know, like an Elden Ring when you can block like any major monster's attack. This is not the same. If hardly trained with a shield, you almost always just take your axe, relying on the nimbleness of your legs, having the option to take a cut from every direction, or with two hands at once. But such an item can be used in many other ways, especially to protect yourself from arrows or stones. Aye. Indeed, that is so. We are going to rent, because I don't want to work and I need as much health as I can, in order to fight the final battle, inside the tunnels. Hardly any light reaches the ground through the clouded sky. The deep night, as some people call it. So dark that you can't see the fingertips of your extended hand. You try to look outside, but to no avail. Even the predators will spend the next few hours hidden, unsure what surrounds their shelters and hideouts. Not all of them, though. You hear a cheerful howling coming from the heart of the forest. A hunt queen, or maybe a hunt lord, has already captured its next meal. I should feel safe in such a well-guarded village. But just in case, I crawl to the window, make sure it's closed. That's terrifying, to know that there's a monster called a hunt queen or a hunt lord. Now, we move. The tunnel. We have to go to the tavern. We do the tunnel on our way back after hunting down the bird at Foggy Lake. Then, when we're done hunting, we should be roughly at nighttime, so I go into the cave during the day, clear the tunnels of the undead, then I deal with everything. Day 10. The screeching birds are sitting on the logs of the palisade. Some of them observe you, but the group doesn't cease its squabbling. The tavern staff is sitting on the stairs, enjoying the light and sounds as they share roasted fish. I approach the foragers. They wait for you to speak. I have everything I need. Let us hunt while it's still early. Wait! I wish to brew. Foggy. Also, maybe sell some things. Never mind. Buy some things. Never mind. Although I do need her bits of steel eventually. Let's do some alchemy. The table and nearby shelves contain precise tools and a decent supply of basic substances used as a base for various potions, bombs, or powders. But you'll have to compensate Foggy with dragon bones for using her store. Alchemical procedures take at least a couple of hours, which involve hours. Never mind. I'm good. Later. We'll do it after. We do it for the tunnel, but not for the bird, because they're friends. Zvi is trying to remove a green mark from his jacket with his own spit. That's disgusting. That's really nasty, actually. That's really disgusting, dude. I have everything I need. Let's hunt while it's still early. Lan clasps his hands.
Then we're going. Idiot! Take care of the horse.
He nods toward the man with one hand. Lan puts proudly a rope and a bag on his shoulders, while Zvi shoves everything under his black cloak. They gather by the gate and mock their companion as he toddles toward the lake with an empty bucket. I feel like we're just treating him like an asshole for no reason. I grab whatever may be of use for my bags and scratch Yogi's neck. Wait, I sense danger. Why are we leaving my horse? I sense danger. He's gonna kill my horse because we keep making fun of him. I scratch her neck one last time. I hope not for the last time. There's a statue. The air is fresh, just as it was in a tavern. The light touches the road and shrubs, blocked only by a single willow, wild and untrimmed. You're by a lake, too large for you to see its other bank, but there are only a few trees on the horizon, while the struggling bushes and grasses fight with layers of rock. Tvi mentions that while the soil here is poor, one can still find plenty of berry shrubs around. Lan points at the gray rabbit cleaning its fur near the brook. Noticing your gaze, it ups towards the nearest shrub. Right as it sinks into the leaves, you hear it squeal, cluck quickly.
Oh dear! Shouts the large man, while his companion starts to laugh. Caught between two stones.
You wait for a long minute with your hand on your axe. The creature doesn't return.
Don't worry, friend, says Lan. Just don't follow its lead.
Carrying your belongings on your own is surprisingly tiring. You make noises with every turn. You relax a bit, then turn toward the stone statue of a young woman. I approach it. That's weird. Why is it here? Such a monument would be a better fit for a temple or a rich city folks' house. Here, without any cover, it's already losing its shape from the rains and dust. Chunks of the face and hair have already broken off. It has detailed eyes and human-like proportions, and its clothes are like fabric petrified by a spell. The statue carries the usual traveling equipment: a walking staff, a gambeson, simple pants now covered with leaves.
A nice thing, isn't it?
Lan thunders behind you.
It's older than our home.
It's a shame to see it deteriorating. Or I look at the pedestal. Maybe someone left here something valuable. You dismount and approach the bushes covering. I dismount. What? I thought I was carrying my own stuff, huh? And approach the bushes covering the legs and the pedestal. See some old wooden bowls, as well as rocks. You have to push the leaves away. The stems are thick and healthy, crowded with insects and spiderwebs. So you remove the thicket, you won't be able to see that there's anything worth stealing. Thankfully, there are no thorns, and the touch of a leaf doesn't make your finger itchy. Zvi chuckles.
What? Looking for offerings?
It's not stealing. An abandoned statue needs no gifts. So, do you know who this is, Zvi? Or the bushes are covering its legs. We could clean this place a bit. Reveal them first. Maybe who? Let's clean it. Let's clean it.
But what for? Zvi narrows his eyes. Let to someone who cares. We have things to do.
So, do you know who this is?
Nah.
Lan's more focused on the fish breaking through the surface of the lake. It's old. The woman is a stranger. I heard no stories of it. My ma could. Ask Dami, Mommy about statue. Good. We should move on.
Aye. Let's not linger, says Lan as he walks down the road.
We move forward. Wow. The valley is flanked by the hills. To the west, the grasses and bushes blend into the horizon and turn into another part of the forest. The southern hills are gray and tall with fortress-like rock faces and a crown of conifers. The northern ones have countless sand-colored rocks, lumped together like piles of rubble and clay, bearing hardly any soil or weeds. The plants here are struggling. The grass is short and yellowish, sometimes dried out. The bushes have silvered leaves, like many plants from sunny areas. The mushrooms can't hide in the shadows, but as you approach one, you see it's growing from the remains of a dead bird, while others are covering old branches and other plants. They won't last much longer. Lan points east to the large bird at the edge of the horizon, which freezes in the middle of a steppe and turns its orange head in your direction.
See? Time to get ready. What's the plan? Well, avoid the beak and the legs and the trample. He pauses, inspecting the loop at the end of his rope. And don't hurt it, if you don't have to. We don't want it to be a bother. Svi jauntily drops his belongings in the middle of the road and jumps in place, rhythmically. Why is this word so hard for me to say? Rhythmically breathing. You know, it's the combination of the rhythmically and then breathing. It's triggering my stutter. Rhythmically breathing. After he takes off his black cloak, he reveals a set of fancy clothes made of black leather. Clothes of a sneaky adventurer.
It charges like a moron. Be nimble. Be nimble, that's all. Well, 1 or 2 ropes on the neck and we're halfway home. But don't let it pass you by, eh?
I can do 2 things then. I can shake my shield and say, I can handle a charge. Don't you worry, I'll buy you some time. Or I can say, should I also take a rope? I can throw it at the bird and pull once it gets behind me. You know what? I think I would rather sacrifice my shield than potentially sacrificing my life here.
Aye, such wall can't hurt.
Aye, such wall can't hurt. Alan bursts into laughter. Just be careful. We don't have magic on our hands.
And we can't buy another Roadwarden, adds his companion. So it made this a bad trade for us.
I wait for them to get to the sides of the valley, then approach the bird. It's taller than Yogi. Okay, maybe the shield was a bad idea. Alright. That's a bad idea. Let me think about this. It's taller than Yogi with wide breasts and long, thick, partially feathered legs that can easily trample your chest. Its thighs are thick and powerful. The pointy beak can swallow your entire forearm. Your steps are getting slower. I have a couple of options here. I can be nervous, looking around, asking myself, are the foragers in position? You know, I can try to breathe, slow down, calm myself down, and get ready for the encounter ahead. I can try to hype myself up, try to speak confidently. How's it going? Can you just maybe wait patiently in place so my companions can nicely tie you up? Once you get to the pen with us, you have all the rats and pigeons you can eat. I can also be furious, angry. I can show myself to be the alpha prey here. The alpha predator, not the alpha prey. I beat my chest with a fist and let out a shout. I won't die to some stupid bird. How about just like, okay, I'm gonna really focus. I'm gonna really zone in, I'm gonna home into the idea that this character is me, and I'm trying to treat this like I've been isekai'd, right? I was streaming on Twitch, then I was isekai'd into a fancy land, and I'm trying to treat this like a Twitch stream, like an IRL Twitch hunting stream, so that I don't feel afraid, alright? Just wait patiently. The bird moves forward even before you finish your sentence, clearly unimpressed by your promises, but the sound of your voice and the illusion of control helps you calm down. Your hands hold your equipment firmly, and your legs are already bent, ready to jump. You can handle it. Soon the bird is surrounded by a group, and the pond behind it blocks its path of escape. Once it realizes that, it speeds up, charging in your direction. I take a good look at the monster. It's tall, wide, with a massive head. Its feathers are torn by the wind. They're vividly brown, white, and creamy, longer than your handspan, coating the creature like a cape. Its steps are heavy and deliberate. The neck, as long as a limb, keeps moving around, suddenly staring at you with but a single black pupil surrounded by deep orange. The light gray beak resembles the leaves of the local plant. The tip is curved, pointy, and in no way smooth. Carries dozens of grooves, maybe a sign of old age, or maybe a trace of hundreds of ants. We have a couple of options here. And I know what I need to do. I need to do this as safely as I can, because tomorrow we kill zombies. Not tomorrow as in like tomorrow IRL. The next day in this game, we kill zombies. I can either try to find its weak spot, just a huge duck, but I don't want to kill it. Again, this is the whole reason for this bird is that taking it back to like farm it almost. A respectable opponent. I may be forced to kill it after all. Okay, buddy, Jesus. Am I even ready to face it? No, I have confidence. A respectable opponent. I may be forced to kill it after all. No, I try to find a weak spot. It is just a huge duck after all. It waits no more. It raises its head, and it makes a long, piercing screech which fills up the entire valley. The feathers on its neck are shaking, but also waving, moved by the muscles. It then flaps its wing and lunges forward, still shouting, charging at you with full force. Now, because I have the shield, I can let it charge at me, then suddenly cover myself with the shield. The rest is a very risky move. I can try to rope it,
I can try to keep my distance and dodge when necessary, or I can hold my ground, making a quick dodge, then grappling the bird. I can also run away, but I'm willing to cover myself with my shield and let it break me. The giant feet are pounding the ground with every leap, scuffing out clouds of leaves and sand. It lowers its long neck, pointing it at you like one with a spear. It waits until the last moment before raising the heavy wooden planks. You hold them with both hands, as if you're trying to stop a rolling boulder. It's too late for the creatures to stop, yet it attempts to. It crashes into you with its side, knocking you away, but you land on your feet. The beast crawls away in panic, then springs up and runs away, preparing itself for another strike. You think of another maneuver, okay? Well, I'm gonna try to grapple the bird, okay? I learned this from Metal Gear Solid 1, CQC. I make a quick dodge and grapple the bird. Ow. You wait to duck at the very last moment. You try to catch the beast from the side, but there's enough time to peck your shoulder. Your gamson does its job and protects your flesh. Though in pain, you press your shell against the monster's wing, trying to avoid its leg. The runner, as confused as you are, makes an angry screech and tries to shake you off. The feathers are scratching your cheeks and getting in your mouth. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that it only helps your companions. Now I think I try to dodge it here. No, I should try to rope it, because now it's starting to go towards my companions, right? I try to rope the bird. Or...
Colonel, what's that move again? What's it called? CQC?
Yeah! CQC success! You wait to duck at the very last moment. In a blink of an eye, you show up at the beast's side, pressing your shell to its large chest. Too large for you to wrap your arms around it. You try to avoid the massive legs, but the monster churns out to be as confused as you are, making an angry screech and trying to shake you off. The feathers are scratching your cheeks and getting in your mouth. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that it only helps your companions. That's when the loop lands on its neck, tightening quickly, and Svi shouts cheerfully. The bird remains silent, maybe already out of breath. Then it dashes forward, so fast you can't help but step back. It either doesn't understand the danger involved in moving in a situation, or doesn't care about it. It runs forward, trying to flee. Makes 5 jumps. You hear Alon swear, without looking at him. You know they let go of the rope. Oh my god. Well, let's see how it goes. We have a lot of options here. Very different options. Again, I do not want to kill it. So this second last option, I may not be able to stop it, but I can charge it with my axe, but a dead then gone. I don't want to do. I also don't want to let the beast escape. I want to get it. I can try to catch it against CQC, but at this point it's trolling because I have more guaranteed options, right? I can try to grab the rope and pull with all my strength, but there's no guarantee that I'll be able to do this well. I can try to block its path and hope that I won't get trampled to like death, but tomorrow I have to deal with zombies. So, I stand in its way, raising my shield. It'll have to stop. You barely manage to get in its way, but once it crashes into you, you wish you hadn't. You're on the ground, pinned by the heavy shell, though your armor softens the impact. It tries to get off of you, and then as your arms are behind a thick layer of lumber, you can't do much to stop it. Thankfully, the stunned creature can't get back on its feet yet. Once it releases you, you're back to safety. Soon after, the rope around its neck gets pulled. The bird staggers, trying to keep its head straight, but can't help but hit the ground again. After Svi ropes it with yet another loop, the battle is over. The shield was so worth it. It was so worth it. That was a 5-head move to get a 9-to-5 job. I got a 9-to-5 job catching fish just by a shield. Holy moly. See, chat? See, chat? When you want something in life, if you work for it, good things come to those who fish. I step away and dust myself off. The bird keeps trying to find a way out, but with little luck. Once it regains a bit of strength, it charges at you. After just 2 leaps, it gets stopped by the second rope. It regains its voice, screeching at its tormentors. But there's something more hidden behind its previous threats and anger. Maybe pain. Maybe contempt. A damn good job, thunders Milan. He points at your shield. Nice idea taking this. You dazed the shit out of it. His companion nods with a grin.
Shag me! I missed my throw with the rope!
Adds Svi loudly, gasping for breath after a long run, though he keeps smiling with the pride.
Well, at least the second try worked out. The bird is damn ours, and that's all that matters,
2 things. I smile, Good teamwork. Or I nod at our prayer. We should go. If anything tries to get to us, we'll struggle to keep the bird on the rope. No, it's about teamwork. It's about building a relationship. Good teamwork. Aye, you deserve your coins. Alan taps his pouch, but doesn't pull out any dragons. Let's move on. The sooner we get back, the better. The other forager lets you know that he's ready. The runner is still far away, held on the taut rope. I gather my belongings and lead the men north, chit-chatting about our hunt.
Aw, yeah!
Wait. North? Why? Oh, because we went to the foraging grounds. Right. Every few minutes, the runner tries to get away, and even though it's exhausted, you have to move slowly, paying attention to its steps. The foragers seem to know what they're doing, and at no point you feel threatened by the creature. You keep looking around, but the beast seem to stay away. At one point, you notice a blue wolf among the shorter grasses, but it only observes you in silence, staying in all paws as if it's ready to run away. Your anxious companions fall quiet, but you keep moving forward. In the middle of your journey, you think about Yogi. During your stroll, everything seems taller. The creatures you pass by feel more real, as if they're no longer just shadows for you to leave behind. Huh. I think about Yogi, my horse. Being on the road without it feels lonely. Or I feel vulnerable, as if I'm inviting predators to chase after me. What matters even more is that I don't have most of my stuff. I'm unprepared for any threats. No, I miss my horse. Being on the road without Yogi feels lonely. Please be safe, Yogi. $8 dues. That's 4 toonies or 8 loonies. All right, and again, I told you the way the Canadians make loonies is you dry age those chocolate coins until they finally harden, and then stores can accept it. My God. Boggy observes you from the top of the stairs, with a hand resting on her stomach.
Well done, dears.
She grins at the sight of the runner.
Tether close to the water, love.
She looks at you.
Be nice and head to creeks today or tomorrow, will you? Tell everyone we're coming, and to give you a bone for the message.
She glances at the man with one hand as he scowls at the beast. Before she enters the door, she smiles at the sun.
Once you're done, wash your hands and come for dinner. Tell me everything.
Letting the creature to a beam takes you a few minutes. Alan's gasping for air, leaning on his knees, whilst V keeps his posture straight. His red face betrays him.
Well, says the tall man, I have your dragons here. Thanks for your work, friend.
The ring-shaped bones are covered in sweat. Yogi is pawing the ground. Stick is peeing on the floor. Alright, that took a lot longer. To be fair, my tags on Twitch are I beer a lot, so good luck. So that's literally what it says. Let's talk to the boys after we had such a successful mission. They wait for you to speak. I walk away. I enter the tavern. Hello, Foggy. I wish I could talk to you. I have some questions about the peninsula. I can buy something. Should I buy this? A set of bits and pieces made of iron and steel. But the problem is that I need to make something to make the axe again. I guess I could do this and then take it to some smithy, right? Yeah, let's do it. So, the next job.
Still interested? I have a message to Jason, the innkeeper of the Pelt of the North. This place is in the far and south, a huge bother for us to get there. A bother worth, let's say, 3 dragons.
Looks down on the stool and looks you in the eyes. The scars and wrinkles on a thoughtful place could belong to a statue.
Tell him, are we still trading? I'm running out of patience. You remember it well,
Bring me the answer. Only then you'll get paid. Are we still trading? Are we still trading? Running out of patience. So she's asking us to really remember her choice of words here. She wants us to communicate her impatience. It may be better for you to tell me what this is all about. I want you down for this. She frowns.
I don't ask you to negotiate in my name, but I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Jason and I were thinking about working together. He'd invest in my place, and we would get share of his profits in the future, and a shelter for his hunters. He was meant to send me the first batch of dragons, but it's fallen silent.
I want to know where we stand.
I'll do it. I don't want to. I don't want to push her for like pay. I think it's worth it. She just nods. What's that statue about? Statue. A statue of a woman.
That old gal from Gale Rocks told me it's the Wanderer, a spirit who looks after travelers. She's centuries old, the spirit, not the statue, and needs gifts, just a bit of this and that to pay for her own food and shelter. At her feet, one could stare an apple, a dragon bone, even a pretty pebble. Those who skimp on her will one day be in need, and will see a woman with a staff on the horizon, too busy with their own struggles to help them.
Foggy frowns, wounded scars on the forehead.
How do we know what these travelers saw? Beats me.
Enchantress. How about, what was it again? Eastern Crossroads. Watchtower, used to be safe. Jadoshia. Okay, so her name is Jadoshia. Gotcha. Why did I write dementia or post-stream? I have dementia. The Creeks.
Creeks is my home. It's younger than the land by over a year. It may be small, but I felt better with the folks there than I ever did at the capital.
She takes a big breath.
We used to live on wild game, fish, and forest goods. After some years, we chased the large animals out of the forest. Now our youths learn carpentry. They make barrels, planks, tools. If trade ever comes back here, we'll have things to sell. It used to be only a struggle, now there's hope and laughter. We may be poor, but it's the last joyful place in the north.
Your eyes get gloomy as she reaches for one of the bottles from the shelf.
Aye, there were struggles. I'm among our oldest. Those who came here with me.
She pauses, then puts the bottle away.
But now our children have a real home.
Their children. Severina. The Gale Rocks' person. Severina. I guess she doesn't know about Severina, huh? How about Cassia? Huh. You know what? She doesn't really know about much, huh? Oh, how about Idly? How about Foggy? How about herself? Oh, wait, places. She wants places. Not names. Places. She wants places. The tunnel. I can ask you about the tunnel.
There's nothing to find there, dear. The seaside entrance was sealed for 2 years now.
She pauses, then pretends to wipe her forehead.
But 3.
Time sure doesn't wait. You encourage her to go on.
Other than the tunnel, there's a few chambers there, some made by beasts, others by folks from Gale Rocks. The guards need a place to stay around and ways to get rid of bears and such. Chambers for sleep and food and to store supplies. You know, the digger from Rocks, used to know all about those corridors.
You guys think about anything unusual that could be left by the previous rollers, but she frowns.
Possessed by an adventurous spirit, love. Nah, I doubt you'll find any treasures, even if you had a lantern with you. Just watch out for the pointy rocks hanging from the ceilings. They're brittle, but heavy enough weight to crack your skull.
Good to know. I can use that in a fight, actually. Okay, so now we need to speak to Ieson, but we also need to go to the Creeks. Where the hell are the Creeks? It feels like a band name more than a place name. Like, what is considered the Creeks? It has to be to my right somewhere. In which case, I can't spend too long, technically. A village of fisheries. Where? In the far north. The far north? Like, how far north? Shit. You know what? I need to buy something. Wait. I have some things. Wait, how come I can't use your, maybe later. Sorry. I didn't want to sell my urine. How come I can't use her? Here we go. The alchemy set. I need to make a healing potion. This is the most important one. We could also do a withering dust for removing brushes and shrubs. Or we could have a blinding powder. I think the blinding powder is probably the best. None of the dragon bones. Healing potion. What? Fog is due? First recipe, what? Healing potions made the most desired liquid in the Dragonwoods, especially among the travelers, hunters, and fighters. They wouldn't fall so far capable of keeping a soul on the verge of death that won't fix a freshly cut off limb, nor cleanse one's soul from illness or poison. It can only be used once. I prepared 2 dragon's bones. First recipe requires a bundle of black woundwood and a bunch of marshmallows. I have both. Or I can get the second recipe, where I get to use some of the herbs from the heart of the forest. I only have one thing, so I just use the first one. I lost the roundwood and a bunch of marshmallows, but I get a nice potion. You chop and grind over 2 2 dozen of various herbs into a green pulp, making an ointment with a strong, wound-worthy smell. They mix it with the juice of carefully squeezed marshmallows, cleaning any seeds and peels. And peels. So far, so good. They spent long minutes at the table, constantly keeping the liquid on the brink of brewing, boiling, every now and then lowering and raising the small cauldron that hangs above the flame of an oil lamp. The boredom bites your fingers, but you don't even have the time to go grab a drink, to go grab some water to drink. I'm so sorry, I'm like butchering the reading. You think the alchemists who spend day after day repeating this procedure in their workshops? Hardly a tempting vision. At least the room is now filled with a pleasant aroma. According to what you hear from the conversations that take place upstairs, the smell reaches the main hall as well. You pour the grass-green liquid into one of the earthenware bottles and seal it. The potion is ready. I clean up everything and step away from the table. Nice. It's already late. My eyes hurt. Now I wait to sleep, because it's already getting kind of late. I could go to Gale Rocks and sleep here, actually. That's not a bad idea. I sleep in Gale Rocks, I work for a little bit, right? Make some more money working, right? I'm always working. I can also talk to the armorer and see if he's willing to make me no. A killer. Tell me about your services. I'll work, man. Nice. Get me clean, dude. Alright, thanks. I step away. Now, we go sleep. Oh, I need to talk to Severina, actually. I can follow, because every single day, I can ask some more questions. Okay. What are your thoughts on Cassia? Do you have any work for me, actually? She runs her eyes over you, then frowns without as much as a hint of subtlety.
Tell me first that you're worth something. Look at our pictures. Find someone seeking a messenger. I don't need a stranger for autumn, when we'll trade for winter grain.
What are your thoughts on Cassia?
The thought I'm bearing right now is I'd rather not spread rumors about those I look after.
Her annoyed eyes contradict her calm voice.
Can't you bother the elders with some questions? Let's speak of Petronius the gossip. I'll be happy to share with you all the dirty laundry he touched.
Petronius or elders? Do you face any problems with bandits? Just the garden around her.
Have you noticed where we are? We're safe enough to fight a dragon, and if there are any bandits in our woods, they eat nothing barring timber and worms. In every trade, we send groups of 10, 20 souls strong, enough to push away a few footpads.
I've heard about some necromancers in the north. You almost jump away when the crosswoman shifts her position, but she turns out to be just uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Sabrina smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried.
What happens in White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize. I do, with the tribes that have to feed their people with tree bark. They decide which mother will eat enough to feed infants. But all them walking courses will get out of the charms and murder their masters, like they always do. Instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we can do is keep ourselves safe.
I'd ask you a few more questions, but to no avail.
We don't really travel there often, traveler. Let's put the knowledge we gathered on this place for our ears alone.
I nod. She can't trust that I'll keep anything between us.
Are you sure other matters?
No! Now! Tell me about now! You've come saying that the people of your village follow the right. Surprised you're not pressured into taking action against the undead of White Marshes.
What do you think we ought to do, huh? Encourage them by taking their land or startle their wild game? Maybe touch their roots?
She takes an awkwardly long pause, yet as you start to answer, she instantly cuts in.
We have no plans to conquer or pillage their home, and while some of us would like to take matters into their own hands, I ain't risking our lives in a battle with mere heretics. Without walls, we'll have nothing to keep us safe.
I say nothing, expecting for her to interrupt me again. He observes you without a word, but his fingers are tapping on the table. The guard gives you a telling look. Tell me a bit about Gale Rocks, please. He speaks slowly, with the kindness someone may show an annoying brat that has one last chance to learn from their mistake.
I look like someone who'll be interested in spending time as a guide or a telltale.
But you answer. She has to move around the few small packages, and looks inside one.
Scat, spend some time among our walls. Speak with the fishers, the artisans, all them lads and lasses whose bloods keep the shell of our village alive.
I sigh. Okay, bye, farewell, thank you. Okay. Thronis? Shit. elders. Who is Theronius? Oh, what was his name, chat? What was his name? Mayday, mayday, mayday. What was his name? Thesonius? Theronius. Popolonius. Theronius? Theronius. Oh no! Theronius. Oh no! Theronius. Theronius. Oh no! I should have written this down. Theronius. Therinius. Therinius? Theronius? Theronius. Oh, what was his name? Chat? What was his name? I need backup. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit, here we go again. Wait, archive!
Ah, yes. See, what's the point of taking notes when you have picture-perfect memory? Now go find Theronius, the gossip.
Where? Petronius! Why did I think Theronius? Petronius like petrol.
Petronius?
You realize this means something following you around. Chat, we found him. I thought, listen, I tried to search up, like, okay, who is the guide, right? Because, like, somebody has been following me around the entire time. And I was like, who is this person? Maybe they're not real. Maybe it's like a bug. Because sometimes, like, again, Severina one time had teeth and then she, like, didn't. So I thought maybe it's not a real thing. It's a real person! Wait, so this entire time, okay? While I was talking to Severina, Petronius has been by my side, just, like, looking at me. And she's like, ah, yes, what is this stranger doing in my village? You realize there's been someone following you around, or at least accidentally showing up wherever you go. Boyd was walking around, he spares you a smirk. He's a short man, dressed in a worn, grey-black woolen robe, with a belt as wide as your head, and a buckle decorated with a large shell, now placed annoyingly just 2 inches away from the center of his stomach. He may be only 30, but it's clear why he has no task to bother with. His fingers are paralyzed at unnatural angles, spread like an osier tree's branches. While he's capable of moving around both of his arms slightly, they're constantly bent both at the elbows and at the wrists. He's wearing no boots. Got a few questions. I know. He nods for you to follow him. Leads you to the orchard where you stay in the shadow of a cherry tree. Right. He looks around, scowling at the nearby kid who instantly turns around and gets out of your sight. Name's, Petronius. I can be your guide. His soft voice is close to a whisper. 1 coin. 1 question. Looks at the small leather sack hanging from his neck. No backsies. You decide my answers ain't worth it? Stop asking. Why do you need coins? I wonder why he needs coins. Lowers his arm to it as if trying to hide them. Why? He clears his throat and straightens up. Though it doesn't make him much taller. Why don't you pay first? Later. I'm broke. I'm broke. I'm broke. I'm broke. I have no money. I have no money. I'm broke. We sleep. Real shit. We rent with labor. Then I go to fish. I go to work at the docks. I need to go work at the docks in order to make moolah. And also get food. It's the only way for me to get food. I'm spending so much time working. I need to go to the creeks. Head to the fishers. I will work. Yes. Now we go to the creeks. Okay, well, there goes my armor. I got some food. I'm disgusting. I'm dirty. Okay, bye. See you later. Alright, now we travel. Alright, what time is it? 3 hours before nighttime. No way can I clear the tunnel. Bad news. Bad news! Bathman. Tell me services. I will work to get clean. Thank you. Okay, bye. Sleep? Then we rent. No, there's no need to rent. Wait. If I don't rent, I get dirty. And I lose a lot of food. Who needs sleep? Who needs sleep here when I can sleep at Foggy's? Ah! Yet. Alright, I'll rent. Alright, I'll rent. That's some expensive renting. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. Ah, it's muddy roads! You notice it while you undress. One of your recent wounds is going to leave a mark. I can either say I first noticed it by touch and see the inner reflection on my blade. A long cut on my cheek. The deep cut of my hand still hurts, especially when I make a fist. I managed to ignore it, but the cut of my leg hurts with every step. The bruises on my stomach look like a night sky. Why would I care? Happens all travelers get enough time. Let's just keep it clean. I like that. Very simple. Very straightforward, you know? I also realize I could have just eaten food. The days are getting shorter. I have food that I could just eaten. I wasted so much time. We're going to go deal with this. Wait, the gossip. How much money do I have? I have 1 coin for 1 answer. 1 answer, and I need an answer for Cassia. The gossip. Is Cassia trustworthy?
The opposite. He straightens up. Can't stop lying, can't stop arguing. Used to drink until she fell on the ground, so she was banned by the head woman. When she fell into the stream, almost drowned.
He glances east. Something wrong with her. There's something wrong with her. Well, I mean, we know what's wrong. But her sister asked us to try to. Maybe there's no point. I believe in her sister. I'm going to try to help for her sister's sake. We go forward. The stream has formed a wide pond. We stabbed in a few spots, but it turns out to be only a finger or 2 deep. There's no sign of a bridge. I crouch and take a close look at the water. It's clean. But the dark rocks and the lack of light camouflage, it's soft, sand-like bed. You find a few fish bones and other remains, but with every step, you disturb the sediment, further clouding the water. The water flows from your right to the left. The trail is wide enough to follow. It's for a few steps, and so tall you can do so without crouching. I don't want to follow the water. I want to move forward. The open door to your right leads to a narrow corridor. You take a look further down the tunnel. The cave-in broke the timber, blocking the path forward. I take a closer look at the cave-in, which were a few rocks being rolled on the floor, but the blockade is at least a few steps deep. It would take an entire team of diggers to get through, if it's possible at all. Climb up a bit and peek through a larger hole, close to the ceiling. There's a weak light coming from the distant end of the tunnel, very close. Step away. We turn to the stream. We have to follow it down to see what's around them. Let's follow the water. We got a cave here mushroom. The corridors become less spacious after just a few steps, but you might just take a good look around, moving both and with and against the flow. The wet walls are home to worms, mold, and what looks like pale spiders, though with only 6 legs. Among the commotion, you spot a cave ear sticking out the wall. Familiar, though unfriendly mushroom, the creamy color distorted by your light. You grab your knife and cut away what seems like the least bug-infested chunk. After wrapping it with a linen sheet, you wash your hands. Right, because I'm in the water. It's free water to wash my hands. Cave ear is used by some fighters to enhance their senses in combat. Oh! This is the potion that's very handy to use in order to make that like buff potion, I think. That we had the option for. Combined with a snake bait flower, it could be a helpful addition to your collection of potions. We move deeper into the tunnel. Return to stream. Head to the exit. I head to the crossroads. I turn left now. The air in the chamber is humid. The straw beds are covered with mold. The sagging rocks are bending with under their own weight, and the animal pelts on the floor reach a terrible stench. I search the room carefully. Using an old walking stick, you push the furs and matches aside, and you spare your gloves from touching the sticky odds and ends by wrapping them with a cloth. You find only one thing of value, hidden in a rare, dry bowl pushed to the side of a shelf. A tiny ring made of a bone. Not a coin, but a piece of jewelry. Still elegant, with a distinguished carving of a fish on its top and its scales on its side. This ring, maybe I think of the traders from Gale Rocks. While similar to a dragon ring, it's of an uneven shape and it lacks the distinctive grooves that are present in coins, so it's most likely belonged to a furry beast. It was meant to be worn on a large finger. The decorative carving show a fish on one side and scales on the other, though they're rather simple. Going deep into the tunnel as deep as I can. Go back to Yogi. Hi, Yogi. Okay, well, that was a useless tunnel. We go to the creeks. Then we go to Yason. We need to go to the creeks, otherwise we won't be able to get the message to them in like time. The road east is beaten and clean with enough space to fit 2 wagons side by side. You pass by a few plum trees, apple trees, and cherry trees, but many more stumps, like it belonged to what has been turned into foggy lakes. The life in the plains is busy and loud, but so far you don't see any beasts. Judging by the many trampled parts of the meadows and the fresh food trails, the foragers search this corner of the peninsula quite often. They didn't leave much behind. You reach a shining pond at the edge of the forest. You ride beneath 2 trimmed trees growing on the opposite sides of the path, like columns, leading to Wright's temple. Shouts and heavy steps prepare you for trouble ahead. Ah. 2 shells are circling around each other. One of them is a 4-legged saurian with a dark gray skin as long as your palfrey, but only knee-high. It's wandering left and right along the bank. Wait, dark gray skin as long as your palfrey, but only knee-high. What was his saurian? A saurian had a saurian. He had, no joke, he had a dinosaur as a ride. What was the look of his saurian? Shoot. Wait, here we go. More detailed. It's larger than horse, darker green. The edges of his limbs, tail, and eyebrows are red and orange. Okay, so this is not ours. As long as your palfrey, but only knee-high. It's wandering left and right along the bank, hissing, repetitively sticking its split tongue out and then retracting it. The stout monster doesn't look like a boy and hunter of humans, but its long tail is swinging like a whip, for now only threateningly so. But you don't doubt that getting hit by it would break your bones. The second one belonged to a brown-skinned man wearing leather pants, a long brown woolen cloak, and the matching pelt of a wolf on his head and shoulders, like a haunting hood. His voice is both gentle and scared, stretching his hands in front of him, trying to make the beast stay away as if it's a mufflin. The third shell is right in the middle between the other two, a creature you don't recognize from a distance, but is in a puddle of its own blood and isn't moving. You know what? I need a help, but let's not rush in. He's trying to keep it calm first, right? I ride slowly, taking a closer look at the entire situation. We set up in the south to have a better view, and realize that the corpse on the ground is but that of a white ibex. The man, who acknowledges your presence with a nod, speaks with a hint of playfulness in his voice, asking the saurian to be so nice as to stay away. He then turns toward you and waits at the prey. Friend, lend me a hand, will you? I'm trying to seize it. As you dismount, the saurian takes a step closer to the pond. As playful as you are, why not I playful too? I don't think your ibex can be helped, kind stranger. That's not playful, that's just sad. Distance, I frowned, raising my weapon. Why? Easy to catch something by yourself. I can be intimidating. Just step away. I'm not gonna help you die for your scrap of meat. We're vulnerable. I breathe out with relief. I thought the beast killed someone. Now I'm friendly. How can I help? He grins and triumphantly raises a finger. That's the spirit. This ibex is our destiny, friend. He points at the beast, and as his hat moves around, the loose shaking jaw distracts you. Say, friend, do you have any fruits in those sacks? Throw some at it. I ate my fruit. Why would it care about fruits? There's a whole ibex to eat. Just trust me, he dumbly whispers. That's only when there's nothing better for it to pick. They live on trees, you know. Look at the saurian's shell, wet from water which was seen not so long ago. The man notices your gaze. I'm almost sure. There's no way a few apples would work, maybe a cart of them. He purses his lips. For a moment you expect the wolfhead to follow his lead. Whatever. Honestly, time's a gamba. I sigh and look at my weapon. All distracted. You grab the ibex and drag it away. Scratches his hood and nods with approval. You know what, friend? That's an excellent plan. Do so. With another glance, he once again shouts at the beast, then dashes away from you, followed by his cape. The monster hisses and reaches forward, as if waiting to see what you're going to do. You step forward, hoping to draw the monster's attention as far away from the carcass as possible. It answers your challenge, which shortens the distance even further. I can either focus on avoiding its attacks and try to wound it, or I can try to look big and scare it away with shouts and gestures. Now, we know about saurians. Many things about saurians, actually. Saurian is a term as vague as monkey. It gives a wide, vast range of four-legged creatures that resemble small dragons. Some of them are hunted for meat, especially the smaller ones, while the larger ones often attack humans, though often prefer heavy animals that can satiate them for longer. There are many tales about the unique abilities that some of the groups may possess, but they are among the lesser understood creatures. And again, there's no way I'm going to scare it, it's hungry. So I focus on avoiding its attacks. I don't want to wound it, because again, fighting back against nature feels kind of bad, and I don't want to kill them. I want to try to focus on keeping these animals, these monsters alive, because I don't know the consequences of slaying too many things in this land. How do I expect it to strike? Honestly, I think its tail. If it's swinging its tail, it's probably the best thing that has, so I keep an eye on its tail. The saurian still surprises you with the range of its attack. It turns around while pouncing forward and swings the tail at your chest. Thanks to all the attention you pay to its movement, you duck beneath it, then jump away. The next few sways are distant enough that you don't have to fear them. Ha! Dumb beast! You hear. The thief is running away with the ibex on his back, holding it by the legs while it hangs from his shoulders. You chase after him, barely able to outspeed the monster yourself as it has already lost interest in you. Without your help with the weight of the carcass, you doubt the man could get far. You shout at Yogi, I shout at Yogi to run. Run, Yogi, run! You follow the trail of blood, as well as the constantly bouncing head of a brown wolf. Once you get close, the man doesn't mind sharing the burden with you. You gotta hold the creature by its head. While running side by side is awkward, the weight isn't overwhelming. Your paw fray leads the two of you up the hill. It didn't even touch you, I. Some good dodging, he warmly laughs. But let's not tempt fate. He looks back, yells in panic, and speeds up. I tell him to prepare for a fight. But the clash never comes. After another minute, the beast gives up on its pursuits. But you wouldn't have realized it if it wasn't for Yogi, who now trots without a single care. You look back, and the Saurian indeed backs down, moving to its pond slowly. Once you approach the woods, you take a short break. Even from a distance, you can see a distinct trail leading between the trees. Not a garden, this forest, the man speaks briefly, gasping from the burden. But not too dark, and cats are but a few. Boars are there, though, and gargoyles. Whoa, but do not go too deep, there are no roads there. His face is not much older than 20, shaved with great care, cleaner even than among the city folk. While his hooded and heavy cloak must mask his figure, he seems well-fed and healthy. We're halfway there, friend. Creeks is a gorgeous place, you know. You'll love it. How did you know I was going to Creeks? Buddy, I'm your pal. I smile. I'm sure I will. I love when a good thing just, I love when everything falls in place, right? No need to worry about, consequences or, mistakes or wild things happening. Everything just lines up one after the other, and we get just one good thing after the other. Now, we get a free human. Carrying the ibex takes a while, but the man is incapable of being silent. A very unusual tree seems to be tied to a story from his life. It makes sure that you notice the first stream you cross on a new, solid bridge. One of many creeks, you see, he says with an untamed amusement. A thin gorge leads you between the mountains. This place is quite susceptible to bandits, or it truly feels like an end of the realm. I do like the idea of it saying the end of the realm. You see that a lot, actually, in fantasy worlds, mainly in games, where all of a sudden there's a giant mountaintop, and you're like, wow, this is the end of this land. Well, in Canada, the further north you go, then you see mountains, and you're like, yep. Like you see the line between snow and not snow very clearly. The music is so nice too. You follow the trail of shouts and laughter. 7 people, about 20 years old each, are gathered at the wooden bridge, leaning against the railing, bathing in the stream, lying on the grass. Pieces of clothing, made of fur and leather, are spread around, next to cudgels and throwing clubs. Once the sound of hooves manages to break through the chattering, the curious young eyes, untouched by wartime, turn toward you. An excited whisper spreads. The shells are proudly displayed. The confident smiles are both inviting and challenging. How's water? The hunter greets his tribe folk while stepping on the logs. Gentle and warm, says a man resting on his friend's shoulder. That's a nice ibex. There are paths leading in many directions, but the main road will take you uphill. Awkward. As I walk past the naked people, I look at the watchtower. Oh, right, because they're naked taking a shower. Everybody's naked. Or there's no reason to be embarrassed. I look at them. The light dances on the wet hair, both on the heads and crotches, luring your eyes just as much as the revealed chest and muscular arms. You've interrupted not just their bath. The soul who's speaking with your guide is embracing another man as he's sitting behind them, while one of the women is keeping her arm around the waist of yet another man. You hardly see any wounds or marks caused by sickness. The harshest days of this group are still ahead. As you move eyes from one person to another, they greet you with kind nods, but you notice that their eyes are focused on your rugged clothes. Once you step off the bridge, the hunter chuckles. Taking warmth, aye. Don't worry, we're not that obsessed with outfits. The wolf's head bounces as he speaks. I nod to the group and follow the man. We are in the presence of the first people of this land. Again, Foggy said she was from here, and she was one of the oldest who came here too. When they first came to this land, they settled far in the north, and only then did they spread towards the south. These are the barbarians. They're so called by the other people. I'm not going to call them barbarians, because that probably causes me to fight them. But these are the barbarians. The palisade is as tall as trees, but being placed atop the crags makes it look impassable. What? Why is the gate closed? The hunter turns to the watchtower and repeats his question, only louder. What? Why is the gate closed? Maybe call Ella? Too blind to see whoever guessed, eh? A hardly visible guard with a female voice leans from the tower.
He's coming, Howler, relax.
Her shouts hint of no patience towards him.
The youth dine in the woods after the bath. Why wouldn't we close?
The man glances at you.
Who's Ella?
I whisper.
Just my brother. He gestures for you to ignore it.
And I'm Ephraim, so thanks to our parents, folks keep mistaking our names. But Ella has a stick in his ass, and is as boring and nagging as a legless donkey. The soul from the tower hides again, and the gate opens. We enter the village. The cliques. The sparse clumps of grass survive only on the edges of the spacious yard. The few onlookers wear working clothes, suitable for their hard labor. They're carrying tools, planks, and logs. You're next to a large building of unusual shape, either a temple or a house of gathering. It makes you think of a cabin that's getting larger over the course of years, with the section in the middle being darker and more crude than the other ones. A slightly overweight man is standing in front of the building with open arms. Welcome to Creeks, friend. His voice and eyes are gentle, but there's vigor in his stance and gestures. Ephraim was meant to hunt, but I see he brought not one, but two unusual creatures. The hunter rolls his eyes.
Don't embarrass us with this prattle.
He raises his voice and fills it with bitterness, addressing no soul in particular. Oh, and maybe ask someone to help us with the Tybex. It's our shared catch, he points at you. Now I want to know to whom we are grateful, Ella nods towards you. While I introduce myself, I observe him more closely. Being close to 30 years old, he's one of the oldest souls around. Just like the other villagers, his clothes made of animals, not plants. The leather pants and jackets are humble, but the shoulder cape, reaching from his neck to elbows, used to belong to a yellow elk. His brown skin is darker than that of a farmer. And as you look at the outreached hands, they carry the marks of being cut by tools. And I'm Eller, the carpenter. We've heard of you from Foggy. He steps forward from the fruit trees and invites you to move forward. Like most men in the village, he's cleanly shaved. But I show you the rest of the village. It may be humble, but it's as beautiful as a blue starling. Down. Thanks, Ella. That sounds lovely. As he grins, you notice his unusually white teeth. He moves with heavy but enthusiastic steps. It won't really take that long, but we have quite a view.
I swear, interrupts the hunter. I'm carrying this ibex to the kitchen. Someone call the cooks.
After dropping the carcass on the ground, he springs away, fretting at the blood on his hands. Let's take a stroll then, says Ella as he leads you forward. Your mount can drink at the creek here. Come, Yogi! Come here, baby. You tether your mount to a tree next to drying laundry. Ella points at the land behind the bridge proudly. Our newest addition to the village. The hunters grow old, so we're taking steps away from meats and fruits. We spot only two people working in the field, or rather a large garden covered with cabbages, carrots, onions, and garlic, indistinguishable from the wild plants growing in the woods. On the path between the two halves of the field, an elderly woman is sitting on a stool, looking in your direction as if you're interrupting her contemplation. Old Hava there will turn this place into a proper farm one day. She has little strength, but keeps precious memories of her trade. Yeah, I can either say you lack proper seeds, or I can speak quietly saying she seems austere. You know what? You lack proper seeds. The good ones are expensive, Allah responds right away, as if it's part of a prepared speech. And we weren't sure about our soil. It's all just a test. He invites you with a gesture to follow him deeper into the village. There are no seeds in Gale rocks, while the folks at Howler's won't spread their own. They'd rather force us to buy food from them. There are farmers at White Marshes, adds Ephraim, but it's a dark place. Who knows what we would reap after a year? Rough. That's very rough. Again, it's crazy how so divided the land is, right? And again, seeing these small inter-city, inter-village village really makes you realize how important the Roadwarden is. Sure, obviously, I mean, it's important when explained to you, right? But the explanation pales in comparison to their real troubles. And even shows you just how unprepared Hullivan was. The guild in Hullivan thought they could just step in, make a trade contract, send a Roadwarden, and everything would be, happy, right? Very simple stuff. As if the world is ever simple. And yet looking at this, the truth is it's a lot more complicated than it really seems. There's more problems than we could ever think of. And the reality of it is that our lives are always complex. And so too is it reflected in the lives of the people who live on this land. That's rough, mate. The bonfire spot surrounded by logs that were cut into tables and stools. Ella approaches the nearest chair, rubbing its back with its cut hands. When we share a meal, we do so here, sometimes beneath the stars. Did I see it? The flames dance on the walls to the monsters' roars and crickets. Ephraim's voice also grows in enthusiasm. Dining at the edge of the forest is something you wouldn't forget. Unless you can drink, don't swallow anything stronger than spoiled ibex milk. The shadows, friend. Terrifying. You glance over the wooden buildings. Well, the walls seem fine. The roofs are primitive. Most of the planks are already soggy and bent. There are a few people working on cleaning bark from a log, but the square is mostly quiet, with a few kids observing you from above their toys. Interesting. It is quite a large pyre. The burning for such fires must take a lot of wood. Or I can say it's a bit of a fire hazard, isn't it? Or I imagine what such things would look like. One big family. Ella flashes you a disarming white smile. Yeah, a huge one. We don't have any room to spare. Those are the children as they return to their crude wooden toys. They don't realize yet how small our home is. They've hardly seen anyone from the world outside, and the trade occurs at Foggy Lake.
And good for them, the hunter chips in. They don't miss much. Other than spouses, we have everything we need. And so far, we have plenty of fresh meat. Some of us even too much.
He smokes at the carpenter, who in response turns and walks away. Good job. I follow him. We stand between two of the houses, in front of the gate of an animal pen. The walls are made of sharpened trunks, and are as tall as two humans. The captured beasts are tethered by ropes, but have the freedom to wander and graze. Two brown boars, and a black mufflin.
And here are our captives.
Ephraim declares proudly. I know it's still a bit empty, but we're crowded just before winter. Oh, I have some good news for you. The boys from Foggy's catch a large bird that will soon be brought here. While you try to stay to the point, Ephraim is full of energy. As with every detail, from the animal's size to the way it acted in combat. Your brief answers are met with shouts, and about the sound bounces off the wolf's head. Oh, it was a brave venture. I'm glad they didn't try it without you. Ella gestures for the hunter to drop it. Thank you for giving us time to prepare. I smile. Yep, we did good. Should I ask for a dragon bow? No, let's not ask for a dragon bow. Let's just smile. I don't need money. Who needs money when you have relationships, right? It's like working in like sales. I have no soul. Ephraim praises your bravery, while Ella leans against the gate and points to an area behind the palisade. We'll get to the preparations later on. Have you noticed the old forest, friend? Look north. Wow. The vast clearing is returning to life, with shrubs spread between the paths and tree stumps. You move to the bridge, then a gateway, and have a chance to look around. We see the edge of our world from the watchtower. Ella narrates sublimely. The long distance, the plateau ends, surrounded by cliffs. Ye either climb up the mountains or fall to your death. Both men tell you about the difficult past of the village. A desperate camp, then a cabin, then two, shifting its wooden walls as more and more trees were cut. Without tree crowns, we can walk with no shadows, beast dens, gargoyle eyes, concludes the carpenter. Is it really better than a forest garden? You produce much more food, now I only see berries. Or, surprised at the wrath of the herds hasn't smitten you yet. Those pointed sticks won't stop a unicorn. Is it better than the forest garden? You hit the heart of our worries, friend, Ella admits, and is interrupted by the hunter quickly. We did what we had to do to push away the beast. They don't feel safe here, and don't seek food in the shrubs as they would on trees. Ella tells you there's one more thing to see as you walk away, returns to the matter at hand. The animals keep their distance now, at least in the meadows, so hunting for them gets difficult, and the meat with hardly any mushrooms and herbs gets bland. A forest garden would solve the problem, sure, but we don't know enough to even start one. Hence, a field of berries, he taps his stomach. First, we need to learn how to feed our children. We lack strength and skill, our friend looks at you, but we have time. I nod. With time comes opportunity. But I frown. We never have as much time as we want. And to be honest, that's the way I feel. You reach the edge of the village. A cliff as tall as the wall. Beneath you, two creeks meet each other and form a gentle river. These are the trees we use to learn more about woodwork. Ila is smiling as he leans back against the wall of a house. We will plant new ones, but we'll soon have to bring wood from further away. Give the saplings a few years, or however long they grow. A decade. And this is where I leave the two of you with your boring tree talks. Ephraim points at you. See me later if you need. I'll be around. I rarely hunt alone. The carpenter watches his departing companion with genial eyes. Well, there's work to be done. A new chair awaits me. It leads you to a humble working station, placed at the edge of the square. Tools you notice are very simple, if not primitive. You don't have to talk about my trade stick. What brings you to us? Wow. There's a lot of questions here. A lot of different questions that we can ask. A lot of answers that we need. But honestly, we've gone into this game for a while now. And as great as this game is, there's a whole lot of reading and my throat is like dying. So we may have to call it here, chat. But now we have a new chapter to even deal with, right? I mean, look at the progress that we've made. We've discovered this entire northeastern segment. I know it doesn't seem like much. But honestly, at the pace that this game goes and at how much you can do, it's really, really hard to make good, steady progress. It takes a very long time to do anything. And now we have something to work with. We have this entire northeastern side. We were able to finish a lot of quests that we had going on. Learned a lot about Gale Rocks. We now have a way of getting the Empress Carp. Honestly, I'm willing to go all the way and just deliver it off of a 6-hour timeline. We've also now just arrived in the creeks where we can get even more answers. And it's even more important because this is a part of our main quest as well, slightly. There's still one more land, the White Marshes, but still, it's one of the more major settlements that we had to talk to. We've learned a lot on our adventures, about the land around us, the people who live here, and more mysteries start to prop up as we go on and on. Now we know a plague that is starting to spread. And sure, we may be able to heal them once, but there's a source to it. There's a source to this plague that we need to deal with. And if we don't deal with it soon, it'll spread. Because just like Steep Stone, or Steep Bound, or Steep Heart, Steep Home, Steep Hearth, it will eventually kill everybody in that village, and will eventually leave its little space. Nobody is safe as long as that plague exists, and as long as the source of it isn't really stopped. There's a larger mystery in these lands, I'm starting to realize too. Sure, we're sent here to find Asterion the Roadwarden, but his very existence seems almost inconsequential to the matter at hand. To everything else going on. To all the lives that live in this land. From the creeks all the way to Halliesdale, there's more life to this than just Asterion. He's but one name in a sea of many. But that's all for this session of Roadwarden. Genuinely, probably the only narrative game that I've seen that does so many good things right, and does so many cool different things with game mechanics as it relates to narrative, that really forces you to think and remember and to learn, to really pay attention, to really care about what's going on in this world. Honestly, I can't wait to finish this game, because it really is fun. It really is fun.